Chapter 335. Large amounts of resources were consumed, and the wizard tower was being built bit by bit. At the same time, the construction of the North Town city did not stop. Su Len had already passed down the city's construction plan and steps. Large amounts of basic construction had already been started, and a large amount of manpower and resources had been invested into the construction of the North Town city. The orc laborers lifted heavy stones to tamp down the road, while the goblin slaves flattened the bricks one by one. The gnolls pushed heavy stone rollers to flatten the ground, while the kobolds swung their hoes to dig for ores. Merchant groups from all over the continent were transporting all kinds of resources to the North Town city to be sold, and then they would leave with other goods. The whole city was full of life. However, the number of monsters around the North Town city had increased recently. As more and more crops were planted in the fields outside the city, goblins and kobolds would often sneak in to steal food. Although the North Town city had an army patrolling regularly, many farms far from the city were still damaged to varying degrees. There was nothing they could do about it. Winter was coming, and food was scarce in the wasteland. The goblins and kobolds had started stealing from the farms to survive. 100,000 acres of land was too big, and the northern wasteland was too vast. The North Town city's army could not cover every area. In order to reduce the damage to the farms, Su Len had no choice but to start clearing the land again. Of course, it was not without benefits. The North Town city was developing, and it needed a large amount of strong labor. The goblins, kobolds, and gnolls were here to work for the North Town city. Whether it was the goblins, kobolds, or gnolls, they didn't know how to farm. Instead, they liked to plunder, so they often died in winter due to lack of food. Although Su Luen treated these monsters as slaves, he also let them eat their fill. As long as they worked in Northern Town City, goblins, kobolds, and gnolls wouldn't starve to death. Compared to other lords of this era, Su Luen was very kind and benevolent. Of course, those who died from exhaustion or accidents were not included. Ever since the farms outside the North Town City were destroyed, Su Len had sent out scouts to track down the monsters. Even the Cryopterus had joined the search. With the Cryopterus in the air and the scouts, Su Len believed they would soon find the monsters. As expected, it did not take long for the monsters to be found. The monsters were hiding in a forest. Su Len would not let these slaves who had delivered themselves to his door. 30 miles outside the North Town city, in a forest. "My lord!" A scout came out of the dense bushes and quickly walked by Su Len. "The monsters are hiding in the forest. They don't seem to have noticed us. Get ready for battle. Don't let any of them escape this time." Su Len spat out the straw in his mouth and waved to the army behind him. This time, apart from the regular army, Su Len also brought a lot of militia. Training alone would not make good soldiers. Only after strict training and experiencing a few battles could the militia truly transform into soldiers. During this time, more than 100 crossbows had been produced in the North Town city. They had all been given to the militia to equip, while the rest of the militia were armed with other weapons. The tribe that the scouts found was a tribe of bugbears. Bugbears were like goblins. They were evil, stupid, and greedy in nature. However, as the most powerful subspecies of goblins, they were tall and strong. It could be seen from their name that bugbears were as strong as bears. Su Len didn't care if these bugbears were strong or not. In his eyes, bugbears were very good slaves. They were strong and worked hard, but they ate a lot. Bugbears were as poor as goblins, but their discipline was a lot better. When the army of the North Town city quietly surrounded them, the bugbears realized that something was wrong. As creatures that lived in the wastelands, they were highly alert to danger. This was a medium-sized tribe of 2,000 people. There were 300 bugbears, 500 earth goblins, and the rest were green goblins. After realizing that the situation was bad, the bugbears and earth goblins immediately formed a formation. After seeing the bugbears' movements, Su Len immediately understood that they had been discovered. There was no time to explain, so Su Len immediately ordered the army to attack. The camp of the goblins was very simple. Many of them had only dug shallow pits. The camp was very messy and dirty, so Su Len didn't let the army rush in. The bugbears and earth goblins had already formed a formation. Although their weapons looked very simple, their formation was very decent. Seeing this situation, Su Len was also interested. It was a good opportunity to let the militia see some blood. "Crossbowmen, get into formation." With his order, The crossbowmen behind him immediately got into formation. It only took half a minute for them to complete the formation. Load. Asterisk creak creak creak. Asterisk the sound of crossbows being loaded echoed. More than 100 crossbows were loaded, and the cold arrows flickered with a chilling light. Bang. The first row of crossbowmen took a step forward and squatted down. At the same time, they leveled their heavy crossbows and pointed at the goblins not far away. The goblins saw that there weren't many enemies, so they immediately waved their weapons and rushed over. Even the bugbears maintained their formation and raised their simple wooden shields and spears as they moved forward. 5 shots ready. Su Len raised his arm and swung it down. Release. Bang bang bang. The dense sound of bowstrings kept ringing, and then a row of crossbow bolts flew out in an instant. The goblins in front fell like grass being mowed down, and some crossbow bolts even penetrated 2 goblins in succession. In an instant, a large number of goblins in the front row died. After the crossbowmen fired their arrows, they immediately retreated to the back through the pre-reserved passage. Then they stepped on the foot of the crossbow and began to load the crossbow with both hands. The second row of crossbowmen quickly stepped forward and fired the crossbow bolts in their hands. Then, the third row, the fourth row, and the fifth row. The whole crossbow formation was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was like a war machine running at full speed. Every crossbowman was like an insignificant part of this machine. After the fifth row of crossbowmen finished firing, the first row of crossbowmen, who had already been prepared, went forward and fired again. They continued to attack according to the command. Row after row of crossbow bolts were fired continuously. The aggressive goblins were immediately stunned. A large number of goblins died, and the bugbears in the battle formation did not have any effect. Ordinary wooden shields could not stop the crossbow bolts at all. For a time, the goblins suffered heavy casualties. Su Len did not let the crossbowmen attack for too long. After 4 rounds of attack, the goblins were completely defeated. Su Len did not let the crossbowmen continue to attack. After all, he still needed the slaves to work. After seeing the goblins being defeated, Su Len immediately ordered the regular army to capture them. The whole battle only lasted for a dozen minutes. It took a lot of time to capture the slaves. Fortunately, Su Len had ordered the soldiers to surround the place in advance. Except for the dead goblins, the rest of the goblins were all captured. After the cleanup was completed, Su Len ordered people to escort the slaves back to northern Battlefront City. He continued to lead the rest of the soldiers to continue the cleanup in the wasteland. In the next few days, Su Len used the opportunity of clearing out the monsters as an opportunity to train the crossbowmen. Not only did he capture a large number of slaves, but he also let the militia complete the special training and become soldiers. After more than a year of development, there were many dog-headed traitors, goblins, and jackals among the slaves in northern Battlefront City. In order to obtain a better life, these monsters had completely adapted to their identities and helped northern Battlefront City to transform and exploit their own kind. All the troublemakers were picked out and locked in prison or killed directly. The other monsters quickly adapted to their identities. The number of slaves in northern Battlefront City increased again, and the construction of the city gradually sped up. Su Len planned to establish a principality after northern Battlefront City was completed. In fact, northern Battlefront City could already be declared a state, but he did not want northern Battlefront City to be a construction site when the declaration was made. Su Len wanted northern Battlefront City to be a dignified, beautiful, prosperous, and powerful city when the declaration was made. He did not want to make it look like a self-entertaining ceremony. In the outer city of northern Battlefront City, a large number of slaves were digging the foundation and laying the roads under the instructions of the supervisors. All the roads in northern Battlefront City had to be paved. The main roads were made of bricks or slabs, while the other roads could be paved with stones. Every street had to have public toilets and bathrooms, and every street had to have a small park with fake mountains and fountains. Every street also had to have a fountain. The outer city of northern Battlefront City was divided by roads. The whole city was like a giant chessboard, and the blank areas on the chessboard were the streets and markets. Hundreds of thousands of slaves and workers were building under the blueprint. After a series of exterminations, the number of monsters in the territory was greatly reduced. Many places were completely devoid of monsters. To prevent the monsters from regenerating and destroying the farms, Su Len assigned the soldiers in northern Battlefront City to other places. Apart from leaving 2,000 soldiers in the city, The rest of the soldiers were divided into two groups by Sulen. Half of them were stationed at the edge of the territory in groups of 20. Their job was to warn the others, and the other half would lead the army to exterminate the invading monsters after receiving the warning. At the same time, the groups of 20 were responsible for exterminating small groups of monsters that appeared in the territory. While northern Battlefront City was thriving, the dark clouds of war were slowly approaching. Chapter 336. Northern Wilderness. In a desolate and barren gravel area, an adventurer team was slowly moving forward. This team was a standard 5-man team. There was an armored warrior, a rogue, a ranger archer, a dwarf defender, and an experienced captain. In fact, the best adventurer team also needed spellcasters, wizards, or warlocks. But spellcasters rarely joined this kind of team unless they were looking for something. Of course, this kind of situation usually meant that things would be very troublesome. Boss, we've already walked so far. Should we take a break first? The armored warrior in the team said as he stretched his shoulders. As a warrior, he was wearing a mail armor and an inlaid iron scale armor, plus some other things and weapons. It could be said that he carried the most weight. Even if the warrior's physical fitness was good, he still felt tired. The middle-aged man in the lead stopped and looked around at the sky, then looked at the other team members, and then said, "Well, let's go ahead and rest for a while." As a qualified leader of an adventurer team, there were many things that he had to pay attention to. Although he wasn't the strongest in the team, he was definitely the most experienced. When going on an adventure, he had to take everyone's stamina consumption into consideration. The best situation was to have enough stamina whenever they encountered an enemy. After coming to a few big trees, Captain Karen ordered the rogue, "Ben, go around and check the surroundings. Report back immediately if you find anything. The others should take the time to rest." Understood. The rogue nodded, then leaped lightly and quickly scouted the surroundings. This adventurer team set off from Northtown City. Northtown City had now become the main foothold for many adventurer teams when entering the northern wilderness. Although the northern wilderness was desolate and cold with a harsh environment, it still produced a lot of good things. Adventurer teams often returned from here with a full load, but there were also many adventurer teams that never came back. About a quarter of an hour later, a sharp whistle sounded, and several people who were resting under a tree immediately stood up. The captain in the lead said in a deep voice, "There's a situation. Everyone, follow me." A small team quickly rushed in the direction of the sound. These people were very experienced. Even if they were moving quickly, they still squatted and used the surrounding grass as cover. As an adventurer team, they lived a life of danger. Once they discovered a situation, they would immediately send out a signal. "Stay hidden," a ranger suddenly said as if he had noticed something. The team that was moving forward immediately crouched on the ground and hid their bodies completely. Then they carefully looked around. "What did you find?" the captain asked in a low voice. "Look at the sky." The ranger pointed to the sky, which was clear and boundless. Karen looked for a while but didn't see anything. Just as she was about to ask, her eyes suddenly swept over a black spot. The black dot quickly grew bigger, and a wyvern appeared in the sky. On the wyvern's back was a green-skinned figure. It was a beast man. "It's the Orcair cavalry." Karen's eyes narrowed. "Be careful and hide. Don't let them discover you." After clearly seeing the appearance of the black dot, Captain Karen was shocked and hurriedly had the others hide. After everyone hid in the bushes, the two-legged flying dragon quickly flew over them, but it didn't discover the people hiding here. After seeing the two-legged flying dragon leave, the four people breathed a sigh of relief and then carefully moved in the direction of the rogue's signal. Soon, they found the figure of the rogue not far ahead. At this time, he was wearing a khaki cloak, a straw hat, and a lot of straw on his body. This outfit looked very professional at first glance. After seeing everyone, he crouched on the ground and gestured to everyone, while the others carefully crept over. "What did you find?" Everyone imitated the appearance of the rogue, put on a simple disguise, and then asked carefully, "Look there." Hiss. "This is." After seeing the situation in front of them clearly, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that under the mound in the distance, along with the rise and fall of the earth, an army was continuously advancing. This army was a little strange. There were orcs, gnolls, and trolls. The huge army was slowly approaching from afar. The army was winding and winding, and it was at least a dozen miles long. It looked like a winding dragon. "This is the orc army?" The dwarf next to him asked in a low voice. At the front of the army, there were some wolf riders. As a mobile troop class among the orcs, there were still a lot of wolf riders. Following closely behind were some tall gnolls. Unlike ordinary gnolls, these gnolls were high-level gnolls. They were powerful, bloody, and brutal. In the rear of the army, the trolls were slowly moving forward in armor. Why do I think it looks like an alliance of several races? Such a long army, there are at least tens of thousands of people. A person next to him whispered. More than tens of thousands, at least 30,000 people. What are these gnolls, orcs, and trolls forming an alliance for? The rogue said. The middle-aged captain rubbed his chin and then said, "Which enemy in the wilderness is worthy of their attention? Let them join forces." Northern Town City. Everyone looked at each other and replied in unison. "Immediately send this information back to Northern Town City. Let's go. As long as we successfully send it back, according to the Lord's generosity, we will be rich this time." At this moment, everyone in the team immediately reached an agreement. After the evil creature incident last time, Sulen issued a large number of wilderness intelligence gathering missions. He wanted to use the strength of these adventurers to gather information. As soon as the voice fell, the rogue in front said in a serious voice, "The situation is not good. The wolf riders are coming. Their dog nose is very sensitive." The ground shook, and then a large number of wolf riders began to disperse and investigate the area around the team. These wolf riders moved quickly, and their mounts had a sensitive sense of smell. They wore simple leather armor and wielded cane scimitars in their hands. Their strength was not bad, and they were qualified scouts. Not good. We are now on the path of the wolf riders. If we don't leave, they will find us. The rogue said. "Retreat, retreat now." The captain did not hesitate and immediately made a decision. Woo woo woo. A wolf's howl sounded in the wilderness. Everyone no longer hesitated and immediately retreated. The wolf riders moved very fast in the wilderness. If they did not retreat now, they would not have a chance. The wolf riders could easily catch up with them. The group quickly retreated. After retreating a little, they did not care about continuing to hide their bodies and accelerated in the direction they came from. The wolf riders were very fast. It did not take long for them to reach the place where everyone was hiding. Woo woo. A warg sniffed around and howled in the direction where the few of them had escaped. "There is the smell of humans. Chase them, we can't let them escape. Kill them all." Several orcs immediately reacted, their faces showing ferocious expressions. Woo woo woo. With a howl, the wolf riders no longer hesitated and began to quickly chase in the direction of the smell. A team of wolf riders chased behind, and another pair of wolf riders flanked them. The adventurer team was running at full speed. The rogue took out a magic scroll and directly tore it open without hesitation. A wave of elemental energy was released from the scroll. Group haste. A pale green light enveloped everyone, and wind elemental energy surrounded everyone. Everyone who was running felt their bodies become lighter, and their speed instantly doubled. The group quickly ran in the direction of the northern city. These magic scrolls were sold by Hathaway's alchemy shop in the northern city. It sold rune scrolls, magic potions, enchanted weapons, and many other types of items. It also bought all kinds of enchanted items in large quantities. Many adventurer teams would spend a sum of kinnar here to buy life-saving items or potions. Very recently, the adventurer team in front of them had bought one. Group haste lasted for an hour. After using it, it could greatly increase one's speed. With the effect of this scroll, the wolf riders would not be able to catch up to them for an hour. When the wolf riders saw the humans suddenly accelerate, they immediately had their mounts chase after them. However, compared to horses, mount wolves had much less stamina and couldn't charge long distances. Although the wolf riders kept chasing, the human silhouettes were still getting farther and farther away. But at this time, two wyvern riders suddenly rose from the rear of the orc army. As the orc tribe's only flying combat unit, wyverns were few in number. Moreover, it was difficult to tame them. Under normal circumstances, the orcs wouldn't dispatch such an army. It was clear that after seeing the humans about to escape, the orcs finally couldn't hold back. The two aerial knights quickly flew past, their huge wings constantly flapping. Although the humans were very fast after using haste, The distance between them was quickly shrinking under the pursuit of the aerial knights. "We're in trouble. It's the aerial knights. With our current speed, we can't escape," the captain said anxiously as he looked back at the approaching silhouettes in the sky. "Split up and escape. There are only 2 of them. The 5 of us will split up and run. If one escapes, one escapes. After escaping, immediately return to the city and warn the Lord. If the others die, quickly distribute the rewards to the deceased's relatives and friends. Please." "Understood." "Agreed." "That's good. Everyone, I wish you good luck. Run for your lives." After saying that, everyone immediately scattered and fled. Chapter 337. North Town City, Lord's Castle. Su Len, who had just finished his special training, was soaking in the hot spring. Anna and Angela, who were wearing translucent gauze, were helping him wash his body. The hot spring was surrounded by steam, and the 2 maids' fair, jade-like skin was faintly discernible under the gauze. If there was water on it, it would be no different from being transparent. After soaking in the hot spring, Su Len wore a thin linen robe and went back to his study to deal with government affairs. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, followed by a series of knocks. It was already afternoon, and the meeting hall was about to get off work. Under normal circumstances, everyone would report the situation at this time, let alone report to Su Len. If someone came at this time, there was a high chance that something big had happened. "Come in," Su Len said as he put down the document. A servant pushed the door open and hurriedly said, "My lord, the beacon tower reported that there is an army coming from the northeast." Sullen's face changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "How many people? How far are they from the territory?" The specific information was reported to us by an adventurer. Our patrol team found him being chased by the wolf riders. After they rescued him, they told us the news. When they sent someone back to report, they also sent people to investigate. I believe there will be more complete information soon. "Where is the adventurer?" Su Len asked. "He is waiting in the servants' room." "Bring him here." "Yes, my lord." About a few minutes later, Su Len saw the adventurer in the study. The adventurer looked very bad. There were bloody marks on his face and arms, and his armor was damaged. There were also a few bandaged wounds on his body, and there were traces of blood seeping out. Judging by his appearance, he should be a rogue. Su Len looked at him and said to the servant next to him, "Give him a chair." "My lord, please save my companions. They are probably still being chased by the orcs," the adventurer said anxiously. "Don't worry, the patrol team has already gone to rescue them. If they are still alive, they will definitely save them. Now, tell me what you saw. How many people are there in the orc army, and how far are they from here?" Next, the adventurer carefully described the information he knew in detail. After hearing that the enemy was not only orcs, but also gnolls and trolls, Su Luen's face became a little dignified. The army was more than 30,000 people, which made Su Luen frown. "Activate war mobilization immediately." After listening to the adventurer's information, Su Len immediately said, "The army will be on alert immediately. All leave will be cancelled. Except for the injured, all soldiers will return to the army. Notify Centaur City and tell them to immediately move to North Town City and Mirror Lake City. Centaur City will be temporarily abandoned. Inform all citizens, caravans, and adventurers that Northern Town City is now in a state of emergency. All city gates are closed, and all serfs and refugees working outside the city are to return to the city. Harvest the food that is about to be harvested. If you can't harvest it, destroy it all. Don't leave a single grain for the enemy. Send out war mobilization orders. The council hall will return to work immediately. Ask them to assist the security forces in maintaining order in the city. Ask them to organize logistics teams to distribute food and supplies. Send out orders to the security forces. No one is allowed to go out on the streets without a token from the city hall or the army. Violators will be arrested and interrogated immediately. Anyone who dares to take advantage of the situation and cause trouble is allowed to be executed immediately. After a series of orders were sent out, Northern Town City immediately entered a state of war readiness. The markets began to close, and so did the taverns. The refugees and serfs outside the city also returned to the city. The goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and orcs were all locked up. The urgent sound of a bell rang, and everyone knew that war was coming. The army began to move immediately. All the soldiers that were sent out to maintain order in the territory and chase away the bandits were all called back. At the same time, Sulen also temporarily recruited some soldiers from the centaurs and half-elves. This was the agreement they signed when they joined Northern Town City. After arranging all these things, Sulen went to the Weapon Bureau. After a period of busy work, the Weapon Bureau had produced a total of 500 crossbows after adopting the assembly line production method. Now, all the crossbows needed to be equipped to the army. In addition, all kinds of war resources were being moved out of the warehouse. Bundles of arrows, weapons, armor, rolling wood, stones, and kerosene were brought out. Hathaway and Chris, who had received the news, also came to help. Karina and Grace had already gone back to recruit more people. Alex originally wanted to bring the harpies from Eagle Fort, but Sulen asked her to wait. It was not good to reveal all the cards in one go. Eagle Fort was located in a very hidden place. The 3,000 harpies were also a surprise force. If used well, they could turn the tide of the battle. He did not want to expose himself right now. Many caravans that came to trade with Northern Town City chose to leave before the enemy arrived. Of course, some caravans expressed their willingness to fight with Northern Town City. Many adventurers in the city also asked to join. For these people, Sulen sent people to do a simple reorganization. He did not expect these people to go to the battlefield. He just wanted them to follow the security army to maintain order. The next morning, the centaurs brought a lot of resources to Northern Town City. The Little Mare mission brought 400 centaurs to the drill ground. After sending the message yesterday afternoon, Mission immediately asked the centaurs to pack up. Luckily, the centaurs were nomadic, so it was easy for them to leave. It only took them one night to prepare everything. The next day before dawn, they left Centaur City and went to Northern Town City. "Sir Sulen, I'm here." After seeing Sulen, the Little Mare Mission's eyes lit up. She naturally went up and gave him a hug. One had to admit that the centaurs' bodies were really good. "You came at the right time. Your equipment is ready. I'll take you to get it now," Sulen said to the Little Mare with a smile. "This time, I need you centaurs to fight outside the city. As cavalry, you can't be trapped in the city. Your mission is to harass the enemy and cooperate with us during the battle. Someone will contact you when the time comes," Sulen said as he walked. "Understood," the Little Mare nodded. North Town City had less than 1,000 cavalrymen, and all of them were centaurs. If there were 3,000 centaur cavalrymen, he would set up a camp outside the city to form a triangle with the city. No matter which side the army attacked, North Town City would be able to deal with it easily. There were less than 1,000 people here. If they set up a camp, they would not be able to hold it. Therefore, Sulen simply let them harass the enemy outside the city and suddenly attack at the critical moment. "This is your equipment." Sulen brought the centaurs to a warehouse and pointed at the weapons and armor in front of them. Centaurs usually brought their own weapons. They were good at centaur longbows. Sulen gave them inlaid iron scale armor, chain armor, spears, and javelins. They were meant to harass the enemy and needed mobility, so he did not prepare heavy armor. Seeing the warehouse full of equipment, the Little Mare was so surprised that she could not close her mouth. She immediately ordered people to distribute the equipment. After arranging the centaurs, Sulen left. Soon, a messenger came in and gave the latest information to Sulen. After taking the leather tube, Sulen took out the information and quickly browsed through it. The information was about the enemy sent back by the scouts. After some investigation, he finally had a clear understanding of the enemy's strength. Different from the 30,000 people before, this time the orcs, gnolls, and trolls had gathered a total of 40,000 soldiers. There were trolls, wolf riders, sky riders, elite gnolls, and orcs. They were all very powerful. The scouts even found some simple siege weapons. This army was still 60 miles away from Northern Town City. The wolf riders could reach them in a single charge. The war came faster than Sulen expected. In the afternoon, the first wolf riders appeared outside the city. These wolf riders ran around the city and kept roaring. Sometimes, they would purposely make a fierce face. This was one of their psychological tactics. If they encountered a timid soldier, It was very likely that they would be scared to the point that their limbs would go soft. But this time, their calculations were wrong. Most of the people in Northern Town City were professional soldiers. All of them had been through many fierce battles. The wolf riders' faces were completely useless. Tell mission to take some people to clean up these barking dogs. They're too noisy, Su Len said expressionlessly. Soon, the order was given, and the 800 centaurs were ready to set off. Just as the wolf riders were demonstrating in groups of 3 to 5, they were surprised to see the city gates suddenly open. Just when they thought the enemy inside was about to surrender, a thunderous sound of horse hooves rang out. Not good. It's the cavalry. Get in formation. Get in formation. When the leader of the wolf riders heard the voice, he instantly shivered. They were very clear about the battle between cavalry. With the wolf riders' current scattered state, it would be a complete massacre if they were to face the cavalry. The centaurs didn't even give the wolf riders a chance to organize themselves. The 800 centaurs charged towards the wolf riders as soon as they came out of the city. The centaurs immediately drew their bows and knocked their arrows as soon as they were within range. A wave of arrows rained down on a large number of wolf riders. The distance between the two sides was very short. After only 3 rounds of arrows, both sides began to engage in close combat. However, at this moment, the leading centaur whistled, and a shocking scene appeared. In an instant, all the centaurs turned their horses around and completed a turn at top speed. At the same time, another wave of arrows rained down on them. Chapter 338. Seeing the centaur's action, Su Luan was also surprised. Only a centaur could do such a trick. Even if there were humans who could do it, there were only a few who could do it. Most people would be directly thrown off in the extreme speed, not to mention shooting arrows at this time. Their racial talent was something no other race could compare to. After a few waves of arrow rain, the wolf riders were completely scattered. They were not scattered in the first place, so after being caught off guard, they began to run. However, the centaurs would not let these orcs go. The hatred between them and the orcs was a life-and-death struggle. Su Len watched as the centaurs used all kinds of methods to slowly wipe out the wolf riders in front of them. Other than the ones that ran away in advance, the rest all died on the land outside the city. He believed that with the help of the orcs' flesh and blood, the plants on that land would flourish even more next year. After clearing out the wolf riders, Mihian did not return to the city. Instead, he waved at Su Len from afar, and the centaurs left in another direction. The centaurs were heading towards Mirror Lake City, which would be their supply area. After the centaurs took care of the wolf riders, no other orcs came to fight. In the evening, the orc army finally arrived. The army of more than 40,000 people was a huge black mass. It was a perfect example of the saying, 10,000 people is endless. The army did not rush to attack just because the wolf riders had failed. After arriving, the army began to set up camp. After seeing the army on guard, Su Len gave up on the idea of attacking before they settled down. This army was very vigilant against the northern city. They did not let their guard down just because they outnumbered the northern city by a few times. Su Len watched for a while. After seeing that there was no opportunity to attack, he arranged for people to be on guard and left the city wall. The night was dark, and the empty wilderness was very quiet. The stars were shining in the sky. The northern city and the orc army did not do anything this night, but both sides knew that this was only the last bit of peace before the war. Su Len slept very well at night. Hathaway, Chris, Alex, and Phyllis were all there. Early the next morning, the orcs' attack began. The orc army did not charge forward immediately. Instead, they sent a large number of goblins and kobolds as cannon fodder. These monsters were like weeds in the wilderness. The orcs could gather a large number of monsters as cannon fodder as they advanced. These goblins and kobolds were forced to rush towards the city wall under the supervision of the orc army. The humans guarding the city walls began to fire arrows. Su Len was very clear about the beastmen's intentions. They were trying to deplete the city's defensive resources. Su Len didn't care about this. After all, the northern citadel had plenty of war resources. Even if they weren't enough, he could still transfer more from the underground world through the teleportation formation. Archers ready. Seeing a large number of enemies approaching, the messengers quickly passed down the order, and all the archers began to draw their bows. 80 meters ahead, shoot back and cover the area with a rain of arrows. Bang! The bowstring vibrated, and countless arrows flew up like a dark cloud. After reaching the highest point, they turned around and fell, hitting countless enemies who were charging. Sieges were the cruelest battles. There weren't many battle formations here, and the beast men couldn't play this game. They could only rely on swarming the city like ants. The beast men sent out cannon fodder to deplete the northern citadel's strength. Su Len didn't use too many tricks. He only had the archers, crossbowmen, and militia take turns attacking. There weren't many opportunities to farm experience so easily and safely. For the entire morning, the beast men only used cannon fodder to attack. After a wave of cannon fodder was defeated, they would regroup and send another wave. After this happened a few times, the morale of the cannon fodder was extremely low. They were unwilling to fight even when faced with the orc army's machetes. After seeing this, the beast men commanding the battle had no choice but to stop. In the afternoon, the official siege finally began. Thousands of orc army began to push heavy siege weapons forward. Compared to the cannon fodder in the morning, this army finally put a lot of pressure on the northern citadel. Woo woo woo! A deep horn sounded, and the Orc Alliance army swarmed forward like a tide. The catapults were loaded with huge rocks, and then slowly pulled open. When the arms of the catapults were pulled to the limit, the catapults suddenly launched. The millstone-sized rocks flew over a distance of more than 300 meters and smashed into the city wall. Bang! With a loud sound, the boulders shattered, and a dent appeared on the city wall. At the same time, more boulders fell on the city wall. Many soldiers were directly crushed by the boulders falling from the sky. Ballistae ready. Creaking sounds that made one's teeth ache sounded. Dozens of ballistae on the city wall were pulled open. 3-meter-long spears were installed on the ballistae like arrows. Light the fire. The soldiers on the side tied the prepared materials to the ballistae and lit them up. Fire. Following the order, the soldiers on the side immediately pulled the trigger. With a muffled sound, 3-meter-long bolts instantly flew out. These bolts were targeted at the catapults in the distance. Although this kind of heavy and crude-looking catapult looked ugly, it was a very strong threat. Dozens of ballistae fired at the same time. Although most of them did not hit the target, there were still a few bolts that hit the catapults hard. The 3-meter-long spears instantly pierced through the catapults, and the flames quickly burned. The Beastmen army was not affected too much. They raised their simple shields and rushed to the bottom of the city wall. At this time, the city wall had become a bloody meat grinder. The beastmen and trolls rushed up the city wall crazily. The human spearmen, who had been prepared, immediately went up. As soon as the beastmen showed their heads, the spearmen instantly pierced their vital points and they fell directly from the ladder. The high-level gnolls shuttled through the army. They were agile. Although they did not have the strength of the beastmen, their agile bodies allowed them to dodge more attacks. These agile high-level gnolls were very fast. After a few jumps, they could climb up the city wall and directly pounce on the human defenders. A spearman instantly stabbed out with his spear and crushed the throat of an beastman who had just climbed up the city wall. Before he could retract his spear, a black shadow suddenly rushed over. The next second, a cold light flashed. The spearman covered his throat with both hands and fell down powerlessly. Before the black shadow could get up, a soldier beside him stabbed out with his spear. After countless training, these soldiers had turned stabbing into instinct. A phantom appeared, and the high-level gnoll felt a sharp pain in his heart. The next second, he fell into endless darkness. Fireball! A fireball suddenly flew up from the bottom of the city wall and smashed hard on the city wall. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded, and a gap was instantly blasted open on the city wall. A few nearby soldiers were blown far away. Sullen's eyes were cold. He looked at the beastman shaman a few hundred meters below the city wall. He reached out and grabbed a spear from the side. Lightning flashed, and there were constantly lightning snakes swimming on the spear. Su Len raised the spear and threw it directly at the beastman shaman a few hundred meters away. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The beastman shaman who was about to continue casting looked up as if he sensed something. Then, his chest was instantly pierced by a spear. A large amount of lightning power exploded in an instant, and the beastman shaman was directly electrocuted into a pile of charcoal. As Su Len made his move, the spellcasters on both sides also began to move. A cold aura gathered in the sky. Hathaway's loose wizard robe fluttered. She raised her magic staff and pointed it directly in front of her. Ice storm. Spell maximization plus spell level up. In front of the city wall, a huge ice vortex with a diameter of 50 meters appeared. Countless ice blades appeared and spun rapidly. The moment they appeared, the blue ice blades were dyed red by blood. The entire ice storm turned red in an instant. The enemy soldiers who were within the range of the ice storm were instantly cut into pieces by countless ice blades. When the surrounding Beastman army saw this, they all began to dodge. However, before they could do so, the ice storm suddenly expanded in all directions. Countless ice islands spun and flew outwards. Everywhere it passed, there were corpses everywhere. Chain of fireballs. Karina snapped her fingers, and the surrounding temperature suddenly increased by 12 degrees. In the next second, 5 football-sized fireballs appeared. As she pointed lightly, the fireballs instantly flew towards the dense crowd below the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. A large number of Beastman army soldiers were blown to pieces by the fireballs. The shockwaves rolled. The beastmen, gnolls, and trolls that were within 5 meters of the explosion were directly burned into charcoal. Seeing this, the beastman shamans continued to cast spells to attack. Lightning, ice, fire, all kinds of spells were cast one after another. The number of casualties on both sides increased rapidly. Group haste. Group elemental resistance. Group bears endurance. Raise your spirits. Beams of light rose from Sulen and Hathaway. The light quickly spread and soon covered the entire city wall. After the buffs, the combat power of the northern battlefront city soldiers was greatly increased. Their morale was boosted, and they all became braver and better at fighting. Sulen even saw a barbarian berserker jump up with a giant axe and split a football-sized fireball in half. The collapsed fireball scattered, and the flames engulfed him. However, when it reached him, it was quickly extinguished. A beam of light flashed, and it didn't cause any damage. The northern battlefront city soldiers' strength was greatly increased. The Beastman army that was attacking continuously was instantly stunned. Before this, they could still climb up the city wall. However, after this wave of attacks, they were all chased down. After seeing this, the Beastman commander could only temporarily stop the attack. The tide-like army slowly retreated, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. P.S. Sacrificing a book, The Amazing Life of a Tycoon. A story about how he made billions through the efforts of the system. Chapter 339. The setting sun was like blood. The north wind was howling. A few vulture cries came from the sky. The battle had just ended, and the whole battlefield was filled with the thick smell of blood. A large number of orcs and gnolls were lying on the ground, but there were not many trolls. Unless they were killed by fire or strong acid, the trolls would only be injured at most and would recover in a short time. Team 1, go back and rest. Team 2, keep watch. Seeing that the enemy had completely retreated, Sulen immediately arranged for the army to rotate and send the wounded to the field hospital. Sulen cast a physical healing spell on some of the more seriously injured ones. There were many healing potions stored in the northern battlefront city. These potions were considered inferior potions, so even apprentices could make them. They were also very cheap. The main ingredient was the 7-leaf flower. Its main function was to stop bleeding, relieve pain, and speed up the recovery of wounds. After the battle, Sulen became even busier. Although the orcs had been defeated today, the northern battlefront city had also suffered a lot of casualties. At the same time, a fierce argument was going on in the orc army's camp. Salen, your people must be the main attackers tomorrow. Yes, you trolls must be the main attackers. Salon the orc and Jen the high gnoll said loudly. In today's battle, both sides had suffered heavy losses, but the troll casualties were very low. This time, the alliance, which had been formed by relying on benefits, suddenly had problems. The orcs and gnolls, who had suffered heavy casualties, worked together to pressure the trolls. No, we have an agreement. All 3 sides will send out the same troops. Rant the troll refused without thinking. Yes, we have an agreement, but my people have suffered heavy casualties, and you trolls have suffered few casualties. This is not fair. Yes, you are not afraid of injuries, and you have strong recovery abilities. You should be the main attackers. The orcs and gnolls said unhappily. We trolls have suffered few casualties because of our race's talent. Our attack on the battlefield today was not weaker than yours at all. Rant said loudly, and a deep crack appeared on the ground with a casual punch. After that, the three sides had another fierce argument. In the end, the trolls agreed to be the main attackers tomorrow. After all, the trolls were alone with the orcs and gnolls working together. However, it was not without benefits. The trolls agreed to be the main attackers, but they would also get more loot. After a fierce argument, the three parties finally reached an agreement. The night soon covered the land. Su Luan hadn't rested yet. At this time, he was staring at the strategic map. The camp of the allied orcs was 15 miles away from the city. At this time on the map, a small green team was quietly waiting outside the camp of the allied orcs. This group was the Little Mare's Centaur Cavalry. It was obvious that she was preparing for a night attack. Hathaway, Alex, get ready. We're going out of the city later, Su Len said as he swallowed a piece of barbecued meat and drank a glass of milk. Leave the city? Hathaway was a little surprised. They came all the way here. As the host, we should show them some hospitality. Let's treat them to a fireworks show tonight. Su Len winked at Hathaway and said. Hathaway saw the smile on Sullen's face and instantly understood. A fireworks show is a must. Su Len, do you need me to bring the children? Alex said with a smile. No, this is just an appetizer. The three of us and Mission's cavalry will be enough. Su Luan hurriedly stopped him. If he let Alex take the harpies out now, although they would achieve good results, they would only be able to defeat the coalition army at most. Su Luan intended to completely devour this army. Even if he couldn't devour them, he would at least severely injure them. Okay then, Alex said with a little regret. After dinner, Su Len rode the Pegasus and left Northern Town City. Hathaway curled up in Sullen's arms while Alex flew beside them. The three of them quickly arrived at the bush where the centaurs were hiding. Mission, how are the preparations? Su Len said to the little mare. It's ready. The soldiers are resting. Mission was obviously happy to see Su Len. It's still early. Let the soldiers rest. Su Len took out a delicate magic clock and looked at it. Su Len planned to attack at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. There were still 2 hours before 1 o'clock. At this time, the orcs had already started to rest. Only a few soldiers were standing guard in the lee of the wind. While there was still time, Su Len cast an invisibility spell on himself and observed the orc camp from a close distance. He was looking for the best attack range. At the same time, he needed to mark the enemy's traps one by one and destroy them in advance before the attack. Trolls and orcs were good hunters. In order to prevent a night attack, it was natural for them to set up traps around the camp. Time slowly passed by. Su Len retreated from the orc camp. After some investigation, he found a weakness of the orc army. Although the three races formed an army, they looked united but were actually divided. The three races had their own camps, and their camps were a little far apart. It was obvious that the three races were still on guard against each other. This was a normal phenomenon in the wilderness. In the wilderness, even allies had to be on guard against betrayal. This had nothing to do with morality. This was how they survived. If you underestimated your enemy, you would be stabbed in the back by your allies. The three camps gave Su Len the feeling that they were three hedgehogs for warmth. This arrangement gave Su Len and the centaurs too many opportunities. Soon, it was 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. The sky was very dark, and the moon was covered by dark clouds. The night was dark and windy. This was the perfect time to kill someone. Tell everyone to get ready. Su Len closed the magic clock and gave the order. The centaurs who had been waiting for a long time all stood up. The bushes were filled with sparse sounds. Su Len took out the sky lamp and waved it. A ray of light quickly spread out. Group invisibility. At the same time, Hathaway also took out her staff. 2 rays of light flashed in succession. Silent. Hide your whereabouts. Even with the support of invisibility, the movement of a team of over 1,000 people could still be easily detected by others. Now that Hathaway had cast 2 spells, the noise was almost inaudible. Seeing this, Su Len once again cast more spells on the army. Group magic weapon. Everyone get ready. Bear's endurance. Owl's insight. Elemental resistance. Group haste. Rays of light were cast by Su Len, Hathaway, and Alex. The aura of the centaurs reached its peak. After casting the spell, Su Luan pointed the spear in his hand. Move out. The army slowly moved out. The centaur army wasn't far from the Beastman army's camp. When they were about 1 kilometer away from the enemy camp, the centaur cavalry loudly set off. The thunderous sound of their hooves couldn't be hidden even with spells. Cavalry needed distance to move, so they could display their maximum speed from here to the Beastman army's camp. Su Len rode his Pegasus and rushed out. The 800 centaurs followed closely behind. The thunderous sound of the horses' hooves quickly awakened the orc army. But before they could put on their armor and pick up their weapons, the centaur army had already rushed in. Chain Fireball. 5 football-sized fireballs fell from the sky and instantly blasted a huge hole in the orc army's camp. The centaur cavalry rushed in through the hole. The centaur cavalry were like tanks as they charged forward at high speed, sending the gnolls flying. The impact of more than a ton of force caused the gnolls' chests to cave in. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. Bursting flames. Dazzling flames rose in the camp. Hathaway pointed her staff and the camp instantly turned into a sea of fire. Sullen's sneak attack on the high-level gnolls was a decision made after careful analysis. Gnolls had lush fur all over their bodies, especially in winter. In order to resist the cold, gnolls' fur would be even more exuberant. Their fur, which used to keep them warm, was now a fatal poison. Gnolls did not care about hygiene. No, there were not many in the wilderness who cared about hygiene. The orcs were like this, the trolls were like this, and even the centaurs were like this in the past. It was only later that Su Len made a change. The greasy and dirty fur immediately burned when it came into contact with fire. Many gnolls were directly burned into balls of fire. The centaur cavalry did not stop at all. After rushing into the camp, they immediately formed an alliance and continuously set fire. Fire arrows fell from the sky, and everywhere they went, flames rose. Rainstorm. Traces of moisture quickly gathered in the air, and the dark clouds in the sky also sank a little. Soon, drops of rain fell from the sky. The skinny gnoll shaman let out a sigh of relief. The fire in the camp was suppressed by a lot. You reacted so quickly, Su Len said with a little surprise as he reached out to catch the raindrops. But it's still too late. Throw the kerosene. With Sullen's order, the centaur cavalry immediately threw out clay pots. The pots broke, and brown sticky oil flowed out. Fire arrows. Fire. Hundreds of fire arrows flew out in an instant and directly ignited the kerosene. The kerosene, which had been mixed, immediately rose into a 2-meter-tall flame. The raindrops did not have any effect on the flames. The kerosene was a spell-casting material made by the wizard apprentices. Under normal circumstances, it was used together with grease and burning hand. Hathaway adjusted the ingredients to make it easier to burn. Tornado. Alex summoned 4 giant tornadoes. The tornadoes directly rolled up the burning tent, and the flames began to spread quickly. Chapter 340. The sky was dripping with rain, but the flames in the camp did not weaken at all. The appearance of the tornadoes not only spread the flames further, but also directly scattered the dark clouds in the sky. The effect of the rainstorm spell was greatly reduced, and with the destruction of the tornadoes, the effect of the rainstorm spell became smaller and smaller. The gnoll camp was completely ignited, and Su Len also began to retreat with the centaurs. After such a long time, the orcs and trolls began to gather. If they did not leave now, they would be entangled with them. The centaur knights quickly retreated. Some gnolls wanted to chase after them, but they were shot down by the centaur knights, nailing the gnolls to the ground. After rushing out of the camp, they saw the orcs and trolls rushing over. However, with their speed, they could not catch up with the centaurs. As soon as they rushed over, the centaur army had already easily retreated from the battlefield. After leaving the battlefield, the centaur didn't stop. Instead, it turned around and left the area. After the centaur's attack, the beastmen would definitely increase their surveillance of the area. If they continued to stay here, it would be very dangerous. The beastmen also had cavalry and aerial knights. Su Len and the others separated from Mission halfway. Mission continued to lead the centaurs to the south, while Su Len, Hathaway, and Alex returned to the northern city. The next day, the weather was clear, but the orcs did not attack. The attack last night caused the gnolls to suffer heavy losses. 80% of their tents were burned, and thousands of people were injured or killed. This was already a huge blow to the gnolls, so the orc army did not attack the city today. The morale of the Alliance army had plummeted. After some rest, they launched another attack on the third day. Unlike the previous few times, this time, there were more trolls in the attack. After seeing this situation, Su Luan immediately ordered the logistics department to send the water demon venom. The water goblin venom was made from the acid of the legendary water goblin that Su Len had killed in Mirror Lake. Su Len had personally experienced the corrosive nature of the water goblin venom. It was perfect for dealing with trolls. Muffled sounds of war drums came from the back of the orc army. The muffled sound of war drums spread throughout the entire battlefield. As the war drums sounded, a strange power quickly spread. The fighting spirit of the orc army skyrocketed. Their eyes turned blood red, their muscles bulged, and their veins began to twist and swell. One by one, the figures of the shaman priests appeared. The leading shaman seemed to have one foot in the grave, but his aura was unusually strong. He held a white bone scepter in his hand and wore clothes that were decorated with all kinds of gems, beast bones, and feathers. It roared at the sky. Then, the desolate song that had been passed down since ancient times rang out. Its old body stood straight at this moment, and a wild power began to gather on the battlefield. The chief of the orc army rode on a tall land dragon and raised an exaggeratedly huge axe. He looked at the battlefield in front of him and roared, "For the tribe! For the Stormwind clan! For the sake of our future generations!" Bang! The huge battle axe sliced through the air and smashed into the ground. The orc chieftain pointed at the towering walls of the northern town city. Countless orcs roared in anger. They held their crude weapons and pounded their chests with their left hands. Their morale was raised to the highest point. Stormwind! 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 Countless orcs madly shouted the name of their clan and looked at the city wall with bloodshot eyes. At the same time, the trolls on the side also gave it their all. The trolls prayed to their ancestors. The totem pole shone with a red light. Wherever it went, the trolls felt a sudden surge of power in their bodies. Cold, hunger and death. This was a battle that would determine the future of the trolls. Since the destruction of the Troll Empire and the trolls were driven to this barren land, the shadows of hunger and death had always shrouded them. They had lost a lot of their words, history, and even culture. Only a few priests still remembered a few words passed down from ancient times. Now, it was time for the trolls to rise again. As long as they defeated the humans in front of them and occupied this fertile land, the trolls would rise again, and they would become the new king of the Troll Empire. All the warriors had joined the battle. In order to prepare for the consumption of this war, whether it was the trolls, the orcs, or the high-level gnolls, they had all bet on it. If they took over this land, they would be able to return to glory. Once they lost, everything would be over. The war must end with one side completely defeated from the beginning. The Orc Alliance army, which had no way out, burst out with amazing combat power. Su Len stood on the city wall and looked at the army opposite him. He did not expect the Orc Alliance army to want to fight directly. Since you want to fight, then come on. Looking at the Orc Alliance army that was full of fighting spirit, Sullen's heart was filled with pride. The establishment of a kingdom must step on countless corpses. Endless blood will dye my carpet red, and countless bones will build my stairs to the throne. The wails of the enemy are my hymn, and the cries of the soul are my epic. The ancient sacrificial war song sounded. The eyes of countless orcs and trolls turned red, and they went berserk. The orc priests used the power of the beast god to cast war spells, and the trolls awakened their ancestral spirits. Although they didn't have their own gods, their countless sacrifices had created another kind of power. The souls of the heroes who died in battle didn't return to the river Styx. Instead, they stayed in the form of ancestral spirits somewhere in the Grey Waste. They continued to increase their strength until one day they successfully became gods. Although the shaman doctrine was rough and ancient, it was still powerful. Su Luan raised his purple dragon halberd high up in the air. Powerful lightning energy revolved around him. His body was lifted up into the air by this powerful energy. A thundercloud vortex appeared in the sky. In the dusky sky, countless lightning bolts crisscrossed. Violent lightning snakes kept rolling around, giving people a feeling of the end of the world. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly fell. Su Len was like the incarnation of the thunder god. The bright lightning lit up the sky, and then a powerful force appeared on the battlefield. Su Len pointed his purple dragon halberd, and the tall Arc de Triomphe in the city shone with a strange light. A powerful force suddenly spread out from the Arc de Triomphe, and it immediately covered the entire city. Song of Triumph. The unique ability of the Arc de Triomphe was activated. A passionate song came from the sky, and a golden light rose from the Arc de Triomphe. Then, a faint golden shadow appeared. These were the soldiers of the North Town city who had died in battle. Now, under the powerful power of the Arc de Triomphe, they were resurrected in the form of battle souls. If the Arc de Triomphe existed, then after thousands of years, it would accumulate a shocking number of battle souls. These battle souls might even evolve into powerful heroic spirits. Unfortunately, the Arc de Triomphe existed for too short a time. It could not unleash its full power. The passionate song rang out, and the morale of the soldiers of the North Town city was instantly boosted. The morale that had dropped because of the actions of the Orc army was instantly boosted. Amidst the chaotic drumming, the Orc army charged forward like a tidal wave. The trolls were right at the front. The soldiers of North Town city had been prepared for this. They immediately poured out the water demon acid. The pungent acid corroded the trolls and turned them into corpses. When the trolls were attacked by the acid, it was like metal falling into concentrated sulfuric acid. Their skin and flesh were instantly torn apart. The trolls screamed in agony. However, this scene did not make the berserk trolls retreat. All the trolls, orcs, and gnolls attacked without fear of death. They would not stop attacking until they fell. Hathaway took out her magic staff and nodded to Alex and Karina behind her. The three of them stood in a triangle and began to prepare their spells. Flaming Storm. Combination Spell. Spell Maximization plus Spell Upgrade. A powerful mana fluctuation instantly appeared on the battlefield. A ball of fire descended from the sky, instantly enveloping a 200-meter radius around Northgard City. Then, the fire began to spin rapidly, and a giant fire tornado appeared on the battlefield. The entire world seemed to have been ignited in an instant. The terrifying heat spread out like waves of air. Along with the violent energy fluctuation, the flaming storm engulfed all the enemies in the surroundings and turned them into charcoal. Moreover, the entire spell was moving rapidly, leaving behind a scorched earth. The beast men, trolls, and gnolls didn't have the slightest ability to resist such a powerful spell. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 enemies died in this terrifying storm of flames, and the entire battlefield was instantly cleared out. Flaming Storm was a combination spell that Hathaway had researched. It required the cooperation of 3 great wizards to cast, and its power was far beyond that of an ordinary level 8 spell. It could be said that it was only a step away from a legendary spell. The tide-like orcs' attacks paused for a moment. Although the Flaming Storm was powerful, it quickly dissipated. The orc army had entered a berserk state. They could not retreat even if they wanted to. Su Luan's body floated in the air, and a thundercloud shrouded the sky above the northern town. Accompanied by the roaring wind and the surging thunder snakes, the sky seemed to be stirred by a powerful force at this moment, forming a terrible vortex. The world was dark. It gave people the illusion that the world was coming to an end. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Dozens of bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, and powerful lightning flashed. Large numbers of orcs, trolls, and gnolls were instantly turned into charcoal. Countless lightning snakes continuously jumped about, and for a moment, the entire area turned into a lightning prison. Chapter 341. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and a large number of orcs and trolls were turned into charcoal. The Orc Alliance army suffered heavy casualties. After using a large area of effect skill, the lightning on Sullen's body dimmed a lot. After the Orc Alliance army suffered continuous attacks, they suffered heavy casualties. However, they had no way out and could only bite the bullet. Because there were rivers on both sides of Northtown City, the Orc Alliance army could only attack from the other 2 directions. After suffering heavy losses from the front, the Orc Alliance army increased their attacks on the sidewalls. Fortunately, Su Len was prepared. He had reserved enough troops to immediately block the orcs' attack. There were a large number of enemies fighting on every section of the city wall. A ferocious-looking troll with tattoos on its body raised a shield and pounced forward. It nimbly dodged the acid attacks and blocked a few fire arrows with its shield. The troll jumped down from the crude ladder and opened its bloody mouth. A foul stench wafted out from its mouth. Its blood-red, turbid eyes were filled with madness and bloodlust. Boom! Suddenly, a burly figure rushed up in an instant. The sharp giant axe drew a beautiful arc in an instant. The troll was directly cut in half at the waist. Its blood, flesh, and intestines fell to the ground. However, although it suffered such a serious injury, the troll did not die. As long as they were given enough time, they would recover with their powerful regeneration ability. Sizzle! A burst of green smoke rose. A spearman poured a jar of acid on the troll's body. The troll's body was instantly bubbling, and its original flesh and blood were turning into charcoal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a troll was truly killed. On the battlefield, the soldiers in Northern Town City were resisting in an orderly manner, while the barbarian warriors were constantly wandering around. Wherever there was danger, they would rush up immediately. Whether it was the high-level Jack-Allen, the trolls or the orcs, they would not be able to last more than a few rounds in the face of these fully armed barbarians. Although Su Len and Hathaway did not make any more moves, Northtown City was still as stable as Mount Tai. The tide-like attacks of the Orc-allied army seemed to have crashed into a hard rock, and only waves of blood were stirred up. Hathaway was recovering her magic power. Casting spells on the army and releasing Flaming Storm had consumed a lot of her magic power. Fortunately, the elemental pool of the wizard tower had been completed. With the elemental pool to quickly replenish energy, Hathaway would soon recover. This was another advantage of Northern Town City. The orc army outside the city did not have an elemental pool to recover their energy. It was not easy for them to cast a large-scale buff spell. Su Len was also recovering his energy. Although the explosion just now was very powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. He still had to face the enemy's legendary master, so he couldn't slack off. The battle on the battlefield was getting more and more intense. The orc-allied army had suffered heavy losses, but the orc chieftain who was commanding the battle didn't waver at all. He stood tall on the battlefield and stared coldly at the towering walls of Northern Town City. For thousands of years, we've longed for fertile land, and now it's right in front of us. High Priest, let's begin. The skinny High Priest slowly stood up. Behind him were dozens of shamans. There were trolls, orcs and gnolls. Everyone silently came to an altar not far away. This altar looked very simple and crude. Dozens of shamans stood in different places. The high priest raised the scepter in his hand, and a powerful energy appeared from his body. Then, more and more shamans raised their scepters, and a wave of energy was transmitted to the high priest in the middle. Soon, all the shamans' energy was gathered at one point. A solid energy appeared around the shamans. Even the clouds in the sky were blown away by this energy. Su Len, who was recovering his energy, suddenly felt a violent elemental fluctuation outside the city. A bad feeling rose in his heart. They're preparing a powerful spell. Hathaway's figure suddenly appeared on the city wall. We need to stop them immediately. It's too late, Alex said with an ugly expression. As soon as Alex finished speaking, the tyrannical energy underwent a huge change. The high priest standing in the middle of the altar felt his loose clothes suddenly inflate. He felt like he was incomparably powerful at this moment. It was as if the whole world was under his feet. It felt like he could destroy everything with just a little bit of force. Of course, he knew that this was just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in power. The old orc didn't lose himself in it. He knew that he only had one chance, so he immediately cast a spell that he had prepared long ago. Earthquake. Spell combination plus enhanced spell. A terrifying elemental fluctuation suddenly appeared behind the orc army. With a loud rumble, the entire ground began to shake violently. Earthquake? Get out of the way, the city wall is collapsing. Earthquake. It's an earthquake. Waves of screams came one after another. A violent earthquake erupted in an instant. Along with the violent shaking of the earth, the city wall of Northtown City collapsed. Even the houses close to the city wall collapsed. Fortunately, Su Len didn't skimp on the construction of the city wall. Although it was severely deformed, it didn't completely collapse. Many civilians were directly trapped in the collapsed houses. The survivors panicked in this terrifying disaster. They didn't know what to do at all. A large number of gaps appeared on the city wall. The largest one was 20 meters wide. The orc army that was attacking saw the disaster in front of them. Their morale was greatly boosted. Their eyes turned red as they charged through the gaps in the city wall. The soldiers of Northtown City also suffered a lot of casualties at this moment. Fortunately, these soldiers were quite strong. As long as they weren't directly buried, most of the soldiers only suffered minor injuries. When they saw the orc army charging at them like a tide, they immediately went up to meet them. The two sides engaged in the fiercest battle at the gaps. The soldiers of Northtown City used their flesh and blood to block the gaps. Countless orcs, trolls, and high-level gnolls charged madly. Some places that weren't guarded in time were directly charged by the orc army. They were about to kill the civilians. Su Len was furious when he saw the scene in front of him. The newly completed city wall was destroyed. Many civilians were also killed by the monsters that charged in. Damn you all! Teleport. A pillar of light rose. Sullen's figure disappeared on the spot. In the next second, Sullen's figure instantly appeared in the densest area of the battlefield outside the city. Thousands of orc army were around him. They were madly charging toward the gap in the city wall. Endless lightning energy surrounded him. Sullen's figure floated in the air. He raised the purple dragon halberd in his hand and swung it down heavily. Thunderbolt. Domain ability. Dazzling lightning appeared on the battlefield, and countless thunderbolts fell from the sky. With Surin as the center, countless thunderbolts instantly fell within a radius of 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, thousands of orcs, gnolls, and trolls were electrocuted and fell to the ground. Countless thunderbolts continued to spread in all directions, directly clearing a large area nearby. However, the orc army that had gone mad did not back down at all. Under the encouragement of the sacrificial drum, these orcs that had fallen into a frenzy did not know what fear was. Su Len frowned and stared at the orc army that was charging at him. He did not cast any more spells. He stood still and took a deep breath. War roar. Divine power. Roar. A deafening sound wave appeared in an instant, and a wave of air quickly spread out in all directions with Surin as the center. The terrifying sound wave swept across everything like a wave of air. Accompanied by violent energy fluctuations, a large number of orcs, gnolls, and trolls were shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices, and their internal organs ruptured. With Surin as the center, all living creatures within a radius of 300 meters fell down like dominoes. Be it orcs or gnolls, they could not fight back at all. Even the trolls, who were known for their regenerative abilities, needed a long time to recover. In just a moment, thousands of enemies had died to the terrifying sound wave attack. Sullen's position was cleared out in an instant. War Roar was one of the few sound wave attacks. Another one that was even more famous was the Banshee's Howl. This spell was the innate ability of the Banshees. Apart from the sound wave attack, it also had an instant death effect. It was very lethal. The 9th circle spell Banshee's Howl was an imitation of this spell. Sullen's continuous attacks instantly interrupted the orc army's attack, and successfully bought more time for the soldiers of northern Battlefront City. At the back of the battlefield, the orc chieftain's eyes were almost spitting fire when he saw Sullen's attack. In just a few minutes, the orc army had lost thousands of soldiers. As if he felt the orc chieftain's gaze, Su Len sneered and said slowly, "The final battle has begun." Tower Spirit Number 1. Su Len took out a communication crystal and inserted some energy into it. The communication crystal quickly lit up, and the voice of Tower Spirit Number 1 appeared in his ears. "Master, Tower Spirit Number 1 received. Activate battle mode. Prepare to attack." Su Len gave the order. In the center of the secret realm, the tower spirit that was working suddenly stopped. Then, a powerful energy surged out of the elemental pool. Extracting energy from elemental pool. 25% 50%. Activate battlefield scan. Constructing long-range battlefield mental network. Scanning battlefield. Battlefield mental network construction completed. Lock on spatial coordinates. Golem army charging. Charging complete. Activate teleportation gate. Golem army. Teleport. A dazzling light rose. At the same time, a beam of light rose from Sullen's body. In the next second, a huge dimensional gate opened. Then, 16 3-meter-tall steel golems appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 342. The golem army has arrived. Battle mode activated. Enemy detected. Battle command activated. Loading cleave. Loading powerful attack. Loading sweep. As soon as the 15 steel golems appeared, they immediately transformed into battle mode. These steel golems formed a steel wall as soon as they entered the battlefield. Then they began to advance toward the orc army. They did not care about the enemies in front of them. The steel golems had strong physical resistance. Even the fierce attacks of the orc warriors in the berserk state could only leave some slight marks on them. These steel golems could cut the enemies in front of them in half with a casual attack. They did not feel pain and were not affected by many negative statuses such as heavy hits, bruises, curses, and so on. The orc army in front of them only had some simple weapons. If they wanted to use these to defeat the steel golems, it would be like using swords to tear apart a Gundam. The orcs' axes, maces, and bone spears slashed at the steel golems, but they were all bounced off and killed by the steel golems in the next second. The orc army suffered a heavy blow. They realized that no matter how they attacked, the steel golems did not seem to be hurt at all. On the other hand, the orcs, gnolls, and trolls were retreating under the steel golems' attacks. With the steel golems joining in, the battlefield was instantly stabilized. Sulen also looked at the rear of the army at this moment. Tower Spirit Number 1. Prepare for decapitation. Sullen's voice was transmitted to Tower Spirit Number 1 through the mind network. Simulating decapitation. Scanning the battlefield. Loading tactical attack plan. In the next second, Sullen's voice rang in Hathaway, Chris, Alex, and Grace's minds. Everyone, listen to my command. Tower Spirit Number 1. Construct the teleportation circle. Activate Greater Energy Barrier. Activate Tactical Support Mode. Activate Vision Sharing. Tower Spirit Number 1's voice kept ringing. The sorcerers of Northern Citadel immediately prepared themselves. Hathaway. Spatial coordinates 153. 224. Prepare. Fire burst. Spell attack. Prepare to cast. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. A 3D image appeared in front of Hathaway. It was the current battlefield map. A large number of lines appeared on the map, and the coordinates marked by Sulen kept flashing red. Although this was the first time Hathaway was using this method of combat, she still quickly cast the spell the moment she received the order. Then, she directly released the spell at the marked location on the strategic map. Powerful mana revolved around the battlefield, followed by boundless flames. The flames wreaked havoc, and the surrounding orc army instantly fell into chaos. A large number of soldiers were directly burned to ashes. Karina. Space coordinates 242. 327. Prepare. Group imprisonment spell. Prepare to cast. 3, 2, 1, release. The shamans who had just come down from the altar were trying to recover their mana. However, before they could recover much of their mana, Karina's spell was already completed. Their bodies suddenly stopped moving. Alex. Space coordinates 242. 327. Prepare the Windblade formation. Prepare to cast. 3, 2, 1. Release. The bodies of the shamans and priests were stopped for about a second. Then, countless wind blades instantly exploded among them. The wind blades swept back and forth, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The shamans and priests who did not react in time were instantly swept by hundreds of wind blades. Many of them were instantly cut into dozens of pieces, and a large number of them were severely injured in an instant. The surrounding guards were also killed in an instant. Teleportation coordinates locked. Activate teleportation. A spiritual light descended from the sky and instantly enveloped Sulen. In the next second, Sullen's figure appeared next to the orc chieftain. Got you! Thunder territory. As soon as Sullen's figure appeared, endless lightning exploded from his body and wrapped the orc chieftain in it. Boom! The earth trembled. The moment Sulen appeared, the orc chieftain instinctively raised the giant battle axe in his hand and swung it down. The purple dragon halberd swept across, and the loud sound of metal colliding with metal made people's ears go numb. A huge force was transmitted from the purple dragon halberd, and the ground under Sullen's feet was instantly shattered by more than 10 meters. This orc chieftain's class should be a war overlord. It was a special class that evolved from the orc shaman. This class's spellcasting ability was not strong, but its melee ability was terrifying. The attack just now reflected its instinctive attacking ability. Very strong explosive power. Sullen's arm was slightly numb. Then, the purple dragon halberd instantly flicked the battle axe away. In the next second, the purple dragon halberd, surrounded by countless lightning, fiercely pierced towards the orc chieftain. The orc chieftain's reaction was very fast. The battle axe made a circle in the air and flicked the purple dragon halberd away. The war overlord was a violent class. Although Su Len had not seen the fighting style of a war overlord, most of the violent battles were similar. If the war overlord encountered an enemy of similar strength, it would be very easy to end the battle in a short time. But if the war overlord encountered a powerful enemy, the war overlord would be suppressed. Sullen's purple dragon halberd danced, creating afterimages that instantly enveloped the orc chieftain. Lightning roamed, spear shadows whistled, and the sound of metal colliding echoed. Lightning snakes flickered on the orc chieftain's body. Under Sullen's attacks, the orc chieftain started to run for his life and could only keep blocking. But even so, wounds kept appearing on his body, and blood splattered everywhere. If nothing unexpected happened, this orc chieftain would soon be beheaded on the spot. Salen, Goen, come and help me. If I die, you won't be his match either. Saron shouted at this time. Hearing Saron's cry for help, Goen and Salen could no longer watch from the side. They roared and charged forward while brandishing their weapons. Ancestor's soul, grant me strength. Our God is eternal. Our race is immortal. The two roared, and then a spear instantly pierced towards Sullen's back. The spear was like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the air and instantly arriving behind Su Len. Su Len, with his sixth sense, had already dodged one step ahead. He then leaned his body to the side and dodged it by a hair's breadth. Just as he dodged the spear, a flail smashed down on his head. The strong wind pressure sent the surrounding orcs flying. Sullen's purple dragon halberd swept across and directly pulled back the flail. 3 legends, a war overlord, a Gnoll bloody slayer, and an Einherjar. After seeing the 3 of them, Su Len quickly recognized them. After trolls and Einherjars fused, their fighting strength increased greatly. The Gnoll bloody slayer was most likely an abyss gnoll that was sent here by the wolf from hell. Although Su Len was 100% sure that he could kill them one-on-one, and even if there was one more, he was confident that he could kill them after paying some price. However, if they attacked together, Sullen's situation was not good. Especially when the Gnoll and trolls attacked, the orc chieftain immediately rushed up with his battle axe. Sullen's pupils shrank. He knew very well that the 3 of them wanted to force him to stay. Do you think you can kill me like this? Thunder prison. Su Len instantly summoned countless lightning bolts. The whole sky was filled with thunder and lightning. Endless lightning quickly fell and instantly enveloped the trolls next to him. Countless lightning bolts kept moving, and the troll Salem only felt his whole body go numb. The lightning bolts surrounded him and made his body tremble. Roar! Su Len roared, and a powerful energy instantly erupted from his body. War roar! A sound wave burst out in an instant, and a powerful airwave rolled out. The 3 people who were fighting Su Luen felt their minds go blank at this moment, and their ears went deaf for a short time. Su Len naturally would not miss this opportunity. The lightning on the purple dragon halberd skyrocketed, and his figure instantly broke through the sky and pounced on the enemy in front of him like a bolt of lightning. The purple dragon halberd was like a meteor streaking across the sky. At this moment, it suddenly accelerated and stabbed directly at Saron. Just as it was about to pierce Saron's head, Saron finally got rid of the dizziness and quickly dodged. However, he was still too late. The purple dragon halberd left a fist-sized wound on his waist. Su Len did not stop. He raised the purple dragon halberd and stabbed at Saron again, making it clear that he would not stop until he killed him. Seeing this, Saron's fierceness erupted in an instant. He no longer dodged, and the axe in his hand chopped down at Sullen's head, making it clear that he wanted to die together with him. Kill in the way. At this moment, Su Len seemed to have entered a berserk state. When he saw the axe falling, he did not dodge at all. The purple dragon halberd accelerated and stabbed at Saron's heart. Then the moment the axe fell, Sullen's palm suddenly slapped horizontally, and in an instant, the orc's axe deviated by 5 centimeters. Then, The sharp and cold blade of the axe smashed down on Sullen's face. At this moment, the purple dragon halberd carried endless lightning and pierced Saron's heart. However, at this moment, a flail also fell on Sullen's back. The huge force caused severe pain in Sullen's back, and his body involuntarily rolled forward. Lightning surged, and countless bolts of lightning erupted from Sullen's body, paralyzing the gnoll that was about to chase after him. Sullen's figure rolled, and he completely dodged the gnoll's attack. Feeling the sharp pain in his back, Su Len frowned slightly. In the next second, a beam of light filled with life energy rose from his body. It was living healing. With the influx of life energy and his own powerful regenerative ability, the wound just now healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a breath, the original wound had disappeared. Seeing Sullen's powerful regenerative ability, the gnoll's pupils shrank, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Chapter 343. Su Luen had several legendary talents, and most of them stacked HP and defense. An ordinary legendary warrior with legendary tenacity, legendary sturdiness, legendary strength, as well as various fighter dexterity and combat specialties were already considered good. Su Len also had regeneration, body hardening, iron bones, sixth sense, legendary battle reflex, and many other talents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to fight 3 legendary warriors and a possessed heroic spirit. The purple dragon halberd shook slightly, and the blood on it slid down. Sullen's figure turned into a shadow and rushed up again. The moment his feet touched the ground, the whole ground cracked into a spider web. Facing these enemies, Su Len directly burst out with all his combat power. The purple dragon halberd in his hand flashed with dazzling lightning, and he stabbed at Saron again. Legendary warriors had legendary tenacity, especially for races like orcs, which had stronger physiques. Even if their hearts were pierced, they could still fight for a period of time. If they had the very rare talent of death tenacity, their strong muscles would automatically close the wound, and it wouldn't affect the body's combat power. Of course, the effect of death tenacity had a time limit. If the time limit was over and there was no treatment, they would really die. However, if they could find a high-grade priest to cast a divine spell to repair the body before the time limit was over, they would immediately be able to jump around again. Moreover, death tenacity had another advantage, which was immunity to instant damage. In other words, spells like Finger of Death and Death Gaze were useless against him. Even Su Len didn't have this rare talent, but this time, he saw it on Saron. Su Len was very sure that his halberd had pierced Saron's heart, but Saron didn't die. Instead, it pounced on him with bloodshot eyes and continued to fight. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal clashing was deafening. Su Len held the purple dragon halberd and faced Saron, the gnoll Goen, and the troll Siren, who was already possessed by a heroic spirit. Under the state of full firepower, the few of them fought together, and Su Len didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. The main reason was that he had almost no shortcomings. Sullen's strength was an all-round development. It was not obvious at the beginning, but when he advanced to the legendary level, he would realize that any of his shortcomings could become his Achilles' heel. Sullen's strength was 50 points, his constitution was 44 points, and his dexterity was 37 points. Even his dexterity, which was the lowest among the gnolls, was slightly higher than the gnolls, who had the highest dexterity. Coupled with his legendary battle reflex, dodge intuition, roll dodge, jump dodge, lightning reflex, sixth sense and agile movement, Su Len was like a legendary god of war at this moment. His storm-like attacks suppressed the 3 of them. After a long period of hard training and accumulation, Su Len was proud of himself. When facing the attacks of several legendary enemies at the same time, he still had the power to fight. Sullen's figure dodged quickly. After having many dodge talents, Sullen's chances of dodging attacks were very high, especially after awakening his sixth sense. He began to dodge many attacks the moment they were launched. For those that he couldn't dodge, he would also reduce the damage to the minimum. However, injuries of this level were basically useless to Su Len. Ever since he had the advanced regeneration talent, Sullen's recovery speed was very fast. In addition, he used physical healing from time to time, so he didn't receive any substantial damage at all. Silver Dragon Inverse Scales Spear. Countless lightning bolts converged on Su Luen's body, and the phantom of a massive silver dragon appeared behind him. The dragon roared towards the sky, and in the next second, it flew towards the 3 players. Gon, the most agile gnoll among them, dodged Su Luan's attack by a hair's breadth. However, the other two players beside him were not so lucky. Especially the orc Sarone. Even with tenacity of the dead, such a long fight had almost exhausted its time. Sullen's main target was not the troll Salen. He had merged with a heroic spirit, and with his own strength, he was already the strongest of the three. In addition to his powerful recovery ability, it was easy to defeat him, but not easy to kill him. Trolls had the ability to regenerate. As long as the injuries weren't caused by strong acid or burns, they wouldn't care about other injuries at all. However, the orc Sarone was different. A large amount of lightning instantly wrapped around Sarone. The powerful lightning power numbed his body, and the wounds that were forcibly closed by his muscles finally couldn't take it anymore and slowly burst open. Slash! Sullen's figure disappeared in an instant, and in the next moment, he appeared beside Sarone. Then, a storm of attacks rained down on him. Crack! With a dazzling flash of lightning, the purple dragon halberd shone brightly in an instant. The sharp halberd cut through the air, and in an instant, it slashed across Sarone's neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and his ugly head flew high into the air. Sarone's huge body collapsed with a loud bang. After completely killing Sarone, the whole battle began to shift in Sullen's direction. Originally, the three of them together could only be in a stalemate with Su Len. Now that one of them was missing, the balance was instantly broken. After killing Sarone, Su Len turned his next target to the knoll Gon. Didn't you have fun sneaking up on me with the flail just now? Now it's your turn. Su Len roared, and his speed increased again. Seeing Su Len pounce on Gon, the troll Salen rushed up without hesitation, wanting to stop Su Len. It wasn't that he had a good relationship with Gon. If it were in other circumstances, Salen would have wanted Gon to be killed by Su Len, so that he could take over the knoll's territory. However, in this situation, once Gon was killed, he would be the next to die. After seeing Sarone killed, Gon was already terrified. Although Gon was the most bloodthirsty among the three of them, he was actually the most cunning and cautious gnoll. To put it nicely, he was cautious, but to put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. Therefore, when he saw Su Len pounce on him, Gon did something unexpected. He took advantage of the time when Salen was entangled with Su Len, and directly abandoned Salen, turned around, and ran. With more than 30 dexterity, he was very fast. In just a few flashes, he had run dozens of meters away. Seeing the gnoll's fleeing figure, Salen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He wanted to rush over and kill the gnoll, but under Sullen's attack, he could only watch as the gnoll fled. Su Len didn't expect the gnoll to run away so quickly, but he reacted in an instant. One had already escaped, and he couldn't let the one in front of him escape. Back in time, when Su Len was fighting with the orc chief, the gnolls and the trolls, the northern battlefront city relied on the help of Hathaway and the others, as well as the 15 steel golems to repel the orc coalition army. While Su Len was fighting with a few legendary enemies, he had already issued a battle plan through the telepathic communication established by Tower Spirit No. 1. The Centaur cavalry and the Harpies, who had been hiding near the northern battlefront city, also began to move. Of the 800 Centaur cavalry, 200 of them were heavy cavalry equipped with iron armor, while the others were inlaid with iron scale armor. After receiving Sullen's order, the Centaur cavalry began to charge from the flanks of the battlefield. At this time, the Orc coalition army was attacking the city with all their strength, and all their reserves had been sent to the battlefield. Because of Sullen's entanglement, the Orc chief couldn't command, and problems began to appear on the battlefield. The deafening sound of hooves suddenly rang out. By the time the Orc army realized what was happening, they were already less than 500 meters away. Such a short distance would only take a few breaths of time for the cavalry. Under the lead of 200 heavy cavalry, the Centaur cavalry took advantage of the chaos that appeared in the Orc army and tore open a hole like a sharp scalpel. On the plains, the only way for infantrymen to fight against cavalry was to form a formation. Even for a race with strong physique like the Beastmen, it was the same. A sturdy centaur weighed more than a ton and was equipped with 300 pounds of metal armor. When it ran, it was like a charging tank. The 200 heavy cavalry's charge was like a hot knife cutting through butter. They directly broke through the Orc coalition army's formation from the flank. They didn't care about anything else as they charged forward. All the enemies in front of the Centaur cavalry were either killed or sent flying. Some orcs and trolls that couldn't dodge in time were directly trampled into meat paste. If it wasn't for the shaman's spell to boost the Orc coalition army's morale and making them go berserk, the Centaur cavalry's charge would have scattered them. Just as the Centaur cavalry completely pierced through the Orc coalition army, a dark cloud suddenly floated in the sky. Then, there was the sound of wings flapping. Countless harpies flew above the battlefield, and in the next second, an overwhelming number of rocks fell from the sky. The harpies each carried a bag the size of a school bag, which was filled with fist-sized rocks. There were about 10 rocks in each bag, and each harpy carried 2 bags. In total, the harpies carried more than 60,000 rocks. The fist-sized rocks fell like rain. The orcs, gnolls, and trolls that lacked protective equipment couldn't resist at all. They were directly smashed to pieces, and their bones were broken. The Orc coalition army's attack was completely interrupted. The falling rocks kept falling, and the Orc coalition army was exhausted. Seeing this opportunity, the northern city army also began to push back. The 15 steel golems pushed forward together, and all the enemies in front of them were completely eliminated. Chapter 344. Su Len had given the harpies several different throwing weapons. The most common one was rocks, which were cheap and effective. The second one was the incendiary bomb, which Su Len had used when encircling the orcs. It was very effective, but the only downside was that it was expensive. The oil and sugar needed for the incendiary bomb were not cheap, so it could only be used in special situations. There were also some gas bombs and tear gas bombs that Su Len had Hathaway make, but they had not been tested yet. With the harpies joining the battle, the situation began to change. Northgard City also began to counterattack. The Orc army was defeated by Northgard City's air and ground. At this time, the 500 crossbowmen had finished gathering. After forming the crossbow formation, the crossbowmen fired wave after wave of arrows. A large number of orcs, gnolls, and trolls were turned into porcupines. At this time, the gnolls who had been resisting suddenly collapsed. They wanted to escape, but Northgard City had surrounded them from the sky to the ground. They had no chance at all. After Noel Goen escaped, the remaining troll Salen could only bitterly resist. Although he had the buff of a heroic spirit, he was still no match for Su Len. If it were not for the troll's special constitution, he would have followed in Saron's footsteps. Even so, his situation was getting worse. Every attack of Sullen's carried powerful lightning power. Not only did it have a high chance of causing paralysis, but the injured parts would also be turned into charcoal. This situation also reduced the troll's regenerative ability, but it was not as effective as the acid. Although the legendary troll was no match for Su Len, it would not be easy for Su Len to kill him. But it was not easy. Greater haste. Su Len did not hesitate to use greater haste with the help of the Wind Dragon flag. His speed was already very fast, but now it was even faster. He waved the purple dragon halberd with endless power. Bolts of lightning wrapped around Salen, and the sky was filled with countless lightning bolts that instantly covered the area. Thunder Prison. The boundless power of lightning transformed into a cage that instantly engulfed Salem. The powerful power of lightning burst out in an instant, and the entire world seemed to be illuminated in that instant. Saren's body stiffened, and at that time, Hathaway's silhouette suddenly appeared behind him. Melf's acid arrow *5, multiple casting plus instant cast. Salen, who was already heavily injured by Su Len, was instantly surrounded by 5 acid arrows. Trolls had low resistance to acid, and this wave of attacks completely killed him. Although Melf's acid arrow was very similar to acid arrow, since it had a name, this spell naturally had its own uniqueness. The Melf series of spells also had a name called Lesser God Slaying Spells. This kind of spell was different from ordinary spells. It had a different way of judging. It was one of the few spells that could break through a god's protective force field. The heroic spirit's defensive force field was not as strong as that of the gods, so Salen was completely defeated in this state. Hathaway was still worried when she saw the troll's state. She cast a few fire spells in succession, completely burning it to ashes. Salen died, and the heroic spirit attached to him automatically left. However, before the heroic spirit could escape, Su Len had already entangled it with countless lightning bolts. At the same time, the purple dragon halberd, which was already prepared, pierced the heroic spirit with powerful lightning power. Crack! The sound of crystal shattering was heard, and the pale golden heroic spirit instantly shattered into countless golden fragments like a crystal. It then turned into countless spiritual lights and finally disappeared completely. Ding dong! A light sound was heard, and a pale golden soul crystal appeared and fell to the ground. This was the last thing the heroic spirit left behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed a heroic spirit. You have received 31,000 EXP. Ding! Target is a divine creature. It has divinity points. Extracting target's divinity power. Extraction successful. You have received 2 divinity points. A heroic spirit, 2 divinity points, more than 30,000 EXP, and a legendary soul crystal. This was a great harvest. The other things were not so bad, but the divinity points were really rare. With the divinity points he had now, if others knew about it, there would definitely be many powerhouses eyeing it. He was now considering whether to find trouble with the other troll tribes to see if he could get more divinity. After Su Len killed Salen, the situation on the battlefield had completely reversed. The huge orc allied army had completely collapsed after losing their leaders. The centaurs' continuous attacks and the harpies' falling rocks completely defeated the entire orc army. The Northgard city's initiative to attack was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The battlefield was filled with orcs, gnolls, and trolls fleeing pathetically. Seeing this situation, Su Len secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, he still won this war. The Northgard city's soldiers only returned after chasing the defeated army until late at night. After winning, Su Len heard the system prompt in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have led the Northgard city to a brilliant victory. Your fame has spread widely in the North and human countries. Your prestige has increased by 30. Northgard City Defense Battle. November 1687 of the Huiwe calendar. The Northern Orcs joined forces with the high-level gnolls and the Bloodblade Trolls to launch a life-and-death battle against the Northgard City. This was a life-and-death battle. More than 40,000 enemy troops participated in the battle. Under your command, the Northgard City blocked the enemy's attack and completely defeated the Orc allied army in the subsequent counterattack. You have won this battle. You have become the overlord of the Northern Wasteland. Your relationship with the Orcs has been reduced to mortal enemy. Your relationship with the gnolls has been reduced to mortal enemy. Your relationship with the trolls has been reduced to mortal enemy. The Orc god is hostile to you, and the gnoll god Yinagu is hostile to you. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the Orc chief Sarone. You have received 35,600 EXP, a platinum treasure chest, and a legendary skill point. Congratulations, host. You have participated in killing giant demon Saren. You have received 18,600 EXP, 1 platinum treasure chest, and 1 enhancement stone. Congratulations, host. Under your command, the Northern Battlefront City's army has achieved victory. You have obtained 45,000 experience points and a platinum treasure chest. Congratulations, host. Your EXP is full. You have leveled up. You are currently level 25. You have received 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. As the battle ended, the system prompt kept ringing in Sullen's ears. What surprised Su Len was that the EXP he received from killing the Troll Salon was less than half of the other legendary experts. He opened the system to check and found that most of the EXP had been taken by Hathaway. After all, it was Hathaway who killed the troll, and he could only be considered as a support. It was already good enough that he got these things. There were many benefits after this battle. He had received 3 platinum treasure chests, 2 legendary skill points, a large amount of EXP, and of course the enmity of the 2 gods. However, Su Len did not take it to heart. No matter if it was the Orc god or the Gnoll god, they could only watch, no matter how unhappy they were, unless they were willing to send their avatars to build a roof. However, their enemies would not let go of such a good opportunity. As long as they sent their avatars, their enemies would soon come knocking on their door. Su Len did not open the treasure chest immediately. Instead, he prepared to use the legendary skill points. He had received 1 point from killing the Orc chief, and together with the 1 from last time, Su Len now had 2 legendary skill points. After opening the system interface, a bright plus flashed behind the forbidden magic skill. Su Len took a deep breath, then chose to use the 2 legendary skill points on the forbidden magic skill with a solemn expression. Ding! Do you want to use 2 legendary skill points to enhance the forbidden magic skill? Yes. A strange force instantly appeared on Sullen's body and then disappeared. Su Len looked at his body in a daze, but he did not find anything. The forbidden magic skill in his system interface had also changed. Forbidden magic field. After use, it can forbid magic in an area or a single target. After using the forbidden magic skill, the caster, including the legendary, will be cut off from the surrounding elemental energy. The caster can only rely on their own magic power to cast spells. Note, it can only be effective on people who are not stronger than the caster. The duration varies according to the opponent's resistance. Looking at the introduction of the new skill, Sullen's eyes lit up. The upgraded forbidden magic field could finally be effective on legendary masters. With this skill, the enemy's strength would be directly reduced by half. After upgrading the skill, Su Len opened the system space and prepared to open the treasure chest. 3 rays of light rose one after another, and the system prompt sounded in Sullen's ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item Lucky Gem *1. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the talent, Tenacity of Death. Partial information. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item Leaves of Wisdom *1. After the rays of light dispersed, Su Len began to check the rewards. This time he had gained a lot. What surprised Su Len was the partial information of the talent, Tenacity of Death. After obtaining it, Su Len discovered that to obtain this talent, he still needed to invest 2 skill points. Su Len directly used the skill that he had just obtained and successfully obtained this talent. Tenacity of Death. Special talent. After experiencing a life and death crisis and escaping the shadow of death, you have obtained the power to resist death. You are immune to instant death damage. Even if your vital points are hit, your death will be delayed. The delay time is Constitution *0. 5 minutes. Chapter 345. The effect of the Tenacity of Death was very powerful, but it was not useful under normal circumstances. However, the effect of being immune to instant death and delaying death was still very good. With Sullen's physical healing, it would not be easy for him to die even if he wanted to. If his advanced regeneration talent was upgraded to legendary regeneration, Su Len would become a meat shield. It was a pity that the Abyss Knoll had escaped, but it did not matter. As long as it was still in the northern wilderness, he would meet it one day. Su Len looked at the various things left. The lucky gem was a beautiful gem that shone with a white light. It was smaller than a fist and had simple attributes. Lucky gem. A magical rare gem. Legend has it that it can bring good luck to people. Effect. Using it when refining potions, making equipment, or forging weapons can increase the success rate by 25%. Of course, you can also choose to use it when the skill needs to be judged successful. Note. You are favored by the goddess of luck. This is just right for upgrading the purple dragon halberd. I just got a reinforcement stone. Let's upgrade the purple dragon halberd together. Thinking of this, Su Len immediately took out the reinforcement stone that he just got. The reinforcement stone was a red round gem. The gem was pure and contained a strange power. Reinforcement stone. A rare magic gem. After use, it can upgrade a weapon or other magic equipment by 1 level. It is effective below legendary, including legendary. The success rate of upgrading a level 1 magic item is 80%. The success rate of upgrading a level 2 magic item is 70%. The success rate of upgrading a level 3 magic item is 60%. The success rate of upgrading a level 4 magic item is 50%. The success rate of upgrading a level 4 magic item is 40%. Note. Items that fail to be upgraded will not be destroyed. The success rate of upgrading the 2 gems together was 65%. With the bonus from the blacksmith workshop in the northern town, it was enough for Su Len to gamble. Su Len carefully put away the 2 gems. He was going to find a blacksmith master to upgrade the purple dragon halberd after he was done with the things in front of him. Su Len had already obtained a leaf of wisdom, which could increase his spiritual power. He also had a legendary soul crystal, which could not be used for the time being, but he could store it for now. The Beastmen army had suffered a crushing defeat. Defeated soldiers were everywhere outside the North Town city. Even if half of the 40,000 Beastmen army had died in the battle, There were still 20,000 of them left. Of course, only around 10,000 of them had died in the battle. The rest of the defeated soldiers had scattered and tried to break out of the encirclement. There were only 15,000 soldiers in the North Town city, including the Harpies. It was not easy to capture so many of them. Even with the help of the Harpies and Centaurs, there were still many who managed to escape. On the second day after the battle, the number of captives was finally calculated. They had captured 8,000 orcs, trolls, and gnolls. There were still 10,000 orcs scattered around Northgard City. The territory around the North Town city was a mess because of these people. After keeping the captives, Su Len did not have time to let the army rest. He immediately ordered the army to split into small groups and clear out the territories around the North Town city. After dealing with the defeated soldiers, Su Len looked at the 8,000 monsters in front of him and felt a headache coming on. If they were races like kobolds and goblins, Su Len would have taken them all as slaves. However, these monsters were all powerful races. Su Len could not keep them all as slaves unless he prepared a few thousand soldiers to guard them. Su Len did not want to kill them all. There were 8,000 of them. In the end, he decided to sell these slaves to other slave traders. Orcs, gnolls, and trolls were very popular in the gladiator arena. The most prosperous cities for gladiators were in the southern countries. These countries were rich because of the ocean trade. Because of their wealth, the nobles and merchants loved to watch gladiator fights. The more exciting and bloody the fights were, the more they liked it. In the southern countries, the fights between gladiators and lions and tigers were just appetizers. Only trolls, ogres, and high-level gnolls could satisfy them. It was said that tens of thousands of gladiators died in the gladiator arena every year in the southern countries. One could imagine how popular the business was. Sometimes, when there were some famous gladiator arena fights, there would even be bets of hundreds of thousands of kinder. Naturally, there were caravans from the southern countries in the northern city. When they heard that the northern city was going to sell a large number of orcs, gnolls, and trolls as slaves, they quickly ran to the northern city and asked to see Su Len. Merchants from other countries also flocked to the city after hearing the news. For this reason, Su Len had no choice but to hold a slave auction. The slaves were divided into groups of 20 for the auction. Of course, in order to get more profits, Su Len did not rush to hold the auction. Instead, he let the news spread for a while and let more people compete. After arranging the auction, Su Len began to clean up the mess. Because the orc shamans used earthquake, 2 of the newly built city walls in the northern city were destroyed. Even many houses near the city walls were affected. Many of them collapsed and needed to be repaired. In addition to clearing out the raiders, the northern city was very short on manpower during this period. After being busy for a while, he finally found time to upgrade the purple dragon halberd. The best blacksmith in the northern city was a gray dwarf named Brandon Bronzebeard Ironhammer. He was a 200-year-old orc. He was 1.5 meters tall. He had brown hair and a thick beard of the same color. His 2 arms were extremely muscular and did not look proportionate at all. Brandon, I need you to upgrade my weapon. Su Len took out the purple dragon halberd and handed it over. It's this purple dragon halberd. It said that this weapon has been stained with the blood of at least 5 legend rank experts. I bet it will definitely become a legend. It's my honor to be able to upgrade this weapon. Brandon said excitedly as he grabbed the purple dragon halberd. But, why don't you make a normal hammer or axe? Lord, don't you think a hammer or axe would be better? After seeing your heroism on the battlefield, I even came up with a name for the weapon. Mjolnir or Thunder Axe. If you don't think these names are good, I even came up with a name called Storm Axe. What do you think? After receiving the purple dragon halberd, Brandon did not check it out immediately. Instead, he tried his best to promote the hammer and axe to Su Len. Hammer? Su Len imagined him fighting with a hammer. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a maintenance worker. Su Len immediately shook his head and completely drove the image out of his mind. I don't want a hammer. I want the original purple dragon halberd. Su Len emphasized. Lord, I think you should consider a battle axe or a hammer. If you think that there is a problem with the quality, you can rest assured. We dwarves will make the best of. Su Len waved his hand and interrupted him directly. He stared at him and said, I don't want a hammer or a battle axe. I want a halberd. Brandon felt a chill run down his spine when he saw Su Len's gaze. He could not help but nod. Ah, as you wish. After a few expansions, the blacksmith shop in northern town had become very large. As a master blacksmith, Brandon had his own personal forging room. Su Len followed Brandon into the room and took out the materials to upgrade the purple dragon halberd. Other than the strengthening gems and lucky gems, there was also a silvery white metal that was slightly smaller than a fist. It was mithril. Other than that, there were some stardust, water demon blood, and arcane steel. Brandon was very surprised when he saw the 2 gems that Su Len took out. These gems are so special. The power on them is so special. Brandon said in surprise as he picked up the strengthening gem. I feel that it can directly strengthen weapons and equipment. Yes, this is a strengthening gem. The other one is a lucky gem. They are both used to strengthen weapons. This time, I wanted to reach the legendary level. Su Len said as he picked up the other gem. Legendary. Brandon's eyes widened. As a blacksmith, he knew very well how precious a legendary weapon was. One had to know that in the history of the Grey Dwarves, there were not many legendary weapons that had been successfully forged. However, every legendary weapon was famous. Now that Su Len said that he wanted to strengthen this weapon to the legendary level, Brandon instantly felt a lot of pressure. Don't feel pressured, Su Len said when he saw Brandon's serious expression. With the strengthening gem and the lucky gem, there's at least a 60 to 70% chance of success. With such a high probability and your craftsmanship, do you still think that it'll be difficult to succeed? Or do you think that your craftsmanship is not good enough? Don't tell me you can't do it, Su Len said as he glanced at him. Are you kidding me? My craftsmanship is not good enough? Why don't you ask around? I'm the best blacksmith among the Grey Dwarves. Isn't it just legendary? Look, this time I'll definitely forge you a legendary weapon of the finest quality. When he heard Su Len questioning his blacksmith skills, Brandon instantly became like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He was instantly bristling. The hair and beard on his head stood straight up, giving the impression that he had suddenly grown 10 centimeters taller. That's good. I'll be waiting. Su Len snickered in his heart. He was very satisfied with Brandon's high-spirited state. After getting into working mode, Brandon was no longer as chatty as before. He directly raised the fire in the furnace. The red flames soared, and Brandon continued to add dye into the furnace. Soon, waves of heat rolled over, and the temperature in the forging room instantly rose by a few degrees. The temperature of the furnace was so high that the surrounding air was distorted. The temperature of the furnace rose rapidly, and the flames gradually turned from red to orange. Finally, all the flames turned orange. At this time, Brandon put on a special insulating suit, picked up the purple dragon halberd and placed it in the furnace to calcine it. Chapter 346. Heat waves billowed, and the clanking sounds of forging rang out incessantly. After the purple dragon halberd was heated red, Brandon began to forge it. When he had forged the purple dragon halberd in the past, although blacksmith Bruce's skill was exquisite, there was still a large gap between him and Brandon. Therefore, this time, Brandon still needed to modify the purple dragon halberd. In addition, there were some impurities in the materials used to forge the purple dragon halberd. These impurities also needed to be removed. This step took Brandon an entire day. Without rest, after drinking the energy potion and stamina potion, Brandon began to continuously add materials to the purple dragon halberd. Every time the hammer fell, the purple dragon halberd would flash with a few sparks of fire. The forging process lasted for 2 days. In the end, Brandon put the red-hot purple dragon halberd into the water spirit beast's blood, and quenched it. A large amount of steam rose, and the purple dragon halberd was finally forged. I didn't disappoint you, it's done. Brand's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then he handed the weapon to Su Len. Reaching out to take the weapon that was still warm, Su Len's eyes flashed. The purple dragon halberd in front of him had changed greatly. The spearhead was more than a foot long, and it flashed with a cold light. The half-moon halberd beside it had also increased in size. There were many beautiful cloud patterns on the edge, and the weapon's weight had also increased. Overall, Su Len was very satisfied with this weapon. Halberd. Unnamed legendary weapon. This is a legendary weapon. It was separately forged by 2 blacksmith masters using a large amount of top-quality materials. It has drunk the blood of several legendary experts, and there is still a remnant killing aura on it. This is a powerful weapon. Requirements: Strength 14 or above. Additional effects: Sharpness +7, Toughness +7, Armor Break +8, Magic Break +8. Weapon Special Effect: Indestructible. This is a powerful legendary weapon. It is not only unable to be destroyed by conventional means, but it is also immune to disintegration. Only legendary disintegration has a 100% chance of destroying this weapon, but the destroyer will also receive a backlash from the weapon. Weapon Special Effect: Legendary Blood. This weapon has been stained with the blood of at least 5 legendary experts. Weapon Special Effect: Power of Thunder. Each attack will deal an additional 35 points of thunder damage. The damage can be stacked. When the damage is dealt, the target will be paralyzed. Any target with a constitution that cannot escape the paralysis will be paralyzed for 1 to 3 seconds. When using lightning energy, it can increase the damage of lightning energy by 50% and reduce the energy consumption by 50%. Weapon Special Effect: Slow. After being quenched by the blood of the Cryopterus, the Ice Quetzalcoatlus, and the blood of the legendary aquatic demon, every attack of this weapon will deal an additional 15 ice damage and reduce the target's speed by 20%. Constitution authentication is required. Weapon Special Effect: Life Absorption. Every time an enemy is killed, the weapon will absorb a trace of energy to nourish the body. Weapon Special Effect: Magic Break. This weapon has a terrifying ability to break magic. It can easily break through part of magic defense. When attacking, it can pierce through magic barriers below the 4th circle. Weapon Special Effect: Protection. When the host's physical strength reaches the maximum value, the energy absorbed by the weapon will be automatically stored. When the host is injured, the weapon will directly help the host to resist the damage. Seeing the attributes of the weapon, Su Len was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. The weapon in front of him was more than twice as strong as before. Needless to say, the original weapon's special effect had been strengthened. In addition to the original weapon's special effect, this weapon also had a new weapon's special effect. Indestructible. Made Su Len not have to worry about the weapon being damaged. Legendary Bloodus effect was not obvious for the time being. Magic Break was very simple. It could break magic effects and was very useful against spellcasters. Life Absorption's characteristic made Sullen's weapon become a perpetual motion machine, and Protection's special effect could help him resist one attack. This legendary weapon could be said to be the most powerful legendary weapon Su Len had ever seen. Of course, this was also because he had seen too few legendary weapons. The weapon's power had been greatly increased. It was not appropriate to call it the Purple Dragon Halberd anymore. Su Len thought for a moment and named it the Storm Halberd. On the continent there were quite a few legendary weapons. Su Luen had also heard of some of them. The most famous one was a magic sword. It was said that this magic sword wasn't a legendary weapon, but an ordinary high-grade magic weapon. However, the owner of this weapon was not ordinary. This magic sword only had 4 special effects: Armor Break, Magic Break, Life Absorption, and Flesh Regeneration. After its owner used this weapon to kill a large number of enemies, the magic sword gave birth to a sword spirit, and the weapon was successfully promoted to a legendary weapon. In the end, it even became a high-grade legendary weapon that was second only to a divine weapon. This weapon would choose its own master. Only the master it chose could use this weapon in battle. If it didn't recognize its master, this weapon would just be a sharp long sword. Because of this characteristic, this weapon was the main character's weapon in many bard stories. Su Len used to hear about this kind of ordinary boy who accidentally got this weapon and was recognized by the sword spirit. Finally, with the help of the sword spirit, he became a legendary master who shocked the continent. It was also because of this that this sword was very famous on the continent. Su Len did not know if his weapon would give birth to a sword spirit in the future, but the probability was very low. Since ancient times, in the known history, only the magic sword had given birth to its own sword spirit. Other weapons, including the legendary divine weapons, had never had such a situation. He did not know how the original owner of the sword did it. Su Len was very satisfied with the Storm Halberd. When he waved it in his hand, the Storm Halberd jumped out of it. The additional damage of this weapon might be nothing to the strong, but it was a disaster for the weak. The physical quality of a legendary master was very strong. He could be immune to this kind of damage. In the end, the real damage would only be a few points, or even less. However, For people below the legendary level, this additional damage was enough to make them suffer. Some divine weapons also had this effect, such as the Flail of Time, which was said to be the weapon most stained with the blood of gods. It was said that several gods had died under this divine weapon. The Flail of Time had a total of 5 heads. It was said that this was one of the most notorious divine weapons in the multiverse. The complete form was a shackle with 5 shackle heads connected to the handle. They were fire, acid, ice, poison, and electricity. In battle, as long as any of the shackle heads touched the weapon, the attributes of all species would explode together. And unlike the storm halberd, the damage of the Flail of Time was absolute damage. This weapon also had a very strong disabling ability. Even if a demigod was touched by it, his leg could be broken in an instant. This weapon had a strong armor-piercing ability. It could be said that it was a weapon of mass destruction. In terms of attack, only the Silver Blade of Gith, which had a status above +10, could beat this weapon. For some unknown reason, these 2 powerful divine weapons had been damaged. The Silver Blade of Gith was destroyed into many fragments and scattered in the multiverse. This weapon had been smelted several times later. The Silver Blade of Gith was a divine weapon made by the Gith Yankees. It was also the most powerful divine weapon that helped them defeat the Psychic Monster Empire and get rid of slavery and regain freedom. The Silver Blade of Gith in its peak state was a +12 divine weapon. Even after several reforges, it was restored to a +10 level divine weapon at most. The Storm Halberd in Sullen's hand was only a +5 level high-grade legendary weapon, which was far from the Silver Blade of Gith. It was difficult to verify the maker of the Flail of Time. It was said that it was made by the god of massacre. This weapon once set off a bloody storm in the multiverse. Countless demigods, false gods, higher demons, and even real gods died on this divine weapon. It could be said that this weapon was soaked in the blood of gods. Later, it was unknown when this weapon was destroyed. Now the largest part of this weapon was in the hands of the demon of the abyss, the god of gnolls, Yeenagu. The Flail of Time held by Yeenagu had 3 chain heads, namely frost, flame, and acid. The demon of the abyss had always wanted to reassemble this weapon, but he had not succeeded until now. However, even if there were only 3 chain heads left, the Flail of Time was still a powerful divine weapon. Perhaps because these divine weapons were too strong, some people destroyed these weapons and then threw them in various corners of the multiverse so that they could never be reassembled into a complete divine weapon. It was said that this artifact was destroyed by the gods. The gods were always very afraid of weapons that could kill them. They tried every means to destroy or seal this artifact. The Silver Blade of Gith was easy to operate. Weapons like the Flail of Gith were notoriously difficult to control. If you were not careful, you could easily hurt yourself. Not to mention the 5-headed Flail of Gith. Although this powerful divine weapon was fierce, it was also notoriously difficult to control. So far, the Flail of Time and the Silver Blade of Gith were the only 2 divine weapons that had records of killing gods. Other divine weapons, such as the Holy Avenger, were also very powerful, but there was no record of killing gods. Perhaps the people who used them were not strong enough, but the number of times they had injured gods was not small. Su Len was now very satisfied with the Storm Halberd. After all, if he was really given a divine weapon, he would not be able to keep it with his current strength. Although the relationship between Su Len and several temples seemed to be very good now, once Su Len had a divine weapon in his hands, these temples would definitely turn against him and snatch the divine weapon. Chapter 347. After the Storm Battle Halberd was completed, Su Len directly put it into his storage dimension. In a sense, this weapon was almost like a divine weapon to him. After the weapon upgrade, Su Len began his busy life again. After the defense of the North City, the city walls were heavily damaged, and many people became refugees. These people's houses were destroyed by the earthquake spell in the previous war, and now they needed to be rebuilt. Also, there were some refugees who died because of the collapse of their houses. For these refugees, the City Hall came up with a series of relief and disaster relief plans. At the same time, they also gave out a pension. Of course, the pension was not a lot. After all, in this era, human lives were not worth much. Before the houses were rebuilt, these refugees were settled in a few camps. Other than the destroyed houses, the damage was also very serious. Many of the city walls directly collapsed, and some were forcefully twisted by the force of the earth. Even if some of the buildings were still intact, their foundations were damaged, and they needed to be rebuilt. Although it was a lot of work, at least they didn't have to move bricks this time. The reconstruction speed was a lot faster. Su Len handed over the reconstruction work to Wizard Lorraine. This wizard finally didn't have to be an apprentice teacher anymore. The apprentices in the North City had already completed their basic studies. As the saying went, the teacher leads the way, but the training depends on the individual. The North City couldn't take care of these apprentices like a nanny. Although Su Len didn't agree with the way the dark wizards trained their apprentices, he still wouldn't let them live too comfortably. After completing their basic studies, these apprentices began to take on missions and train at the same time. They needed to complete all kinds of missions to accumulate points, and then use the points to exchange for materials and knowledge needed to explore the path of becoming a wizard. The cost of becoming a wizard was very high. Many wizards would share the debt when they taught apprentices or other duties. The cost of learning spells was very expensive, and this was a very profitable business for the big wizard organizations. They sold knowledge and power to earn money and all kinds of resources. The cost of a high-grade wizard was very high. Su Len couldn't always subsidize the Wizard Academy, so he had to teach them how to make money as soon as possible. Most of the magical plants and maintenance work in the Arcane Garden had already been assigned to the apprentices in the form of missions. As for the Secret Realm, these apprentices would only be told to them after they became official wizards and signed an even tighter contract with Su Len. From now on, the adept organizations in Northern Fortress City were on the right track. Su Len also began to consider dividing a piece of land to build a wizard academy. North Town City had suffered a lot of casualties in this battle. More than 1,000 soldiers had died. It was the biggest loss in North Town City's history. However, there were also many benefits. Many of North Town City's spearmen had become Spear Imperial Guards, and many of their archers had become divine archers. Su Len did a simple calculation. There was 65 spearmen and 27 archers. As for the half-elves, many of them had become magic archers. This time, Su Luen witnessed the power of magic archers. Half-elf magic archers could add elemental power to their arrows. Most of them were ice, fire and thunder, but only a few were added with acid damage. Moreover, these magic archers usually mastered 2 kinds of elemental power. Only those who were particularly outstanding would be able to master 3 or more elemental powers. North Town City's training ground. Boom! An explosion sounded, and dust flew everywhere. Su Len raised his eyebrows. He was very surprised by the power of the half-elven magic archer's flame arrow. How many times can you shoot such a powerful flame arrow? Su Len asked the half-elven magic archer next to him. Sir, I can use this attack about 15 times. The half-elven magic archer said respectfully, and I can feel my strength continue to improve. Su Len nodded. He was very satisfied with the magic archer's strength. The flame arrow was about 60 to 70% of the fireball's power. It was also much faster than the fireball. Then, Su Len had the other magic archers demonstrate the power of frost arrow, lightning arrow, and acid arrow. The frost arrow was much weaker than the flame arrow, but it could freeze the target. Just then, Su Len saw a frost arrow freeze the target into an ice sculpture. In order to test its power, Su Len had a barbarian berserker experience it. The barbarian warrior was quite strong. He wasn't frozen, but his speed was reduced. However, after being hit by a few arrows, the barbarian berserker was frozen into an ice sculpture. Of course, he could break out of the ice very quickly. Although the frost arrow wasn't very powerful, it was still quite good as a crowd control skill. Similarly, the lightning arrow wasn't very powerful, but it also had the debuff of paralysis. The acid arrow was also very powerful. One arrow could corrode iron armor. Su Len was very satisfied with the attacks of the half-elven magic archers. These half-elven magic archers could be used as casters. Not only did they have attack power, but they also had crowd control skills. It was a pity that there weren't enough of them. If there were 3,000 half-elven magic archers, they could release flame arrows and 3,000 fireballs at the same time. They could probably destroy the orc army. Looking back, there were less than 500 half-elven magic archers. He could only give up on this idea. Perhaps there would be another half-elven tribe joining Northern Battlefront City in the future. After witnessing the power of the half-elf magic archer, Su Luen became even more curious about the power of the half-elf phantom magic archer. However, the EXP required to become a phantom magic archer was several times more than all the previous EXP added together. It would take a long time before he could see a phantom magic archer. Su Len looked at the talents and attributes of the half-elven magic archers. Their attributes were much better than before. There was also a magic arrow fire in their talents. In addition, their range and attack speed were also increased. In northern Zhenbei City, in the training base of the Formation Breaker and the training base of the Shooting Battalion, Su Luan gathered all the soldiers of the Spear Imperial Guards and the archers who had met the conditions for advancement. They were ready to advance. Su Len was very familiar with the training process. He arranged a few soldiers who had successfully advanced to the Formation Breaker and Sniper training base to explain to them. After the explanation, he let them start training. This time, there were a total of 92 soldiers participating in the advancement ceremony. Su Len was looking forward to how many people would successfully advance to the Formation Breaker and Sniper training base. After arranging these people to advance, Su Len looked at the large number of damaged marks on the strategic map with a headache. Although the war ended in a few days, the aftermath was very bad. The most obvious was the irrigation facilities outside the city. Because of the war, a large number of water supply canals outside the city were destroyed. A large number of farmland were also destroyed. These places also needed a large number of people to restore. The slaves in the northern battlefront city were very obedient now. After seeing the northern battlefront city defeated the powerful orc army, these slaves were all silent. A week quickly passed. The reconstruction of the northern battlefront city was progressing smoothly. The residents whose houses had collapsed had their houses redistributed. The structure of the newly built houses and the previous houses had some changes. The main change was that they had some earthquake resistance. The structure of the houses had improved. Even if there was another earthquake, there would not be a complete collapse. The properties of these houses also had a new earthquake resistance plus 15 attribute. Su Len also planned to renovate the other houses in the northern battlefront city to increase their earthquake resistance. The residents who received the new houses quickly started their new lives. Some of the people whose family members had died in the earthquake also received compensation from the city hall. Once again, they came to the training camp. After a week of intense training, all the spear guards looked very sharp. After a week of training, they had adjusted their condition to the best. Now, they had to face the final obstacle. After fusing with the advanced light ball of the Formation Breaker, the 65 spear guards entered the training camp's quiet room in batches. Su Luan took out the advanced light ball of the Formation Breaker and gave it to everyone. Then, the 20 spear guards began to fuse with it. The chance of advancing to the Formation Breaker camp was around 20%. If there were no accidents, 13 of the 65 people would successfully advance. Su Len anxiously paced back and forth. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, it was the last 10 minutes. This was their deadline. At this time, a light ball appeared in front of him. Su Len was disappointed. He put the light ball back into the tiger tally. This meant that one of the spear guards had lost the chance to advance. Then, a few more light balls appeared. Sullen's expression became more and more serious. In the system interface, there were still a few spear guards who were in the process of advancing. There was only 1 minute left. Su Len felt that this 1 minute was more torturous than the previous 2 hours. When the time reached 0, the system interface indicated that the spear guards had successfully advanced. Seeing that 5 spear guards had successfully advanced to the Formation Breaker camp, Su Len let out a sigh of relief. After that, another 20 spear guards entered the quiet room to level up. 2 hours later, another 4 spear guards successfully leveled up. After all of the spear guards finished leveling up, 15 of the 65 spear guards had successfully leveled up to become Break Camp. In addition to the soldiers who had advanced to the Formation Breaker camp, North Town now had 20 Formation Breaker camp soldiers. They were one step closer to the 700 Formation Breaker camp. After the Formation Breaker camp advanced, the archers began to advance to the Sound Shooting camp. After a series of advancements, 6 of the 27 archers had successfully advanced. The Sound Shooting camp's team had grown stronger. Chapter 348. It was getting cold, and it began to snow in the northern town. Su Luan got up from the bed with some difficulty. 2 half-elf maids walked in with toiletries and a basin of water. Angie looked at Phyllis, who was lying on the bed. The little succubus had returned to the underground city early in the morning. Hathaway and Alex had also gone to the wizard tower. Only Phyllis hadn't woken up yet. After the big battle last night, Len felt refreshed. The others were fine, but Phyllis couldn't take it anymore. After all, she was just a normal human who hadn't learned any combat skills or magic. She wasn't Sullen's opponent at all. Angela pouted and helped Len wash up. She was obviously still holding a grudge. Seeing their expressions, Len smiled and slapped their round and perky buttocks. They were very bouncy. After washing up, the two maids helped him put on his clothes. Len suddenly said in their ears, "You two will join us tonight." Hearing Sullen's words, the two maids blushed. Although they had been trained by Len several times, the two half-elf maids were still very shy. Seeing their expressions, Len knew that it would be another sleepless night. After leaving the Lord's castle, Len went to Hathaway's lab. He was going to give her the wisdom leaf. After killing the legendary troll last time, Hathaway gained a lot of experience and successfully leveled up. However, she was still a distance away from becoming a legendary. The wisdom leaf could increase the power of the will by 3 points, which was perfect for Hathaway. Luen also wanted Hathaway to level up quickly so that she could master the tower spirit technology and install a tower spirit in the wizard tower in Northern Town. After finding Hathaway was surprised that Len took out another wisdom leaf. After all, it was a treasure that could perfectly increase the power of the will without any side effects. It was invaluable to wizards. The elemental pool in the wizard tower had been built. Due to the invasion of the orc army, the construction of the wizard tower was interrupted for a period of time. Now, the construction of the wizard tower had started again. This time, they were building the ecological park of the wizard tower. The information of the ecological park was obtained from the secret realm. Tower Spirit No. 1 stored the complete ecological park construction technology. However, to build a complete ecological park, Hathaway's current ability was not enough. According to the information of Tower Spirit No. 1, during the Arcane Empire era, the largest and most expensive ecological park built by the Arcanists directly used a half-plane to build it. The ecological park's area of millions of square kilometers. Such a huge ecological park was completely attached to the floating cities. It was the logistics and material base of the floating city. That kind of top ecological park, if no one told you about it, you might always think that it was the main material plane. Hathaway was not capable of building such a huge ecological park. It was said that the ecological park of the floating city was built by more than a dozen legendary masters. It was comparable to the ecological park of a material plane. It was not something that 1 or 2 legendary spellcasters could do. In the Arcane Empire, there was an Arcanist who had a sudden idea to transform an empty half-plane into a material plane. It was said that the project took nearly 1,000 years. The Arcanist also got the title of Creator. In fact, the legendary Arcanists were already very powerful. They could do almost anything that the gods could do. This was also why the Arcanists did not fear the gods. Imagine if they had the power to rival the gods. How much respect would they have for the gods? According to the curious nature of the Arcanists, it was good enough that they did not capture the gods for research. In the eyes of the Arcanists, the so-called gods were also a more powerful life form. Although the Arcanists did not study the gods, they had studied divinity and divine power. That was one of the reasons for the conflict between the Arcane Empire and the gods. In the eyes of the gods, the Arcanists had crossed the line. The success of the Arcanists' research on divinity was limited. Some of the Arcanists who had studied divinity deeply even transformed into liches and finally advanced into demigod liches. If one day you come across a golden skull with a clock and a diamond embedded on it, then you'd better pray for your own fortune. It was definitely one of the most difficult monsters in the multiverse. There were a lot of technologies involved in creating an ecological park. It wasn't easy to create an ecological park, but if it was completed, then the ecological park could be used to create a complex environment. Creatures that were already on the verge of extinction would be able to seek help. Len once saw information about a large ecological park in the data of the Tower Spirit No. 1. The Arcanists cultivated a species that had long disappeared in the outside world in the ecological park. That ecological park was built by the Arcanists with dinosaurs as the dominant species. A large number of dinosaurs lived in the ecological park. The ecological park was originally a species breeding ground. Every time the number of monsters in the ecological park increased, a harvest would be carried out. The ecological park in the Wizard Tower was not built too big. To build a large ecological park, a large number of space expansion spells were needed. Otherwise, it would be meaningless if the space was small. First, he tried the space expansion spell to increase the space inside the wizard tower. Space expansion was a spell that was easy to learn but hard to master. This spell had a wide range of applications, and the most common one was the multi-dimensional bag, or space bag. Normal wizards could expand their space by 20% or more, but there were also some who could expand their space by 100, 1, or even more. Hathaway's current ability could expand the space expansion to 70 times. If they wanted to build an ecological park, they would need to expand the space in the wizard tower. In addition to the space expansion spell, they would also need to make an environment control rune circle to control the changes in the space at any time. At the same time, they would also need to build a large enough shield to isolate the ecological park from the outside world and maintain the balance of the internal ecosystem. The cost of building an ecological park was very high. It could be said that it was second only to the elemental pool. However, there were many benefits after the construction was completed. The wizard tower could have an ecological park that could replenish resources at any time. Su Len was currently only an intermediate wizard, so he could only be an assistant. He could only wait for others to do the important things. Su Len was very envious of wizards who had gifts like eidetic memory and encyclopedic memory. There was too much knowledge to be learned as a wizard. After all this time, Su Len still had a lot to learn. A gift like eidetic memory was also a gift that could be cultivated. The best gift for eidetic memory was encyclopedic memory. However, it was not impossible for Su Luen. Opening treasure chests gave him the opportunity to obtain the eidetic memory talent. If he couldn't find it, he could master the encyclopedic knowledge talent first and then upgrade it with the legendary skill points. According to the records of Hathaway, eidetic memory was very rare in the history of their school for 2,000 to 3,000 years. There were less than 5 of them in total. This showed how rare this gift was. After leaving the wizard tower, Su Len walked around the city and looked at the progress of the various works in the northern city. Then, he went to the underground world through the teleportation circle. The underground world was still dark. Alex had also been helping in the underground world during this time, but Su Len felt that she should have come here to hide and relax. Recently, it was the breeding season of the harpies. Many low-level harpies were capturing males in the wilderness. It was a bit of a ruckus during this time. Su Len did not have a good solution for this situation. He also could not change the habits of the species. Perhaps it would be possible after he advanced to legendary. When he saw Alex, she was studying a spell. Su Len glanced at it. It was Bigby's Palm of Defense. This spell was a level 5 spell, but it was several times more difficult than other level 5 spells. This god-slaying spell was not a joke. Su Len had studied it before, but he quickly gave up. Alex had been analyzing the spell model for so many days and still had not made much progress. In the structure of the spell model of Bigby's Palm of Defense, there were many rather complicated spell nodes and spell circuits. If the spell model was compared to a circuit board, then other level 5 spells would be as difficult as a calculator, while Bigby's Palm of Defense would be as difficult as a calculator. It required astonishing memory and analytical ability. According to Sullen's estimation, it was almost more difficult to master than level 7 spells. After looking at it for a while, Su Len shook his head and left. He should wait until his level was higher to learn this spell. Su Len strolled along the road and then came to the west gate of Crete. As soon as he arrived, he saw a scene. The little succubus, Chris, was wearing a leather coat and holding a small whip. She was wearing heels that were at least 10 centimeters high. She was walking with a little smug steps. Behind her was a monster that looked like a hound. However, compared to a hound, this dog had 3 heads. Behind the little succubus was a 3-headed hellhound that seemed to have just hatched a few days ago. At this moment, she was tying it around her neck with a pink rope and walking it as if she were walking a dog. The newly hatched hellhound was not large in size. However, its eyes were full of ferocity. Occasionally, when someone passed by, it would open its mouth and growl, showing its teeth as if it was about to pounce. A hellhound? Where did it come from? Chapter 349. The Cerberus was a creature from the lower plane. Just from its name, one could tell that it belonged to hell. Although hell was a lower plane, it was the complete opposite of the abyss. The devils of hell belonged to the lawful evil faction, while the demons of the abyss belonged to the chaotic evil faction. At the border between the abyss and Bator, on the 10,000 abyss plane, The demons and devils had been fighting for thousands of years, but usually the devils had the upper hand. The war between the devils and demons had been going on for thousands of years, and it looked like it would continue. What made Su Len feel strange was how a demon like Chris had caught a devil as a pet. If he used an alignment detection spell to identify Chris's alignment, he would discover that the little succubus had actually started to deviate from the chaotic faction to the lawful faction. In fact, Su Len didn't know that succubi had started to deviate from the lawful faction ever since the succubus queen. Chris's change was so obvious mostly because of Su Len. Su Len belonged to the lawful faction, and he hated chaos. The most obvious reason was the strict rules and regulations set up in Northgard City. It wasn't surprising that Chris had deviated from the chaotic faction to the lawful faction. The growth cycle of the Cerberus was somewhat slow. However, it possessed combat power very early on. When the Cerberus was just born, it could easily kill an adult male who had not undergone combat training. After a few days, the Cerberus fangs and claws would grow out. The challenge difficulty would also increase to level 2. The untamed Cerberus was full of wildness, and it was completely pulled forward by Chris with a rope. Although it dared to bare its fangs and brandish its claws at others, it had a fearful expression when it looked at Chris. It was obvious that it had suffered a lot because of Chris. When the Cerberus looked at Su Len, its body clearly trembled a few times. It was obvious that the Cerberus with its soul sense had smelled the danger emanating from Sullen's body. "Master, I summoned this 2 days ago." Chris waved the rope in her hand and trotted over. The Cerberus behind her was pulled by the rope and stumbled as it was dragged over by Chris. "What are you waiting for? Quick, greet the master." As she spoke, Chris lightly pulled her whip and dragged out the Cerberus hiding behind her. She raised her foot and gave it a kick. Cerberus looked at the human in front of it timidly, but in the next second, it seemed to have thought of something. It ran over and rubbed its 3 heads against Sullen's feet. It was obvious that this guy was trying to please Su Len. "Since you like it, you can keep it," Su Len said as he looked at the Cerberus under his feet. "This thing was pretty good for guarding the house. It hasn't had time to give it a name yet." "Master, you can give it one," Chris said happily. Su Len pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's call it Husky." "All right, let's call it Husky. His nickname is Buttface." Although he didn't know the meaning of a husky, since it was given by his master, there must be a reason for it. Moreover, the name Buttface was quite pleasing to the mouth. As for whether the Cerberus agreed or not, it didn't matter. Cerberus, Husky? Buttface? Then Chris happily led the Cerberus around the city. She wanted to let the people know that the people living in Crete were not ordinary people. Most of them were from the evil camp. She didn't want to accidentally get stewed. Looking at the little succubus walking the dog excitedly, Su Len shook his head slightly. Since she wanted to keep the dog, he would let her keep it. Even if it was an adult, a Cerberus would not be able to afford a dog meat hot pot. Ignoring Chris, Su Len went to Orlando City in the underground world and put away all the mithril and magic gems that he had excavated during this time. The construction of the Wizard Tower required a lot of materials, especially the construction of the ecological park. This batch of materials was prepared for the ecological park. In fact, the ecological park of the Wizard Tower was still in the experimental stage. It was an application of the ecological park technology. When the ecological park of the Wizard Tower was completed, he planned to build the ecological park in the secret realm as well. However, the ecological park in the secret realm would be much larger. Su Len wanted to build an ecological park that could raise large dinosaurs or Euron, as described in the information of the Tower Spirit. After patrolling the underground world and killing some monsters around his territory, Su Len returned to the northern town. After sending all kinds of resources to Hathaway, Su Len returned to the northern town and began to study as a wizard. Because of his naturally high power of the will and good control of energy, Sullen's progress was very fast when he first started learning as a wizard. However, when he became an intermediate wizard, his learning speed slowed down a lot. Sullen's early advantage had been used up, so his learning speed was not faster than other wizards. In fact, he was slower than other wizards because of his lack of basic knowledge. After all, Su Len did not learn the basics of wizardry since he was a child. Luckily, with Hathaway's thoughtful guidance, Su Len was also constantly strengthening his foundation. After returning to the northern town, Su Len took care of all kinds of things and began to read all kinds of wizardry books. There were quite a lot of books in the northern town. Some of them were brought by Hathaway, some by Karina, and some by grace. In addition to the research of Alex and the others, although the books in the northern town were not as good as those in the wizard schools, they were not worse than those small schools. After opening the book, Su Len picked up a goose feather pen and began to copy on a snow-white paper. The paper he was using now was the best paper made by the northern town's papermaking workshop after several improvements. It could completely replace parchment in writing books. The price of a piece of paper like this was 1 kinner, which was more than 10 times cheaper than parchment. Su Len rubbed his head. Soon, the paper was filled with dense symbols. These symbols were the foundation of a spell. What the F***CK? Why do I feel like I was studying advanced mathematics in university in my previous life? Su Len felt a little dizzy. He got up and opened the window of the study room to get some fresh air. Then, he made himself a cup of black tea to wake himself up. It was too difficult. After entering the 5th circle of spells, the difficulty would increase tremendously. After studying for half a day, he had only analyzed half of the 5th circle spell. He had not even touched the other half. He had been studying this spell model for a week, but until now, he had not even completed the spell model. According to this progress, it would be considered fast if he could learn this spell in a month. He was now very envious of his peers. It was said that they had the chip with them when they transmigrated. No matter how complicated the spell model was, they only needed to scan it once to record it. Moreover, not only could they record it easily, but they could also optimize and improve the model. This was a godly tool for wizards. Unfortunately, although he had transmigrated with a golden finger, this system did not have the ability to record spell models and analyze them. After drinking the black tea and resting for a while, Su Len continued to work hard. The analysis of the spell model was half completed. There were dozens of papers full of symbols and words on the table. Beside them, there were also notes left by Hathaway on spell model analysis. Ding! Congratulations, host. After a long period of study, you have obtained part of the information of the ability Scholar. The experience of the ability Scholar is full. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the support ability Scholar. Hearing the system prompt, Su Len was relieved. Obviously, his hard work during this period of time had paid off. Of course, the ability Scholar could only be considered average. It was far from Hathaway's. Su Len had only recently discovered that Hathaway had mastered the 2 abilities, Encyclopedic Knowledge and Sage. These 2 abilities were not used for combat, but were support abilities. These support abilities had no use for combat, but had a miraculous effect on learning. Su Len was now learning all kinds of knowledge of wizards, so naturally, he wanted to master these abilities. With these 2 abilities, he could at least reduce the difficulty of learning by half, and increase the efficiency by 1 or 2 times. The way to obtain the Sage ability was simpler. Its prerequisite was the Scholar ability. As long as it was studied systematically, it could be mastered. The Scholar ability that Su Len had now could increase his learning speed. Scholar. Support ability. After a long period of systematic study, you have mastered a large amount of knowledge. You have become wiser, and your learning speed has increased. After obtaining the Scholar ability, Sullen's learning speed and comprehension ability had increased to a certain extent. In fact, there were many spells that wizards used to support learning. The most famous one was the Enlightenment spell. This spell could make an idiot similar to a normal person. Naturally, it could increase a normal person's intelligence. However, this spell was very difficult to cast, and there was a certain price to pay. In addition to the Enlightenment spell, there was also the Wishing spell that had the same effect. Although the Wishing spell had many disadvantages, if this spell was used well, it could be said to be an all-purpose spell. Of course, if you used this spell to fulfill some unreliable wishes, the final result would be very miserable. Moreover, the price to fulfill the wish was not something that anyone could afford. Regarding this spell, there were some records of the failure of the Wishing spell in Hathaway's books. One of the wizards wished for eternal life. Even the gods could not do this, and he could not afford to pay the price. In the end, the wizard's wish was fulfilled. He was directly cast on life hiding, and then he was sealed in a coffin. He was hidden in a space crack in the multiverse by the Jinn. Chapter 350. After using life concealment and being sealed, the sorcerer would enter a state of suspended animation and be thrown to some unknown corner of the multiverse. This was indeed a different kind of eternal life. However, the process was a little different from what he had imagined. Later on, after the wizards studied the wishing spell in detail, they even summoned the devil to help perfect it. Finally, they came up with a book of rules for using the wishing spell. The book listed the various rules of the wishing spell in detail, and they also came up with a set of words specially used to use the wishing spell. Because of this, the wishing spell finally became more and more worthy of its name. These two spells required a high price. In addition to these two spells, there were other spells that had a much lower price, such as magic memory. After casting this spell, the caster's memory would temporarily increase, almost to the point of having a photographic memory. However, after the spell ended, the caster's brain would suffer serious repercussions. Dizziness and nausea were just the basics. In serious cases, it would cause severe headaches. Moreover, this spell could not be used too often, or it would damage the soul. Although there were many shortcomings, this spell was still used by wizards in large numbers. After all, it could quickly memorize knowledge. Although it would be a little uncomfortable afterwards, it was still acceptable. With the scholar ability, Sullen's learning speed had increased a little. If he had skill points now, he could directly enhance Scholar to Sage. Unfortunately, he had already used up the skill points he got from leveling up. Su Len now realized the lack of skill points, which was why he began to slowly learn skills by himself instead of directly using skill points to enhance them. After learning more about the wizard profession, Su Luan realized that there was never enough skill points. There were too many skills and abilities that a wizard needed to learn. Many wizards had to choose the path of becoming a wizard. Maximal Spell, Silent Spellcast, and Instant Spellcast. These three metamagic abilities represented three different paths of becoming a wizard. Extreme Spell. When using this ability, the effect of the spell will be maximized, including damage value, healing effect, number of people affected, etc. At the cost of 3 times the mana, the lethality of a spell will be increased by 100%. Note: this special class requires mastering the ability to enhance magic. Silent Spellcasting. When using this ability, casting spells does not require any casting action or incantation. It can be cast in a silent state. Silent Spellcasting ignores any silent spells. The chances of the enemy discovering the wizard casting spells will be reduced until the moment the spell is completed. Using this ability to cast spells will consume double the amount of mana, and the casting time will be extended. Instant Spell. When using this specialty, you can instantly cast a spell. At the cost of consuming 3 times your mana and increasing the casting difficulty by 2 levels, you can turn a spell into an instant spell. Instant spells cannot be interrupted by any conventional means and are immune to any silent spell and counterspell. These 3 spell specialties represented 3 different paths of becoming a wizard. Of course, this did not mean that one could only choose one out of the 3. It was just that most wizards with limited talent could only choose one. Of course, there were also many talented wizards who would choose 2 or 3. Among them, Extreme Spell belonged to the damage output category. It could greatly increase the power of spells. With this spell, even Arcane Missile could have the power of a sniper rifle. If one wanted to choose extreme damage output or a violent wizard, this specialty should not be missed. Think about the effect of a fireball that could clear out an area with an aerial bomb. Silent Spellcasting was a specialty that suited the old Een coins. They were the kind of people who would laugh in front of people and attack from behind. The casting of spells was very subtle, and it was almost impossible to detect. It would only be exposed at the end of the spell. This specialty was the most popular among the old Een coins. The last one was Instant Spell. This was a relatively difficult specialty to master. Its effect was stronger than Silent Spellcasting, but it was also much harder to master. Moreover, after these 2 spells were promoted to legendary, one could continue to master Silent Spellcasting and Instant Spellcasting. After mastering Silent Spellcasting from 0 to 9 circles, all spells of the corresponding level would become Silent Spellcasting, and the penalty time and mana penalty would be removed. The same was true for Instant Spellcasting. The casting difficulty and mana penalty would be removed. However, it was not easy to master a legendary specialty. In the past, many wizards wanted to learn Instant Spellcasting. They planned to master Instant Spellcasting from 0 to 9 circles as soon as they entered the legendary realm. In the end, they would be able to Instant Spellcasting from 0 to 9 circles. Of course, so far, No wizard had succeeded on this path. The most powerful wizard in recorded history only managed to level up instant spellcasting to level 6, but even so, it was already very powerful. Therefore, the wizards later turned these 3 spellcasting specialties into 3 paths of wizardry. After choosing a spellcasting specialization, it would decide which path to walk in the future. It would decide whether to choose the most powerful path of wizardry or another path that was easier to achieve. Hathaway chose the path of instant casting, which was the most difficult path to walk. Only wizards with absolute confidence would walk this path. Legendary instant casting wasn't something that anyone could learn. In fact, Su Len also planned to take this path. He was a little greedy, so he wanted to master instant spellcasting as well. When the time came, he would have instant spellcasting and extreme spellcasting. However, it would be a few times more difficult to succeed. Su Len had the confidence to choose these 2 paths because of the existence of the system. Because of the system, he had the opportunity to get more skill points to learn spellcasting specialties. Even legendary skill points were not impossible. Since he had decided to be a wizard, he planned to be the strongest. There were many spellcasting specialties that he needed to master in the future. Proficient spellcasting and battle spellcasting were only the most basic spellcasting talents. Empower spellcasting, extreme spellcasting, instant spellcasting, spell penetration, and spell expansion all needed to be mastered, as well as the advanced states of these specialties, extreme spellcasting, instant spellcasting, and finally legendary spellcasting. Others might not be able to master spellcasting specialties and legendary specialties in their lifetime, but for Su Len, he might be able to master them by killing a few legendary figures. He had already announced that as long as he killed a legendary figure, he would be able to get a legendary skill point. And the legendary skill point could be used to upgrade his spellcasting specialties to legendary spellcasting specialties. But before that, what Su Len needed to master now was the spell in front of him. In fact, other than these paths of wizards, there were other paths of wizards, such as battle spellcasting wizards, explosiveness wizards, control wizards, summoning wizards, and transformation wizards. Transformation wizards were also known as close combat wizards, or berserker wizards. This type of wizard's battle mode was very bold and unrestrained. They did not cast spells, but directly picked up their weapons and attacked like a berserker. They chose to dual-wield weapons, gain proficiency in weapons, and then increase vitality, strength, and dexterity. When they saw the enemy, they would directly attack. This type of wizard was even more difficult to deal with than a berserker. There were few very famous representatives of this type of wizard. Of course, this type of close combat wizard had many different ways of adding points. For example, they could add spirit. After casting the transformation spell, spirit would be directly added to strength and dexterity, but the price was that they would temporarily lose their spellcasting ability. There were also some more extreme ones who added points to vitality, strength, and dexterity, and then learned a holy light spell to open up the invincible mode. The most suitable path for this was the Dragon Disciple Warlock, and then the part-time wizard. The warlock with the Dragon Disciple's strength, vitality, and dexterity were almost not inferior to a warrior of the same level. Because of the part-time wizard, all the skill points and attribute points did not have to be allocated to physical professions. They could achieve a true dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Of course, if you had the blood of the gods, you could also do this. For example, the white-robed wizard Gandalf was one of the best. Of course, this path was only for those with talent. If you had the Dragon Disciple, the blood of the gods, or other powerful blood, such as the Titan, this path would be very suitable for you. If you didn't have it, then don't think about it. If you forced yourself to take this path, your achievements would be extremely limited. Su Len had the system as a cheat, and his combat power was also very strong. Now, he had embarked on this path of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, and the success rate was very high. There was also a special spell for close combat wizards among the wizards. This set of spells had been passed down from the era of the Arcane Empire. It was called Bigby's 5 Consecutive Palms. After Su Len learned about this series of spells, he named this set of spells the Buddha's Palm. This set of spells was created by Bigby, who became one of the most famous combat wizards in history as an ordinary person, with no other blood. Bigby's Protective Palm, Bigby's Flying Palm, Bigby's Capture Palm, Bigby's Vajra Palm, Bigby's Crushing Palm. This set of spells could create a palm to fight, especially the Crushing Palm. The power exerted was completely the Buddha's palm. With one palm, Smashing a castle into pieces was just a basic operation. Legendary warriors were nothing in front of this set of spells. It was said that when this set of spells was created, it was the same as the Melf series of spells. It was used to deal with the gods, but so far, these two sets of spells had not been successful in killing the gods. Su Len now had a Big B's protective palm spell scroll, but this spell was very difficult to learn. He couldn't learn it now, but he had made up his mind that if he had the chance in the future, he would learn all of this set of spells. Chapter 351. Time passed by quietly. While Su Len was studying the path of a wizard, Hathaway was also building eco-parks. The Dimension Expansion spell kept expanding the space in the wizard tower. The Dimension Expansion spell required strong maneuverability. It could not tear the space apart. At the same time, the space had to be expanded as much as possible. Only then could there be enough space. After expanding the space had to be reinforced. Although this process was cumbersome and required a lot of precious magic materials, there were still a lot of resource points in the North Town city. Otherwise, she would not have the money to do this. Su Len spent the night with Hathaway and asked her about the wishing spell. Normally, the wishing spell would summon an elemental jinn. These elemental jinn were at least demigod level. After many years of research, the wizards had discovered that the wishing spell could fulfill many wishes. This included reviving someone who could be revived, gaining a lot of wealth, recovering one's power, eliminating a disaster, increasing one's power, and so on. In theory, the wishing spell could grant any wish, but it was not guaranteed that it would succeed. The price to pay for using the wishing spell was not a normal item. Usually, it was soul energy, or soul shard. If there were not enough soul shards, the spell would draw out the person's soul energy. Of course, other precious items could also be used, such as divinity. There was a limit to how much one could increase one's power with the wishing spell. For example, the attribute points could only increase one's basic attribute points by 5, and the cost would only increase as time went on. There was a limit to the number of attribute points that could be increased by the wishing spell. The maximum was 40 points. Su Len did not lack attribute points. What he wanted now was talents. It was not easy to get a legendary talent, but it was not difficult to get a legendary talent, so Su Len decided to give it a try. The wishing spell was divided into limited wishing spell and legendary wishing spell. Both could summon an elemental jinn, but the legendary wishing spell was more powerful than the limited wishing spell. Of course, the cost was also much higher. There were no legendary wizards in the North Town city, so the legendary wishing spell was impossible. However, the limited wishing spell was still possible. After learning the characteristics of the wishing spell from Hathaway, Su Len decided to use the limited wishing spell to increase his power. Hathaway thought for a moment and said, "The limited wishing spell is a level 7 spell. Alex can cast it too, and the effect should be better than mine. Then I'll ask Alex to cast the limited wishing spell tomorrow." It was a quiet night. The next day, Su Len told Alex about his idea of using the limited wishing spell, and Alex nodded immediately. The casting of the limited wishing spell was not difficult, but for the sake of insurance, Su Luen decided to build a wishing platform. The wishing platform was not big, and the construction was very simple. Under the guidance of Alex, Su Len sent a team of craftsmen to build the platform. The craftsmen in the North Town city had been trained for a long time, and their skills were absolutely qualified. It only took them a day to build the platform. The next step was for Alex to arrange the runic matrix. It was not too difficult for Alex to arrange the runic matrix for the wishing spell. Su Luen only needed to provide some magic materials. It took almost half a day for the wishing table to be completed. "Are you ready?" Alex appeared next to the platform. She looked at Su Len with calm eyes and said slowly, "The limited wishing spell has an extra cost. Later, I will draw the power of the elemental pool to complete the spell, but you still need to negotiate with the jinn. What you can get depends on you. Remember the words I told you, and be careful with the jinn. When you are ready, I will start." Su Len nodded and said, "Let's start." A ray of light appeared, with Alex activating the power of the wishing platform. The energy of the elemental pool began to pour into the wishing platform, and the arcane crystals around suddenly shone with a strange light. Then a low spell sounded, and a strange elemental power began to gather on the wishing platform. The surrounding space gradually distorted, and with the gathering of the power of the spell, a powerful divine power came to this world. The jinn. When the jinn appeared, Su Len felt the powerful force, and then a whirlwind appeared out of thin air. The next second, a terrible pressure shrouded here. This kind of pressure was like the dragon's power on the dragon, and it was more powerful than the dragon's power, but it did not have that kind of overbearing aura. With a flash of light, a creature full of powerful power and divine brilliance appeared on the wishing platform. It looked like a jinn. Its appearance was a bit like the lamp spirit in the magic lamp, and its upper body was still in human form. Its skin was pale green, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in its pupils from time to time. It was the light of divinity. Any jinn summoned by the wishing spell was at the level of a god. It was impossible to judge the level of strength of the one in front of him, but it was certainly a jinn above the demigod level. The jinn of the elemental plane had special rules. They followed the constraints of contracts and laws and would trade with spellcasters when needed. After coming to this world, it first glanced around, and then its eyes fell on Su Len. The jinn frowned slightly after seeing Su Len, and then said, "You have the power of divinity, young man. Are you summoning me?" "Interesting, young man. Are you sure you want to trade with me? Tell me your wishes and prayers." Su Len looked at the jinn in front of him with some curiosity. In fact, the jinn did not come here with its original body, but an avatar. Only when there were some special wishing spells would the real body come. The elemental jinn summoned by the wishing spell was random. Usually, it was a demigod-level elemental jinn. As for the demigod-level elemental jinn, they would only respond to the summoner according to their own preferences. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they would also summon the god of elements, messengers and gods. As for the elemental lord god, the summoner of this powerful god must have very strong strength to invite them. All the jinn, including the elemental lord god, belonged to the absolute neutral camp. They would trade with anyone, even demons. The one in front of Su Len was at least a demigod-level elemental jinn, and it might even be an oracle. Seeing that Su Len did not respond to him, the jinn seemed to be impatient and urged, "Hurry up and tell me your wish, I don't have time to chat with you." Wind elemental jinn, wind whisperer, Theodore, minor divine power. Today, he suddenly felt that there was a creature in the multiverse that seemed to have the blood of the wind god calling him. He was curious, so he responded to the call and appeared here. Su Len did not hesitate and immediately said, "I want to improve some of my abilities." The jinn looked at Su Len and then said, "What ability do you need to improve? Do you know the rules of ability improvement? Attributes above 40 can't be increased." "I know," Su Len nodded and said, "All right then, this is a contract. Write down your wishes." With that, the jinn of wind elemental took out a piece of parchment and a quill pen out of thin air and began to write quickly. After a while, a contract was written. Next, the jinn of wind elemental handed the contract scroll to Su Len. Su Len carefully took the contract. This kind of contract had a powerful force. Once it was signed, the violation of the contract would be severely punished. Su Len was very cautious about the contract. The jinn usually used some word games and left all kinds of traps or hidden dangers in July like the devil. If he was not careful and did not find them, it was likely that he would pay a lot of resources without getting any benefits. Su Len looked at the contract word by word. Once there was an ambiguity in the language, he would immediately argue with the jinn. At this time, Su Len also saw the face of the jinn. This guy was really cunning. He had been using various ways to distort Su Len's consciousness, or only the literal meaning. All kinds of out-of-context words were used, and even ambiguous words were used. If Su Len had not learned how to deal with these jinn, he would have been cheated. To deal with these jinn, he should let the devil or the lawyer confront them. After a difficult negotiation, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Then the jinn handed the modified contract to Su Len. Su Len carefully confirmed 3 times that there were no loopholes and ambiguities. Then he nodded and agreed to the contract. "What ability do you want to improve? Agility? Charm? Spirit? Or is it a talent?" "I'm going to learn a talent, erudite," Su Len said. It was not that he didn't want to get the eidetic memory ability, but this ability was a legendary ability. If he wanted to master this ability, the price he had to pay was too high. It was too painful. "Erudite? Okay." The jinn looked at Su Len and said. Then he picked up a goose feather pen and quickly wrote down the transaction. Then he handed it to Su Len and said with a smile, "You need to support a part of the power of the soul, or pay a legendary elemental stone. If there is no problem, Then sign your name on this contract. Su Len took the contract again, and then checked it again to confirm that the contract was exactly the same as Sullen's request. After checking it 5 times in a row and confirming that there was no problem, Su Len signed his name on the contract scroll. Very well, the contract is established. The Jinn waved his hand gently, and the contract instantly turned into countless auras and dissipated in the air. Then a powerful divine power fell from the sky and fell on Su Len. Chapter 352. With the appearance of the divine power, the legendary soul crystal in Sullen's hand disappeared, and the system prompt sounded in his ear. You used the spell Limited Wish. According to the contract, you will pay a legendary soul crystal to the wind elemental spirit, and then you will get the auxiliary talent, Sage. Contract completed. The effect of Limited Wish has been activated. Ritual completed. Congratulations, your auxiliary talent Scholar has been upgraded to Sage. Talent, Sage. After a lot of reading, your knowledge has been further improved. Your memory ability and analysis ability have been further strengthened. When learning spells, you can analyze the structure of spells more quickly and easily. You can grasp a lot of knowledge, and you can understand some spells better. You can optimize and modify spells, learning speed increased by 100%, and spell learning difficulty reduced by 50%. After the ritual, Su Len felt that there was a lot of knowledge in his mind that he didn't have before. This was the knowledge brought by the Sage talent. At this time, Su Len clearly felt that his brain had become very active, and his thoughts were very clear. Many spells that he didn't understand before suddenly became clear at this moment. Interesting young man, goodbye. After the contract was completed, the wind elemental spirit looked at Su Len, and then turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The power that shrouded the surroundings also disappeared. After having the Sage talent, Sullen's speed of learning spells became faster. He was like a sponge that greedily absorbed all kinds of knowledge. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Su Len finally finished analyzing the shadow tentacle, and began to learn it. After completely analyzing this spell, it was only a matter of time for Su Len to master this spell. It wouldn't take long for him to successfully cast this spell, and he would officially become an advanced wizard. Shadow Tentacle was an evocation spell. It used shadow energy to create a tentacle, and then it would instantly entangle the enemy. After entanglement, it would absorb the energy and physical strength of the entangled person. If the entangled person couldn't break free quickly, the entangled person's strength would become weaker and weaker. This spell had a lot of uses, and many wizards had made special modifications to this spell to create their own spell. It had many strange abilities, and tentacle spells were very effective against women. Su Len planned to improve this spell after he learned it. While Su Len was learning magic, caravans from the southern countries arrived at northern town. They brought all kinds of goods and large amounts of money. The merchants from the southern countries had formed a huge caravan. When Su Len came out to patrol, he saw many caravans carrying a lot of goods and slaves to trade in the market. The specialties of the southern countries were very popular in northern town city. For example, the dried seafood of the southern countries, such as the dried seafood from the Lonsdal archipelago, tasted very good after being cooked. Being able to eat seafood thousands of kilometers inland from the ocean, although it was dried seafood, it was still a good enjoyment. Of course, these caravans also had some fresh seafood, but it was very expensive. This was the result of wizard spells. After hundreds of years of development, the use of spells to keep food fresh had been perfected. As long as you were willing to pay, you could even taste the rainbow lobster from the Rainbow Sea. In addition to all kinds of dried seafood, Su Len also ordered some seaweed, shrimp, and kelp. There was no MSG in this world, and Su Len didn't know how to make it. However, he remembered that the earliest MSG was found and extracted from kelp. Although there was no MSG now, seaweed, and other dried seafood could replace some of the taste of MSG. Sir. The manager of the caravan under northern town city, Jean, ran over and said, I've counted. The southern countries sent a total of 21 caravans, and they are all ready to participate in the slave auction. Okay. Su Len nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with this situation. For an auction, the more people there were, the higher the final price. The 8,000 orc slaves in northern town city were ready to be auctioned. Rumble. A loud noise came from the city wall, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. As for those who lived here often, They seemed to be used to this noise. In the distance, a 10-meter-tall section of the city wall suddenly collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air, and then a tall figure walked out of the smoke. It was a huge steel golem. At the same time, some stone golems and clay golems appeared in the surrounding sea. These golems were about 3 meters tall. At this time, they were working on the construction site. These golems were violently blasting large amounts of heavy stones or severely damaged city walls. They were now responsible for a lot of labor in the territory. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the steel golem arrived near the city walls and vigorously pounded on the city walls. Cracks appeared on the already shaky city walls, and as the steel golem attacked, large amounts of rocks fell from the city walls, causing that section of the city walls to become even more shaky. Boom! Finally, under the continuous bombardment of the steel golems, this section of the wall collapsed with a loud bang. After the wall collapsed, it was then smashed into smaller pieces by the golems next to it and sent to the side to be piled up. A dozen or so puppet golems pushed forward like a large road roller, pushing down the wall that needed to be rebuilt. The clay golems' bodies were slightly deformed. Like bulldozers, they quickly flattened the land. The people who entered Northern Town City saw these powerful machines at first glance. Many people looked at these puppet golems in shock. In this world where productivity was still in the middle world, most places were still in the primitive stage of accumulating power. Suddenly seeing such powerful golems, they wanted to talk about the difference between the Industrial Revolution and the feudal era. Because the elemental pool could be charged, the golems in Northern Town City didn't cost much to work. The elemental pool provided sufficient and efficient energy. Although many puppet golems didn't look like professional construction golems, but were combat golems, the efficiency of these golems was still unsurpassed by humans. After these golems flattened the broken city walls, they dug up the foundation again. Stones that required more than a dozen people to move were easily lifted by the steel golems. Moreover, they moved very quickly. All the golems had a clear division of labor. The production efficiency of these golems was much higher than that of excavators and cranes. After all, these golems were unmanned. As long as they were given a job, they would complete it with quality and quantity. With the help of these golems, Northern Town City was already in a semi-mechanized state. He was very satisfied with these golems now, and he already planned to build a golem factory. The construction of a golem factory was very difficult. There were many problems involved. Many steps required the assistance of the tower genie, or control. The energy of the golem factory came from the elements, and it could be forcibly controlled through the energy of the elemental pool. The energy of the elemental pool could be modified with some energy supply techniques, and it could be used as electricity just like in his previous life. Of course, if he wanted to build a golem factory, he also needed to have enough soul crystals. Each set of golems needed a corresponding soul crystal. The clay golems could be made with only mid-tier soul crystals. The rock golems, obsidian golems, and steel golems could be made with high-tier soul crystals. The legendary golems needed to be made with legendary soul crystals. Soul crystals weren't something that could be found in the main plane. Many years later, in the multiverse, soul crystals were a kind of currency. Under normal circumstances, the Grim Reaper kept the souls in the multiverse from being excessively plundered. It was his duty to decide where the souls would go. However, there were too many souls in the multiverse. In order to obtain soul power, many magic schools had learned spells that were specifically used to obtain soul power. For example, the soul binding spell could imprison a soul in a crystal, which was a soul crystal. The fundamental reason why golems could possess some simple artificial intelligence was because of the soul crystals. There were still some biological instincts left in the soul crystals. Some of the high-level golems were even stronger than legendary-grade golems. The auction in Northern Town City was about to begin. 8,000 monster slaves were already a huge fortune for the merchant groups that came to purchase them. Many merchants wanted to buy some of them back. Su Luan handed over the auction to Jean and then went back to continue to practice magic. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a noise from Sullen's residence. Then, Su Len stood up excitedly. However, unlike before, there was a gray tentacle in his hand. The tentacle was more than 3 meters long, and these tentacles were as flexible as snakes. The tentacle swung back and forth, making various movements under Sullen's command. The tentacle rushed out quickly and directly wrapped around the target used for the experiment. Then, with a slight force, there was a cracking sound, and deep marks were left on the wooden board. Shadow tentacle! After spending so much time, Su Len finally recorded this spell. Whoosh! Su Len took a deep breath and looked around. Then, he chanted a spell. After a while, a black tentacle appeared and wrapped around a barbarian warrior in an instant. Then, he began to test the binding strength and various effects of this spell. As an energy tentacle, the shadow tentacle was very flexible and had almost no weaknesses. After trapping the barbarian warrior, the barbarian took a long time to break free. If he waited a little longer, his strength would start to decline, and it would not be easy to break free. Chapter 353. Enduring the PDA attack, I still wrote a chapter. Please subscribe. After spending a lot of effort, the barbarian finally broke free from the shadow tentacles. The whole process took almost a minute, and he had to go berserk in the end. Bang bang bang! Su Len summoned the shadow tentacles again. This time, Su Len didn't use them to tie people up. Instead, he tried to use them to attack. The 3-meter-long shadow tentacle was like a flexible whip, and it quickly attacked the targets around him. As the tentacles danced in the air, they brought with them a sharp gust of wind. When they hit the wooden targets, wooden chips flew everywhere. Very soon, deep marks were left on the wooden targets. Although the power of the tentacles was average, it was still quite good as a control skill. After becoming an advanced wizard, Su Len could learn a lot more spells. Another important thing was that he could teleport. In fact, it was just a flash. He could use it in battle. Su Len had already mastered the long-distance teleportation spell, but he had just started to learn this flash spell. After mastering this spell, Su Len's fighting style had changed a lot. Many dangerous attacks could be easily dodged with his sixth sense. Of course, he also had to be careful not to give others a chance to cast Dimensional Anchor. The function of Dimensional Anchor was very simple. After being targeted by Dimensional Anchor, you couldn't use dimensional teleportation for a while. Also, this spell was much easier to learn than teleportation. It only required an intermediate wizard to learn it. Of course, the effectiveness of this spell depended on the difference in level between the caster and the target. If the target was a legendary wizard and you were only an elite wizard, even if you cast 10 dimensional anchors, it would still be useless. The reconstruction of the northern city was in full swing. At the same time, in the newly built auction house, 8,000 orcs, gnolls, and trolls were also being auctioned. The caravans from the southern coastal countries were very interested in these orc slaves. Su Len set them in groups of 20, and the price for each group was 200 kinner. In fact, this price was on the low side. However, there were more than 20 companies bidding for the slaves. The average price of these slaves was 500 kinnar per group. 40 groups of slaves brought Northern Town City more than 20,000 kinnar in total. Su Len didn't keep the 20,000 kinnar banknotes. He used it to buy all kinds of resources. North Town's population had skyrocketed. Other than food and ironware, there was a shortage of other resources. Su Len had built a lot of workshops in his territory, but it was impossible for him to be self-sufficient in a short time. Su Len's main focus now was on military and food. As for spices, sugar and wine, these industries didn't need many people. There were quite a number of people working in the textile workshops in the territory. However, they only produced high-grade fine linen, cotton, and a small amount of silk. These were supplied to the Liege's Mansion, Hathaway, and Karina. The excess would be sold. As for the coarse flax used by commoners, it wasn't for sale. Su Len planned to gather some women and build a textile workshop to produce coarse linen. After all, cloth was very important. He couldn't always rely on merchants to buy it. There were also a lot of daily necessities that Su Len planned to produce in his territory. North Town City was 300 miles away from the nearest city. If all the goods were transported from the Kingdom of Florence, the price of the cheapest goods would be more than double. The traveling merchants in this era weren't as developed as in his previous life. If they didn't make 2 or 3 times the profit, they wouldn't bring goods back. Therefore, Su Len had his caravans purchase all the goods from the outside world every month. Of course, some of them were brought back by other caravans. Most of the people in North Town City were serfs and refugees. Their purchasing power was limited. Su Len couldn't sell them at a high price. He couldn't even sell them at cost price. Therefore, not only did he not make money, he even lost money. However, he had to do this business. It was related to the people's livelihood. If Su Len wanted to build a country, He had to do it even if he had to lose money. Of course, this was only temporary. When all kinds of small workshops were opened in the future, the basic necessities could be met locally. By then, Su Len wouldn't have to spend money every month. These necessities didn't seem like much, but to the commoners, it was related to their livelihood. Let alone Northtown City, even in Cult City, if the price of food increased by 30%, the commoners would be forced to sell themselves as slaves. If the price was higher, even the commoners wouldn't be able to withstand it. Many merchants, nobles, and tycoons would take advantage of natural disasters to stock up on their goods. They would artificially raise the price of food, turning the commoners into proletarians or even slaves. Su Len was so busy that his head was spinning. He wanted to go out for a walk. He rode on a horse and followed the caravan to Calent City to purchase some goods. To his surprise, he was robbed not long after he left Northtown City. The robbers were a group of northern barbarian bandits. The patrols of Northtown City were only responsible for maintaining the safety of the territory. Therefore, after leaving Northtown City, everything would return to normal. The northern barbarians Su Len encountered were one of them. The northern barbarians were very similar to the barbarians in Northtown City. The northern barbarians were just a general term. The barbarians had their own names. Even the barbarians themselves didn't know how many tribes there were in the northern wastelands. There were many barbarian tribes living in the northern wastelands. The barbarian tribes were known for their thick body hair. They were tall and brave, but lacked discipline. They liked to solve problems with brute force. They were born with a weak resistance to the cold. Similarly, the northern barbarian women were tall and big. However, their skin was fair but a little rough. Their facial features were also quite delicate. They were similar to the warriors of his previous life. The northern barbarians' brains were always cramped. They liked to drink and fight. Their bad temper and stubbornness were comparable to the dwarves. The group that robbed Su Len was obviously a small barbarian tribe in the northern wastelands. It was already winter in the northern wastelands, but there were still some barbarians with bare arms. Only these people had high resistance to the cold. Normal people would have frozen to death if they dared to do so. Su Len found that the northern barbarians had a wolf's head tattooed on their chests. This should be the totem they believed in. Many of the northern barbarians had shamans. Some of them believed in nature, while others believed in their ancestors. The reason why the northern barbarians were so scattered was because of their own beliefs. After blocking the way, the northern barbarians let out a strange roar. After seeing the robbers, a leader immediately ran over to Su Len to report. Su Len looked at the robbers in the distance and ordered, "Lure them here." It would be a waste to reject the slaves that were delivered to his doorstep. These northern barbarians were very useful whether they were slaves or soldiers. He could capture them and throw them to Boulder or Johnson for training. No matter how rebellious they would be beaten into obedience. Although they were stubborn, they were not idiots. The guards in the caravan this time were all elites. All of them were veterans who had been on the battlefield. After hearing Sullen's order, they immediately understood his intention. Then, they smiled and ordered their men to take action. The caravan directly turned around and pretended to be panicked, trying to escape to the territory of Northern Town City. At the same time, in order to prevent these people from catching up, the caravan deliberately slowed down a little, giving the robbers a feeling that they could easily catch up with them. As expected, these robbers acted as if they were acting. They were completely acting according to the script. When a bearded bandit leader with a bare chest and an unknown animal skin on his body saw that the caravan was about to escape, he immediately shouted to his men, "They want to escape. Hurry up and catch up with them. Haha, their carriages are slow. They must have a lot of goods. We're going to be rich this time. Get ready to surround them. This time, we have to take all of them. Don't let any of them escape." The robbers who robbed on the trade route in Northern Town naturally knew about the specialties of Northern Town City. After seeing that the caravan was slow, they immediately realized that there was probably alcohol and sugar in it. The guards of the caravan under Sullen's command had traveled this trade route many times. Naturally, they knew what the robbers were after. The other orcs and gnolls wanted food and weapons, but these northern barbarians preferred strong alcohol. However, these robbers would never have thought that they were not targeting a little rabbit this time, but a big crocodile hiding under the water. Waves of shouts and howls came closer and closer. The northern barbarians in front of them rushed up excitedly. From time to time, some of them roared like war cries. Their faces were full of excitement because they realized that there were not many people in the caravan. When they could see the other party clearly, these robbers sped up and rushed up. "Let's begin." Su Len, who had been sitting in the carriage and watching the show, waved his hand. Then, the guards of the caravan instantly removed their disguises and took off their cloaks, revealing their excellent equipment and weapons. The bandits were very sensitive to the changes in their enemies. As soon as the group of bandits approached, they immediately realized that the situation was not good. The merchants in front of them were not afraid at all. In fact, many of them even had expressions of eagerness in their eyes. Many of the guards with scars on their faces were excitedly cleaning their weapons. They looked at the robbers as if they were looking at a group of sheep that had been sent to their doorstep. Hee hee. A bald barbarian warrior carrying a battle axe of more than 50 kilograms rushed up. He was the captain of Sullen's guards. He shouted excitedly, "Guys, it's time to work. Show them our names. Let them die with some understanding." The guards who had removed their disguises quickly cut down the robbers who rushed up to the robbers. Behind them, a flag was raised in the caravan. It was the battle flag of Northern Town City. Chapter 354. Bang! The northern barbarian bandits that charged at them were immediately knocked down. Then, a battle flag was raised in the middle of the caravan. There was a shield and a strange spear on the flag, and a fierce ice Quetzalcoatlus on the shield. It was the flag of the northern citadel. After seeing this flag, there seemed to be some commotion among the remaining bandits. It was obvious that someone had recognized this flag. "It's the Orc Slayers. They're the caravan of the northern citadel." Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise among the bandits. The northern citadel's reputation in the northern wastelands could be said to have repelled all evil. After discovering that the caravan was from the northern citadel, the northern citadel soldiers seemed to be frightened. Seeing these bandits make such an obvious mistake, the soldiers of the northern citadel would not miss this opportunity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they rushed up. Su Len didn't even need to fight. The soldiers under his command just charged and scattered the bandits. Then they were defeated. Many bandits even threw down their weapons and chose to surrender. Of course, there were also some bandits who wanted to fight to the end. In the end, they were killed by hand axes and javelins. The whole battle lasted for a long time. It didn't take more than half an hour from the beginning to the end. These northern barbarian bandits, who had more than 200 bandits, were completely defeated. Except for a few dozen who died, most of the rest were taken captive. Some even ran away as fast as they could. "Take them to the interrogation room." Su Len waved his hand and let 2 drows in to interrogate the captives. "I want to know how these bandits targeted us, and where is their nest. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield, collect the spoils, and repair the damaged carriages." "Yes, sir," the barbarian captain said respectfully, then began to order the others to clean up the battlefield. These northern barbarian bandits' equipment was average. Their weapons could only be reforged, and they didn't have any decent armor. Their fur was not bad, but it looked too dirty. The corpses also needed to be buried. In addition, these captives also needed to be escorted back. The drow's interrogation was very efficient. A few screams came from the captives from time to time. After about a few minutes, the 2 drows in charge of the interrogation ran over and whispered a few words in Sullen's ear. Sullen's eyes lit up and he said, "Their tribe is nearby?" "Are you sure he's not lying?" The drow standing next to him patted his chest and promised, "Sir, with our interrogation skills, do you think these simple-minded guys can fool us? I interrogated the 5 captives separately, and their answers were all the same. These northern barbarians are heading south. It is said that they are avoiding the frost giants." "Frost giants," Su Len said in surprise. "The frost giants are heading south?" Frost giants were a type of pure-blooded giant. According to the records of the wizards, there were 6 types of pure-blooded giants living in this material plane. They were cloud giants, frost giants, mountain giants, fire giants, stone giants, and storm giants. These giants had their own sequence. The highest level was the storm giant, the lowest was the mountain giant, and then there were their relatives, such as the ogres, 2-headed giants, swamp giants, and many other hybrid giants and subspecies. The giant species had a strict hierarchy. The lowest-ranking giants in the higher-ranking branches were higher than the highest-ranking giants in the lower-ranking branches. For example, the chief of the mountain giant tribe was often not as noble as an ordinary stone giant. The frost giants were a race living in the northern tundra. They had always claimed that the roof of the world, the northern tundra, was their private territory. But this statement was not recognized by other races. North of the northern wastelands was the ice plains, also known as the northern ice plains. As one continued north, the terrain would gradually rise. The entire northern wastelands was a cold, rugged, and sparsely populated region. There were snow-covered mountain ranges, rocky hills, dense forests, and misty valleys. This place was dotted with isolated fortresses, ancient tombs, and many ruins of lost empires. To the west of the northern region was the Golden Desert, which was the territory of the Desert Kingdom. To the east was the sea, to the south was the northern wilderness, and the north extended to the endless sea. In the northern tundra, there were only a few small human towns scattered in the valleys. On the other hand, the frost giants were spread out in tribes on the northern ice plains. A frost giant tribe usually had 30 to 50 frost giants, 20 to 30 ogres, an instructor, 30 winter wolves, and 1 or 2 young white dragons. When it came to frost giants, the white dragons of the pentashade dragons had to be mentioned. As the weakest of the pentashade dragons, not only did they have the lowest intelligence, but they were also the smallest. However, although the white dragons were the weakest among the pentashade dragons, they were the most numerous. Red dragons and blue dragons usually had 3 eggs in a nest, while white dragons had 6 eggs, and their hatching rate was also the highest. According to this number, it would not take many years for white dragons to cover the entire northern tundra. Unfortunately, they still had to face the attacks of their nemesis, the frost giants. An adult white dragon could easily kill a frost giant, but frost giants usually like to sneak up on young white dragons. In a way, these frost giants maintained the ecological balance on the tundra. The frost giants usually hunted in groups. The main target of a large group of frost giants was usually the polar bear or the white dragon's nest. Even an adult white dragon could only run away when faced with a group of frost giants. They regarded hunting white dragons as the highest glory, and generally worshipped the Ice Queen Hermosid and the Storm Lord Talos. They were as fierce and aggressive as white dragons, and frost giants were not responsible for the food of their children. If they wanted to live, they could only hunt by themselves. Not only were they not responsible for food, but they also often robbed their children of their spoils of war. As a result, the frost giant children learned from them when they grew up. Cold, ruthless, selfish, aggressive, and tyrannical. These were the fine traditions of their tribe, and they were the most difficult hunters in the northern tundra. Frost giants would hunt powerful beasts or white dragons, and they would offer these sacrifices to the Storm Lord Talos. If they were lucky enough and the sacrifice satisfied the Storm Lord, they might be able to receive the Storm Lord's grace and become a storm warrior or priest. Now that these bandits said that there were frost giants coming south, Su Len was a little vigilant. Frost giants were not orcs. Adult frost giants were tier 4, and the frost giant chieftain had reached tier 5, the legendary level. Although the lowest was level 21, some of the stronger ones could reach level 22 or level 23, and the frost giant king was at least level 26. "Sir, is that tribe?" the drow next to him asked. "Of course we have to capture them. It's better to have them as a family, right?" Su Len said matter-of-factly. Since they had discovered a northern barbarian tribe, and this tribe had attacked them before, no matter what, Su Len did not intend to let this tribe go. "Leave some people to look after these captives. The rest of you, follow me," Su Len said as he stood up. The information that the drows got from torture was very complete. The location of this northern tribe was not far from here, and the group took about 2 hours to reach the vicinity of the tribe. From the outside, this was a barbarian tribe of about 500 people. The tribe was a little dilapidated. Some of them were tents, and some of them were wooden houses. Judging from the age of the wooden houses, this tribe had not migrated here for a long time, no more than 2 months. At this time, some of the tribe had gone hunting, while others had become bandits and were wiped out by the army of the northern city. Now, there were not many people in the camp. Seeing this situation, Su Len was about to order an attack, but at this time, there was a clamor. At the back of the tribe, a group of tall humanoid creatures was attacking the tribe's camp. Upon closer look, they had rock-like faces, and sharp teeth were exposed at the corners of their cracked mouths. They looked particularly ferocious. Under their light blue skin were majestic muscles, and on top of them were bulging blood vessels. Obviously, they contained a lot of power. These humanoid creatures were in groups of 7 or 8, and they were attacking the barbarian tribes separately. Their bodies were wrapped in simple and crude fur coats, and their chests were full of scars. These people were walking as if they were flying, and their huge long-handled axes and warhammers looked ferocious and terrifying. The leader was wearing a black cow-horned helmet, and he was surrounded by a terrifying aura. Obviously, they were not human. Although it was the first time Su Len had seen this kind of creature, he could instantly tell that this was a group of frost giants. What are the frost giants doing here? Su Luan muttered to himself as he looked at the frost giants who easily overturned the northern barbarian tribe like a hot knife through butter. "Sir, should we continue?" A barbarian warrior beside him asked in a low voice. Su Len did not speak. There were 30 frost giants in this group, and the leader was a legendary. The warriors beside Su Len were at most grade 3, and even the most common frost giant was 1 grade higher than them. If they fought, even if they killed these frost giants, the result would be a Pyrrhic victory. Su Len was confident that he could deal with the frost giant chief, but the common frost giants would very likely cause heavy damage to the army of the northern battlefront city when he fought with the frost giant chief. "Let's wait first." Su Len shook his head and waved at the messenger. He took out a token and asked him to send a message to the northern battlefront city. The barbarian tribe that had lost a lot of combat power could not resist the attack of the frost giants at all. Soon, the tribe was occupied by the frost giants. The frost giants did not seem to have any intention of leaving. Instead, they took over the tribe and occupied it. Seeing this situation, Su Len left 2 smart soldiers to monitor the situation, and returned to the caravan with the rest of the people. Chapter 355. The meat in my mouth was stolen. Su Len was in a bad mood. He looked back at the barbarian tribe and left. He had already decided to leave the frost giants behind. As for living in harmony with the frost giants, it was impossible. The frost giants were arrogant, cruel, and greedy. When they knew there was a human town nearby, their first thought was to rob it. As frost giants of the evil faction, they didn't know what a win-win situation was. Perhaps in their mind, a win-win situation meant that they won twice. Su Luan wanted to figure out the reason why these frost giants had come to the south. A frost giant tribe like this was a threat to the north town, so there was no room for others to sleep on. A legendary powerhouse could drop a lot of good things, such as legendary skill points and platinum treasure chests. After returning to the caravan, they found a place to set up camp. It was getting late, so they started cooking and waiting for the army of the northern wastelands to arrive. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. After breakfast, Su Luan saw Hathaway and Alex arrive at the camp with the troops that had been assembled overnight. The two brought barbarian warriors, harpies, 2 teams of half-elf archers, and 2 teams of centaurs. Although there weren't many people, it was half of the northern wastelands fighting force. They also brought some powerful weapons, 30 ballistae. It was difficult for the ballistae to hit normal people, but it was much easier for the frost giants. If the ballistae were used as a trump card on the battlefield, the frost giants would definitely suffer. Su Len had been keeping an eye on the frost giants. At the same time, he told the army to rest as soon as possible. They had to be patient when facing this frost giant tribe. Although the frost giants weren't the most powerful giants, they were second only to the storm giants. An adult frost giant had around 29 points of strength and 21 points of constitution. Although they didn't have any magic abilities, they were still powerful enough. They were also immune to ice magic and had strong vitality. They wielded heavy weapons like killing machines. They were very difficult to deal with. Of course, they were not without weaknesses. Frost giants were afraid of fire, and fire could deal 150% damage to them. In the past, some adventurers thought that they could easily kill the frost giants after knowing their weaknesses. But when they really did it, they realized that even if they knew the weaknesses of the frost giants, it was still very dangerous to kill them. Although the challenge level of frost giants was LV13, this was only in theory because frost giants usually lived in groups. Additionally, when facing a frost giant, one should never face its attack head-on. Even a rank 3 knight wearing a knight's plate armor would be blown away by a frost giant's full-strength strike. Fortunately, frost giants were not very agile due to their huge size, which gave the others a chance to dodge. The frost giants had a period of chaos. To be specific, all the giants had a period of chaos. At that time, all the giants attacked other races as if they had gone mad. Even the giant races often had conflicts with each other. Moreover, the giants of the lower order actually dared to attack the giants of the upper order. This was simply something that had never happened before. But it really happened. At that time, giants could be said to be the public enemy of the continent. All other races were hostile to them. As long as they were found, they would attack them. This situation lasted for a long time, and the number of giants on the continent decreased by about 40%. Then, after that, the giants stopped and returned to their original state. It was said that this was because the giant god Anan cancelled the order among the giants. He announced that the giants would be ranked by themselves through competition. In this way, those lower-ranked giants actually wanted to be promoted, and the original giants were also trying to preserve their status. However, it was said that this action failed in the end. The dragons didn't want to see their enemies become stronger. After a day of rest, the army of the northern battlefront city began to move in the evening. The sentries arranged to monitor the frost giant camp would send messages every half an hour. Although Su Len didn't go to the scene in person, he knew the situation of the frost giant camp very well. "Sir, the frost giants still have no intention of leaving today. They seem to be using this place as a temporary camp," a scout reported to Su Len. "Moreover, at noon, I saw more than 20 ogres come here. It seems that these frost giants really migrated here. They plan to live here permanently." Hearing the scout's words, Su Len said with some surprise, "Frost giants like cold areas. Although the northern wilderness is cold in winter, it is still hot in summer. These frost giants are definitely not used to it. But why would they violate their living habits and come here? Forget it, don't think so much. Since they dare to come here, they might as well stay. The wall of my castle still lacks a head like this as a trophy." Time passed by minute, and soon night came. After a day of rest, the soldiers of the northern battlefront city were full of energy. They were all ready to do something big. Su Len didn't hesitate. After a simple dinner, he led the army directly to the frost giant camp. About 3 hours later, they arrived at the periphery of the camp. The camp had changed a lot. The houses in the camp were built taller. Although the northern barbarians were tall, about 2 meters tall, their houses were naturally not suitable for the frost giants, who were 4 meters tall and weighed more than 1.5 tons. Therefore, during the day, the frost giants let the captives cut down trees and then came back to build houses and camps. When they were 5 kilometers away from the camp, Su Len stopped the army and then asked Hathaway to summon a few wizard's eyes to investigate the camp. After summoning a few wizard's eyes, they quickly hid in the darkness. The wizard's eyes soon flew over the camp. Hathaway snapped her fingers and tapped her finger lightly. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air in front of her. The next second, a circular image with a diameter of 20 centimeters appeared. After combining the water mirror with the wizard's eyes, the water mirror could project the image seen by the wizard's eyes on the crystal. It was like watching a movie, and the situation of the entire frost giant tribe could be clearly seen. 25 ogres and 22 winter wolves. After seeing the image of the water mirror, Su Len quickly got a lot of information. "Fortunately, we didn't attack directly. Otherwise, this sneak attack would definitely have been discovered." Su Len frowned and looked at the group of winter wolves. Frost giants and winter wolves often cooperated. Creatures like winter wolves knew the giant language and the common language, so they could communicate with the frost giants simply. These winter wolves had a good sense of smell, good hearing, and night vision. They were good helpers in hunting. Frost giants often brought winter wolves to hunt. If Su Len had led the army to attack just now, he might have been discovered by the frost giants before he even got close to the camp. Then, the sneak attack would have turned into a direct attack. Many people thought that the frost giants would fight you head-on, but in fact, the frost giants were very cunning creatures. After they hunted white dragons, if there were white dragon fledglings, they would not kill them directly. Instead, they would tame the white dragon fledglings and let the white dragon help them hunt. Of course, the frost giants preferred to use dragon beasts because the real white dragons had the inherited memory of the dragon. In the face of such a situation, they would pretend to be tamed until they grew into young dragons or adult dragons. Then they would suddenly attack. Later on, the frost giants also learned to be smart. They would kill the white dragon in advance before it became a young dragon. Many people thought that the frost giants were very stupid and thought that they only knew how to fight head-on. In fact, they liked to ambush and often sneak attacks when the white dragon was asleep. If they found that they were being attacked by humans, they would immediately counterattack. Of course, many times, they would set a trap for humans to fall into and then attack. As a melee profession, when facing the attacks of the frost giants, it was best to dodge as much as possible. Don't think about blocking the attacks of the frost giants. People who did that basically paid an extremely heavy price. When the frost giants were fighting, once they found that things were not going well, they would immediately retreat and escape. Move the ballista over, Sulen said. Soon, some barbarian warriors moved the ballista that had been dismantled into parts. It was difficult to move the ballista, so under normal circumstances, it was dismantled when it was moved and assembled when it reached the place. After arriving at the periphery of the camp, Sulen began to let the soldiers reassemble the ballista. The arrows used by the ballista were 3-meter-long spears, and the spearheads of the spears had been modified. There were blood grooves on both sides of the spearheads. As long as the arrows hit the enemy, even if it was not a vital point, it would take half of their life. If they were unlucky, they would even bleed to death. In addition to these spears, there were also some spears that were linked with chains. These were all thrown spears. They were all used by the barbarian warriors. The throwing spears were short and small and carried a heavy chain ball. As long as they hit the target, they would restrict the target's movement. Even if it was as strong as the frost giants, if they were hit by 2 or 3 spears, they would basically lose their ability to move and could only be exhausted to death by others. All barbarian warriors each carry 3 spears. When you attack, add the chain ball at the back, Sulen said as he held the spears. You don't need to kill in one hit, just hit the target. Chapter 356. Mass Invisibility. Mass Bull's Strength. Mass Bear's Endurance. Mass Haste. Raise your spirits. Vanish. The light of spells kept flashing. Soon, the soldiers of Northtown City were buffed with 7 or 8 different buffs. The combat strength of these soldiers almost doubled in a short period of time. The ballistas were also reassembled. At the same time, the arrows and heavy javelins were distributed to the barbarians. The javelins shone with a cold light and had obvious barbs. They looked like the javelins used to catch large fish in the previous world. Even the frost giants could not withstand such weapons. Next, Sulen led the northern fortress city army closer to the camp. Maybe the frost giants were too confident, or maybe the sentries were too lazy, but they did not see any sentries outside the camp. Hide and wait. Sulen gestured to the soldiers behind him and said in a deep voice, "You guys stay here. I will lure the frost giants out first. Then, all the ballistas will find an opportunity to shoot. After that, it will be your turn to shoot. The enemy this time is not goblins or kobolds. Don't blame me for not warning you if you accidentally die. Don't worry, boss. We will be careful." Johnson patted his chest and said, "I hope so." Sullen's figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. He looked around and found his way to a fence outside the camp. Whether it was the barbarians or the frost giants, the fences were very rough. Sulen easily went over the fence. After entering the camp, the first thing Sulen smelled was a foul stench. There were some human and animal corpses on the ground. Although the frost giants did not eat humans, the ogres did not. These should be the corpses of the northern barbarians that were captured earlier. Looking at the marks, it was most likely done by the ogres. Sulen took out kerosene from his storage space and poured it all over the camp. Although he was very careful, it still made some noise. Before they could react, a fireball fell from the sky. Boom! A loud noise instantly broke the silence of the night. The camp, which had fallen into a deep slumber, immediately exploded like boiling water. Ah! An angry roar rang out. The frost giant endured the pain and rushed out of the house, shouting angrily, "Despicable sneak attacker! I'm going to crush all your bones!" Boom! The flames burned quickly along with the kerosene, igniting several tents and wooden houses within a few breaths. Many frost giants rushed out. Sulen did not delay. After igniting the camp, he immediately fled. The angry frost giants and ogres followed closely behind. Just as Sulen rushed out of the camp, a few black shadows suddenly rushed out from the dark corners. Sulen only saw a few black shadows in front of him, and his body subconsciously dodged. Then, He took the opportunity to kick the black shadow away. At this time, he saw clearly that it was a winter wolf about 2 meters long. The winter wolf that was kicked by Su Luan rolled several times on the ground in a row, and its body went limp. Although Su Luan did not attack with all his strength, even so, it was not something a winter wolf could bear. Its ribs were directly broken, and it seemed that it would die soon. When the other winter wolves saw this situation, they stopped instantly and looked at Su Len with vigilance. Frost breath. 5 cold breaths suddenly came out of the winter wolves' mouths. Under the bone-chilling breaths, the ground quickly froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, a layer of smooth ice appeared on the ground. The power of the winter wolf's ice breath was average. Not to mention the white dragon, it couldn't even compare to the ice-winged dragon's breath. The winter wolf's ice breath wasn't enough to freeze the enemy. It could only make the enemy's body stiff and slow down their reaction speed. Su Len accelerated and directly rushed out of the attack range of the frost breath. With cold resistance and elemental resistance, this level of frost breath could not affect him at all. Without the obstruction, Sullen's footsteps were light, and after a few flashes, he rushed out of the camp. The frost giants behind him were furious. They waved their heavy giant axes and directly cut down the fence of the camp. After seeing Sullen's figure, they rushed up without thinking. Damn sneak attacker! Don't run! Obviously, Sullen's act of setting fire to the camp had completely angered these frost giants. Boom! A dull noise came, and a boulder flew out from Sullen's side and hit the ground next to him. Su Len did not slow down and passed by it in an instant. The dexterity of the frost giants was not high. An adult frost giant only had 9 points, which was a little more than ordinary people. Because of their huge size, they could rarely dodge the enemy's attacks. However, this did not mean that their movement speed was slow. In fact, because of their large size, one step of theirs was equivalent to several steps of ordinary people. If they encountered some short rogues, one step of the frost giant might be equivalent to 5 or 6 steps. Especially for halfling rogues, they were very unfriendly. 30 frost giants and 20 ogres rushed out of the camp and chased after Su Len. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in a few breaths. After Su Len rushed to the predetermined ambush position, he immediately shouted, "Attack!" Then his figure flashed, and he accelerated forward. Bang! 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 The sound of bowstrings was constantly heard. The invisible North Town army instantly launched an attack. 3-meter-long crossbow bolts were shot out. The bolts flew through the air and hit the frost giants' bodies. Some of the bolts were directly blocked by the frost giants with their giant weapons, and some were dodged. Only less than 1/3 of the bolts hit their targets. The frost giants that were hit by the bolts were directly pushed back by the bolts. The sharp spears pierced their tough skin and muscles, and blood gushed out. Such a serious injury would be fatal for ordinary people, but it was not even a serious injury for the frost giants. After being ambushed, the frost giants immediately realized that this was a trap. However, they didn't panic. Instead, they roared and ran over in large strides. For them, the humans were no match for them at all. As long as they rushed up, they could kill a few with a swing of their axes. After the ballistae were fired, the 2 barbarian warriors quickly loaded the ballistae and fired. The whole process only took 20 seconds. Bolts were fired one after another. The frost giants were prepared and dodged most of the bolts. Only a few that were too close to dodge were hit. Javelins! Su Len instantly threw out a heavy javelin, and the barbarian warriors around him followed. Throw! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Hundreds of javelins flashed with cold light as they flew out from the North Town army. Sharp whistling sounds were heard, followed by painful roars. The frost giants were severely injured. Bang! Rocks the size of footballs flew over quickly. Su Len waved his halberd and sent the rocks flying. However, the other barbarians were not so lucky. A few of them could not dodge in time and were sent flying far away. If not for their strength and thick skin, they would have lost their lives. After 2 consecutive waves of javelins, the frost giants were severely injured. A few of them died, and almost all the frost giants were injured. The ogres following them also suffered heavy losses. Cursed roared furiously, his eyes turning blood red. He waved his hands and threw the rocks around him, then charged forward with his giant axe. The frost giant tribe had suffered such great losses. As the chief of the frost giants, Cursed could not wait to kill all the humans in front of him. The charging speed of the legendary frost giants was very fast. Their huge size and ferocious aura shocked some of the soldiers, causing them to stand there in a daze. Although the frost giants did not have dragon's might, their violent aura was not much weaker than that. Not everyone had the courage to face such a behemoth. However, after seeing the frost giants charging up, many of the barbarian warriors were eager to give it a try. Idiot! Dodge quickly! Seeing this situation, Su Len immediately shouted. Su Len had a clear understanding of the frost giants' strength. The force of their full power attack was several tons. Although the barbarian warriors were quite strong, they had no way of resisting against such overwhelming strength. A cruel and bloodthirsty expression flashed across the enraged frost giant chief's face. He hated these humans to the core. He attacked with all his might, swinging his giant battle axe. The frost giant chief's axe was close to 3 meters long, and its blade was close to 1 meter. This giant weapon weighed at least 500 jin, and its weight alone could easily crush a person to death. After seeing the enemy, he swung it down instantly. Swoosh! The gigantic axe swept across with a piercing sound of wind, followed by the sound of metal clashing. That barbarian warrior's two-handed axe, which was forged from fine iron, was broken. The frost giant Cursed gigantic axe swept across, and the well-made half-body armor was torn apart by this terrifying force. Blood splattered everywhere, and the barbarian warrior was sent flying back over 10 meters. With a boom, he smashed onto a crossbow cart, which was smashed into pieces. The others only took one look to see that the barbarian warrior's chest armor had been completely destroyed, and there was a hideous wound on his chest. His sternum was shattered, and his internal organs were also shattered. His entire chest seemed to have sunk in, and this tyrannical force had broken his spine. There was no need to look to know that this person was dead. With such serious injuries, unless he was a giant demon or an energy life form, it was impossible for him to survive. Damn it! Lightning flashed in Sullen's eyes, and in the next second, dazzling lightning exploded from his body. Lightning flashed, and Su Len appeared before Cursed in an instant, swinging the Tempest halberd in his hand. Boom! With a loud sound, the frost giant chief, who was about to go on a killing spree, felt an astonishing force coming from the battle axe in his hand, and his body retreated a few steps uncontrollably. Chapter 357. Su Len took 2 steps back to dissipate the force before pouncing forward again. At this moment, the frost giant chief raised his axe slightly, his body twisting slightly. The muscles on his arms bulged as if he was about to exert force. Su Len quickly shouted, "Dodge!" Whoosh! The axe cut through the air, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. The huge two-handed axe swept in a circle, and everything within 5 meters was under his attack. A barbarian warrior nearby heard the warning and rolled to the side to avoid the attack. The sharp gust of wind slashed across his face, and a trace of blood quietly slid down. Su Len dodged the attack with an iron bridge, and the storm war halberd in his hand stabbed out like a viper. Lightning flashed, and the barbarians all retreated. No one dared to approach the area where the two were fighting. The lesson from before made them understand that they didn't have much confidence in receiving an attack from the frost giant chief. Just as Su Len and the frost giant chief were fighting, the remaining frost giants and ogres rushed over. Chain of fireballs. Bursting flames. Slow. Flame burst. Hathaway, Alex, and the others made their moves. Fire spells were the best way to deal with them. These frost giants, who had just been baptized by arrows and javelins, suffered heavy losses, were hit by spells one after another. Flames exploded, and cries rang out continuously. As frost giants with negative fire resistance, fire spells made them wish they were dead. With the addition of slow and other spells to control the field, these frost giants couldn't gain the slightest advantage even though they were a level higher than the barbarians. Moreover, the barbarians outnumbered them by several times. Under the siege, these frost giants were forced to retreat again and again. The elven magic archers and centaur archers constantly harassed them with arrows. It was only a matter of time before these frost giants were killed. The ogres that had been following the frost giants couldn't resist at all. As grade 2 creatures, they were beheaded by the barbarians in a few exchanges. The winter wolves saw that the situation wasn't good and immediately ran away after a few of them were killed. The battle between Su Len and the frost giant chief was getting more and more intense. It was the first time that Su Len had fought with a giant like this. Only then did he realize that in a melee fight with such a large creature, the advantage of having a large body was just too great. Su Len was clearly much stronger than the Frost Giant Chieftain, but in the face of the Frost Giant Chieftain's attacks, he couldn't gain any advantage. In comparison, his weight was too light. Sullen's current weight was only 200 jin, but the Frost Giant Chieftain's casual attack had the power of several thousand jin, enough to send him flying. As a result, although his strength was higher, his body involuntarily retreated. Once again, Sullen's body was pushed back by the recoil. He realized that this kind of head-on fight was not going to work. Compared to his own weight, the Frost Giant, which was more than 1.5 tons, had too much of an advantage. After thinking it through, Su Len immediately gave up on fighting the Frost Giant head-on and began to rely on his own agility to attack. After changing his fighting style, the battle situation changed significantly. Su Len turned his body and agilely dodged the Frost Giant's heavy blow. Then, he circled to the Frost Giant's back and stabbed with force. Ah! A dull roar sounded, and the sound contained great pain. The Frost Giant Chieftain's tall body involuntarily twisted. Then, he exerted force under his feet and his body quickly rotated. Great cleave! The biting cold wind whistled past. Su Len rolled and dodged directly under the Frost Giant's feet. The Storm War halberd left a bloody mark on his thigh. A wound of about 20 centimeters appeared, and blood gushed out. Su Len licked the blood that splashed on his lips, then spat lightly and rushed forward again. The Frost Giant Chieftain's huge body made it very difficult for him to turn around. Although his huge body had many advantages, it also provided a lot of attacking positions, which also made it easier for Su Len to dodge his attacks. Swish! 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 Several flashes of lightning appeared in succession. Su Len stabbed the Frost Giant's body one after another. Blood splashed, and in a short time, the Frost Giant was covered in wounds. However, this kind of injury was not fatal to the Frost Giant. It was very difficult to kill the Frost Giant with this kind of bleeding. Lightning Spear! Endless lightning gathered on the Storm War halberd. The 3-meter-long Storm War halberd fiercely pierced the Frost Giant's shoulder with a powerful force. Blood splattered, and the white bones inside seemed to be visible. Roar! The Frost Giant Chieftain roared in pain. He felt endless anger towards Sullen's monkey-like attacks. The attack just now made him feel even more pain. He knew that if this continued, it would become more and more disadvantageous for him. The Frost Giant Chieftain didn't care and used his arms to sweep around. Whirlwind Slash! After seeing the Frost Giant's movements, Su Len dodged the moment the Whirlwind Slash was launched. Cleaving Slash! A black light flashed, and the sharp blade flashed instantly. Sullen's body quickly rolled to avoid the attack, but he was still swept a little. After the Frost Giant Chieftain forced Su Len away, he immediately waved his giant axe and chopped down. However, to the Frost Giant Chieftain's disappointment, his attack didn't cause too much damage. Before the Frost Giant Chieftain's attack fell on Su Len, the ring on his hand suddenly flashed, and an energy barrier instantly appeared in front of him. The Frost Giant Chieftain's attack fell directly on the energy barrier. The energy barrier flickered a few times and finally blocked the attack. However, the energy barrier flickered a few times and then dimmed. The continuous fierce attacks made the wound on the Frost Giant Chieftain's shoulder even bigger, and blood instantly gushed out. This also made the Frost Giant Chieftain show an obvious flaw. The severe pain from his shoulder made the Frost Giant's movements stiff. Sullen's eyes flashed with lightning. In the next second, his body quickly rushed forward. The Storm War halberd in his hand flashed with endless lightning power and directly pierced the Frost Giant's eyes. The Frost Giant's continuous attacks caused the wound on his shoulder to tear, and his body had a short period of stiffness. Although the time was very short, Su Len still seized this opportunity. 1 second, no, it should be half a second. Half a second was just the blink of an eye. But for Su Len it was enough. Boom! Su Luan's figure was like a phantom. He appeared in front of the Frost Giant in an instant. He leaped high, and the storm halberd instantly pierced the eyes of the Frost Giant chief. The sharp edge of the halberd could easily pierce through the defense of the plate armor. The Frost Giant's eyes naturally could not withstand it. The powerful force abruptly pierced through the Frost Giant's eyes, and the more than 30 centimeters of the halberd completely sank into it. The eyes were originally very fragile, and being pierced by the Storm War halberd was even more painful. Sullen's choice of angle was also very tricky. The 30-centimeter blade pierced through the Frost Giant Chieftain's eye, and pierced the Frost Giant Chieftain's brain. Powerful lightning power instantly erupted from the Storm War halberd. How fragile was the brain! Even a legendary Frost Giant would die if its brain was damaged. The severe pain made the Frost Giant abnormally crazy. After Su Len stabbed it, there was a flash of light. In the next second, his figure appeared in the open space 10 meters away. He didn't expect to directly kill the Frost Giant Chieftain. As a legendary creature, the Frost Giant's vitality was very strong. Even if it was fatally wounded, it wouldn't die in a short time. Su Len didn't want to face the Frost Giant Chieftain's sudden counterattack. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The Frost Giant Chieftain's giant axe swept horizontally, wanting to attack Su Len. However, Sullen's figure disappeared instantly. The attack missed, and other than making the Frost Giant more painful, it had no effect. The Frost Giant Chieftain's fighting power could be said to be the strongest that Su Len had encountered so far. If compared to the Orc Chieftain, it wouldn't take long for the Orc Chieftain to be smashed by the Frost Giant. Now that the Frost Giant Chieftain had entered the final stage of madness, it became even more dangerous. The surrounding barbarian warriors all avoided it. Even Su Len didn't want to fight it head-on. After a full minute of madness, the Frost Giant Chieftain's life finally ran out, and its huge body fell to the ground. Su Len also breathed a sigh of relief, then rubbed his sore body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the Frost Giant Chieftain. You have received 63,200 experience points, you have received 3 platinum treasure chests, you have received 1 legendary skill point, you have received 3 cold crystal stones. Congratulations to the host. Under your leadership, you and your army have successfully defeated the Frost Giant tribe. You have received 33,000 experience points. You have received 2 sapphires. Ding! Host has killed the Frost Giant Chieftain and defeated the Frost Giant tribe. Your name has spread far and wide across the wastelands and the continent. Even the far north icy plains have heard of you. Your prestige plus 35. Ding! You have killed the Frost Giant Chieftain and annihilated a Frost Giant tribe. Your relationship with the Frost Giants has decreased to hostile. You have received the title, Frost Giant Slaughterer. Frost Giant Slaughterer. With this title, your enemies will be intimidated. There is a certain chance that they will hesitate and retreat. There is a small chance that the enemy will surrender. When facing the Frost Giant, the Frost Giant's aggro will be triggered. This title can be hidden. Hearing the prompt in his ears, Su Len relaxed. He arranged for people to help the wounded, let Hathaway lead people to clean up the battlefield, and let people bring the captives from the camp. After arranging the work, Su Len began to check the harvest. Opening the storage space, 3 boxes with a faint golden light appeared in front of him. Su Len took a deep breath and then chose to open them. A burst of beautiful sound and light effects appeared, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host. You have opened the Platinum Treasure Chest. You have received 5 skill points. Congratulations to the host. You have opened the Platinum Treasure Chest. You have received the book, The Principle and Application of Magic Tattoo. Congratulations to the host. You have opened the Platinum Treasure Chest. You have received the book, The Development and Advancement of Magic Tattoo. Chapter 358. Mageweth Tattoo Technique? After hearing the system prompt, Su Len picked up the 2 books in surprise and flipped through them briefly. One of the 2 books was The Basics of Mageweth Tattoo, and the other was Advanced Knowledge. The Mageweth Tattoo Technique was first born in the early days of the Arcane Empire. It was invented by a Red Robe Sorcerers Club, which was a very powerful evil sorcerers organization. How powerful were they? In the entire material plane, more than a quarter of the sorcerers were members of the Red Robe Sorcerers Club, but this powerful sorcerers organization only existed for more than 600 years before it perished. It was said that the organization was destroyed in a civil strife. The development of the Mageweth Tattoo Technique was still thanks to the Red Robe Sorcerers Club. This sorcerers organization was famous for its love of human experiments. After a long period of human experiments, the Mageweth Tattoo Technique was gradually perfected under their continuous experiments. They used the Mageweth Tattoo to engrave spells and permanently enchant the body. This method was very effective. Of course, it also had a drawback. All the hair in the Mageweth area had to be shaved off, and the human body's skin area was limited. Therefore, many red-robe sorcerers usually shaved off all the hair on their body in pursuit of engraving more spells. Note: the hair on the lower body should also be shaved off. It was also for this reason that the red-robe sorcerers, regardless of gender, were basically bald. Once the gathering was held, the whole hall would be filled with shiny bald heads. In addition to this drawback, the Mageweth tattoo had another drawback, which was that the tattoo was on the body and could be seen at a glance. This also caused a variety of tattoos to appear on the bald heads of the red-robe sorcerers. Some people could even identify people by the tattoos. After the destruction of the Red-Robe Sorcerers Club, the Mageweth tattoo technique had also spread to other sorcerers' organizations. During the period of the Arcane Empire, some powerful arcanists had improved the Mageweth tattoo technique. This technique was called alchemy engraving technique. This alchemy engraving technique could engrave more spells. Of course, this technique required a higher production process. Moreover, the alchemy engraving technique was not only suitable for magi. This spell could also be engraved on the bodies of ordinary people. In the past, among the followers of the arcanists, there were often professions like rune swordsmen or rune warriors. This was an alternative profession that practiced both magic and martial arts. In the beginning, it was no different from an ordinary warrior. It was also a matter of tempering the body. When he successfully advanced to a grade 1 profession, he needed to choose the direction of his advancement. After determining the direction of his advancement, he needed to kill a corresponding monster and use the blood of the monster to let a professional magician tattoo the surface of his body. This method could strengthen a warrior's physical fitness, and at the same time, they could master 1 or 2 spells, and their combat power would far surpass those of the same level. Of course, this class was not without its flaws. Due to the limited amount of skin on the body, as well as the problems of the surge of magic power, they could only engrave a few types of mageweths that matched the initial mageweths to minimize the magic power rejection reaction. Otherwise, when the magic power rejection reaction was too strong in the later stages, they would no longer be able to engrave mageweths on their bodies, and there would be no way for them to advance. Moreover, each advancement required the blood of a different monster, and each type of monster's blood was more powerful than the previous one. At the same time, engraving mageweths also required a lot of resources. Due to many reasons, these mageweths warriors, who had once been glorious, gradually declined. Of course, later on, there were also people who felt that it was a pity to give up on the rune warriors. They started to research this technique again and had some results. They abandoned the main method of adding layers of enhancement, and only engraved the strongest type, treating it as a form of support. During the period of the Arcane Empire, the alchemy engraving technique was already very perfect. At the very least, there was no need for the Red Robe Sorcerers Association to shave their hair and run around with a big bald head. However, the alchemy engraving technique had also disappeared with the fall of the Arcane Empire. On the contrary, there were still some mageweth tattoo techniques that were passed down among the tribes in the wilderness. For example, the coming-of-age ceremony of some tribes required one to hunt down a type of ferocious beast or magical beast, and then the shaman priests would use the blood of this ferocious beast or magical beast to tattoo the person. This type of tattoo was usually very rough, and after the tattoo was completed, the person would also obtain the corresponding power. Only then would the person be considered to have completed the coming-of-age ceremony. The 2 books that Su Len had obtained recorded a large amount of knowledge about mageweth engraving and advanced alchemy engraving. Although there were only 2 books, there was a lot of content recorded in them. Su Len did not have the time to look through them carefully. After hurriedly flipping through them, he put the 2 books back. What was more important now was to collect the spoils of war. As pure-blooded giants, the bodies of the frost giants still had some value. The most important parts were their hearts and blood. As for the other parts, the necromancers preferred them more. If this kind of giant body fell into the hands of the necromancers, it could easily be transformed into a powerful undead monster. Su Len, Hathaway, and Alex collected the hearts and blood of the 30 frost giants. At the same time, the body of the frost giant chief was also preserved. It was a very good experimental material. At the same time, a few of the remaining frost giant bodies were also selected. The rest of the worthless ones were burned and buried. The heart of the frost giant was very large. Su Len preserved it in a special crystal container. This crystal container could keep the heart alive. A part of the flesh and blood was also left. The remaining parts were the more precious parts. It was a little difficult to preserve the blood because it was easy to coagulate, and there was too much blood. Hathaway used a special water tank to store the blood. At the same time, she cast a spell on the blood to prevent it from deteriorating and coagulating. Looking at the remaining frost giant corpses that had been burned to ashes, Su Len felt that it was a pity. If there were necromancers around, these corpses could all be used. Now, he could only watch them burn to ashes. Apart from these materials, the equipment of the frost giants and the equipment of the ogres were also collected. Even the camp was turned upside down. In the end, all the resources and captives were brought back to Northern Citadel. The captives were assigned to various construction sites to work. At the same time, they were told the rules and regulations of the northern city. After working for a few years in the city, they would regain their freedom and become free citizens of the city. The weapons of the frost giants were sent to the blacksmith to be melted down and reforged. The giant axe used by the frost giant chief Cursed was left behind. This weapon was not simply made of steel, but was also mixed with many rare metals. It was considered a magical weapon and required the help of a magus to smelt it again. The other materials used by the frost giants were also sorted out and stored. After making all these arrangements, Su Len once again led the caravan to the kingdom of Florence. Of course, this time, he brought along Chris and Karina. The matters of the northern city were temporarily left to Hathaway, with Karina and Grace assisting her. Crete was left to Alex to manage. Even Phyllis Su Len had arranged some work for her. After all, the orthodox education of the royal family was not just for show. Swordsmanship, literature, etiquette, and many other subjects were compulsory for a princess. Moreover, Phyllis's studies were not bad. Su Len let her handle the affairs of the lord's mansion. This time, Su Len planned to go to the kingdom of Florence to recruit some wandering wizards. At the same time, he was also preparing to sell some items. For example, the bottle of life potion that could cause bloodline abnormalities, and the bottle of water demon's blood that could be used to become a bloodline warlock. As for the bottles of life potion that did not have any side effects, they had already been used by Phyllis. After all, whether it was Chris, Hathaway, Alex, or his two personal maids, none of them were ordinary humans. They had long lives and did not need these potions for the time being. However, Phyllis was different. She was only an ordinary human. In fact, Su Len was prepared to let Phyllis use the bottle of water demon's blood to turn her into a warlock. However, after thinking about the limited potential of the water demon's blood, he gave up on this idea. As his woman, she had to be at least a dragon disciple. The water demon's blood's grade was too low. The caravan set off once again. Su Len brought Chris to the cult city. Other than sugar, rum, and spices, the caravan also brought along large amounts of furs and paper. These goods were very popular on the continent. The spices of the northern city were now very famous in the northern countries. Cumin, pepper, chili, and other spices, some of which were even produced by magical plants, were very popular in the north. Although the variety and quantity of spices could not be compared to the spices of the south, after being carefully mixed by Su Len and the halfling Frodo, they tasted very good. At the same time, paper was now a hot commodity in the northern city. The paper sold in the northern city was divided into two types. One was used for writing, and the other was toilet paper. Although the paper used for writing had attracted some attention, it was far less sensational than the toilet paper. Currently, the toilet paper produced in the northern city was crazily sought after by the nobles. In the words of the nobles, they could no longer bear to share knots or linen with others. This kind of soft, convenient, and fragrant toilet paper was the best gift. In fact, the quality of the toilet paper was not very good. It could not be compared to the paper used for writing, but it was unexpectedly popular. The caravan was still very boring. Su Len had no choice but to carry Chris in the carriage and flip through the Mageweth tattoo book that he had just obtained. After gaining the talent of erudite, Sullen's learning speed had increased a lot. It was not difficult for him to learn advanced knowledge like the Mageweth tattoo. He felt that he would soon be able to learn the Mageweth tattoo technique. After learning the Mageweth tattoo technique, Su Len discovered that it was accompanied by the art of tattooing. After learning the Mageweth tattoo technique, one had to master the art of tattooing to be able to perform it correctly. This required Su Len to find time to learn the art of tattooing. Oh yes, this technique also required a prerequisite. The control of the wizard's hand spell had to be precise. Su Len fulfilled this requirement. He was very familiar with the wizard's hand spell. Chris, Hathaway, and the others had a deep understanding of this. Chapter 359. Su Luan planned to use the skill points to level up his rune tattoo after learning the rune tattoo technique. This time, he had not used the 5 skill points he had obtained from the platinum treasure chest. He had not even used the legendary skill points he had obtained from killing the frost giant chieftain. Su Len wanted to master the rune tattoo technique as soon as possible. He planned to at least level up the rune tattoo technique to the advanced level. The road from Northtown City to the Kingdom of Florence was quite smooth. The caravan arrived at Calent City after a week. Along the way, no robbers dared to make a move, which disappointed Su Len. Coming to Calent City again, Sullen's mood changed drastically. When he first came to the north, he was envious of the city. Although Northtown City's population couldn't be compared to Calent City, it had reached or surpassed Calent City in other aspects. Compared to the terrible sanitation of Calent City, Northtown City was like heaven. Fortunately, it didn't rain in Calent City, so the roads weren't muddy. The arrival of the caravan from Northtown City attracted the attention of many people in Calent City. After all, Northtown City's goods were popular. As soon as they arrived at Northtown City's warehouse in Calent City, many people who were hungry for profits tried to build a relationship with Northtown City. Unknowingly, Northtown City's existence made the surrounding nobles take the initiative to befriend them. Of course, Su Len was part of it. If it weren't for Su Len, these nobles would have torn off their disguises and started robbing Northtown City of all kinds of things and techniques. Su Len couldn't be bothered with these small fries. He left them all to Xion, the manager of the caravan. "Sir Lord." Xion respectfully handed a document to Su Len and said, "This is the list you asked for." This was the list of Calent's nobles that Su Luan had Xion collect. It contained their titles, fiefs, strength, and other basic information. There were also some simple interpersonal relationships. Although this list was simple, it wasn't easy to collect. It could be seen that Xion had put a lot of effort into it. The most powerful family in Calent City was the House of Savoy. Calent City was the fief of the House of Savoy, which was rich in mineral resources. The land around the city was quite fertile, and the transportation was well developed. The House of Savoy also possessed great power. Through the connections on the list, Su Len quickly discovered Marquis Savoy's methods. He had promoted a large number of lesser nobles, and many of these lesser nobles were his knights. These small nobles had no foundation, and their fiefs were only 1 or 2 manors and castles. Thus, they could only rely on the House of Savoy. At the same time, the Marquis of Savoy used various methods to deal with the powerful nobles, such as division, marriage, isolation, and so on. The entire Calent City was completely under the Marquis of Savoy's control. "Sir, after Marquis Savoy heard that you've come to Calent City, he'd like to invite you to a banquet." Xion respectfully handed over an invitation card. "I got it." Su Len nodded and received the invitation card. Su Len had great admiration for this Marquis of Savoy. This Marquis had relied on the northern lands, which was not considered prosperous, to become one of the strongest competitors of the Henry clan in the Kingdom of Florence. This Marquis was quite powerful, having the abilities of a level 4 conferred knight. Moreover, he had many descendants. He had 9 sons and many daughters. This Marquis had made use of his marriage connections to rope in many of the powerful nobles in the Kingdom of Florence. He was very influential in the Kingdom of Florence. He had 7 daughters who were married to nobles of various sizes in the northern lands, and 4 daughters who were married to nobles in the southern lands. Even his granddaughters were being used as marriage connections, looking for nobles who were qualified to be roped in. This Marquis had spent several decades to weave a huge network of connections. This allowed the House of Savoy's influence to rise rapidly. Amongst the 4 marquises, he was ranked last. Right now, even the Henry clan, which was part of the royal family, could not do anything to him. Right now, the House of Savoy was continuously accumulating power. If the Henry clan, which was part of the royal family, were to weaken, the House of Savoy could very well become the new royal family of the Kingdom of Florence. Night fell. A luxurious carriage headed towards the manor of the Marquis of Savoy. The driver of the carriage was a sturdy young man. There were no family emblems on the carriage, but no one dared to look down on it. All the nobles in the city knew that this was the carriage of the owner of the caravan in the northern town. Su Len was wearing a gorgeous hunting outfit as he sat in the carriage. Beside him, Chris was also wearing a beautiful court lady's outfit. At this moment, Su Len was looking at the little succubus, who was wearing a serious outfit, with great interest. One had to know that succubi exuded a kind of seductive charm from their very bones, making people unable to resist. Now that she had changed into a conservative court lady's outfit, her movements were dignified, but there was a different kind of flirtatious expression between her eyebrows. Sullen's heart was on fire. "All right, master. Don't touch me anymore. We still have to attend the banquet tonight," the little succubus said with a charming smile. Sulen had no choice but to tidy up his clothes a little gloomily. "My lord, we're here." A guard's low voice came from outside the carriage. At the same time, a few guards at the side hurriedly came forward and asked, "Is Lord Sulen here?" "It's the lord of the northern town, Lord Sulen." The guard glanced at them and said plainly. A middle-aged man who looked like a manager immediately said with a smile, "Welcome, Lord Sulen. I'll inform the Marquis right away." Soon, a sturdy man in his 50s wearing a luxurious noble's robe led a group of people over to welcome Sulen. He had a smile on his face and immediately greeted him warmly when he saw him. "Welcome, Lord of the Northern Town, Lord Sulen." Sulen sized up the Marquis of Savoy in front of him. Although he was already in his 50s, the Marquis' body was still strong. His face looked more like a middle-aged man in his 40s. Before a warrior entered the legendary rank, their lifespan would not be extended. After the peak of their physical strength passed, their strength would gradually decline. However, this Marquis of Savoy's strength did not seem to have declined. This was normal. With the strength and foundation of the Savoy family, it was normal for them to have some methods to extend their lifespan or maintain their combat strength. The Poland manor occupied a large area. There was even a small river flowing through the manor. The entire manor looked very beautiful. Sulen realized that this manor was simply a miniature version of a city. Sulen greeted the Marquis of Savoy warmly, and followed him into the manor. Sulen communicated with the Marquis of Savoy while observing the others. He quickly discovered that there were 4 third-order commanders and 2 spellcasters among them. Sulen couldn't tell if the 2 spellcasters were wizards or sorcerers. The oldest among the commanders was no more than 30 years old. They looked similar to the Marquis of Savoy, and should be his son or descendant. After noticing Sulen's gaze, they all smiled and nodded at him. "Welcome, Lord Sulen, to my manor. Thank you for your help in the war against the orcs," the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. "This is what I should do. Resisting the orcs' invasion is the duty of us humans," Sulen said righteously. Of course, the nobles here knew that he was just saying it. However, this did not affect their praise. Sulen smiled at the hypocritical nobles. As for acting with them, Sulen was too lazy to do so. "Let me introduce you. This is my son, Vader. This is Count Charles, my closest comrade. This is Viscount Rogier. He is an excellent commander." Sulen greeted the nobles briefly and then walked into the banquet hall. The banquet was very sumptuous. The entire banquet hall was about 500 square meters. It was decorated with beautiful crystal lights that shone brightly. Dozens of maids stood on both sides of the table. The exquisite silver tableware shone brightly. There were roast geese, roast lamb, steak, lamb chops, fruit salad, desserts, and drinks on the table. The air was filled with an enticing aroma. I specially invited a halfling chef to make this. He used spices from the northern city. "I believe it will be to your taste," the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. "Thank you very much, Your Excellency." Sulen nodded with satisfaction. Everyone began to enjoy the food. However, other than Sulen, who was eating happily, the other nobles were not in the mood to taste the food. They kept secretly observing Sulen. Sulen's expression was calm, as if he did not care at all. When Sulen was finally full, the impatient Marquis of Savoy could not wait to invite Sulen to his study. It was obvious that they were going to talk business. Sulen patted Chris's hand and took her to the Marquis's study. "Sir Sulen, it is a pleasure to meet you." The study was brightly lit with magic lamps. The Marquis of Savoy sat on a soft and comfortable chair with his son beside him. Although there was no one else in sight, Sulen could clearly sense that there were dozens of elite guards around the room. Sulen smiled and sat across from the Marquis of Savoy. He then smiled and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you too. Sir Sulen, I would like to have a deeper cooperation with you and your northern city. You should know that both of us are in the north. We can have a better cooperation," the Marquis of Savoy said with a smile. Business cooperation is not a problem. Our northern city welcomes more partners, Sulen said. Sulen naturally knew what the Marquis of Savoy's intentions. However, he did not intend to have a deeper cooperation with him. After all, both of them were in the north. Apart from interests, they were also competitors. Moreover, he had already promised the Henry royal family. He would not go back on his word so easily. This time, he was here for something else.